Volume 1. Chapter 1, Boundless Secular World, 1. Chapter 1, Boundless Secular World, 1. Stop running. You, Miao brat, you can't run from me. I, your father, demand that you stop this instant. 3 young men, each carrying long blades, ran in the same direction along the dark and strange trail that lay between the mountains. Every so often, they waved their blades threateningly at the man running just ahead of them, signaling him to stop. Their threats were useless, since the man wouldn't even halt in his tracks. In fact, he started to quicken his pace, moving faster than before. The young man, wielding a butcher's knife, ignored their calls as he ran. While sprinting, he looked back and loudly yelled, "Mad dogs! Can't you see what kind of place this is? You're all *king nuts. It would be crazy if he stopped. His life would be in jeopardy." A snapping sound could be heard from the places he trod on as he ran as fast as his legs could carry him, black patches of grass turning to flying dust in his wake. All around him, the grass, the trees and all the plants were colored black. They weren't purposely dyed black, nor was it a naturally organic color. They were all carbonized, which had caused them to turn black. Nobody knew what their original state looked like 100,000 years ago, and neither would anyone know what would become of them 100,000 years later. In this place, it was as if time had stopped completely. The plants, akin to blackened, lifelike statues, were shrouded and concealed within a white mist. This place, similar to the Netherworld, was known as the Boundless Secular World. Legend has it that 100,000 years ago, 100,000 celestial troops and generals traveled far across the heavens, giving chase to the great devil, with the sole intent to kill. In the midst of their pursuit, they eventually arrived at this location. Unfortunately, the great devil was too strong, leaving the celestial troops and generals no choice but to finally lay out the ultimate deathly strike formation. With this last move, they altogether perished, taking the great devil with them. For the better part of 100,000 years, the white mist took on a perpetually treacherous and frightening shade of blood red. This blood mist appeared menacing, seeming to devour everything in its path. Human, spirits and gods alike didn't dare to trespass this place, and so the mist prevented any living creature from going further. But once every 1,000 years, the ultimate deathly strike formation would leave one side of its vaporous net open. When the blood mist turned back to being white in color, mortals were able to go in for a glimpse of whatever mystery was occurring within. However, demons and devils and all other non-human living beings were not able to enter arbitrarily, or else they would dissolve into a pool of black water just from touching the strange dense mist. Not even the strongest cultivator could withstand the erosion of the mist. Overall, it was extremely strange and no one could figure out the reason for this phenomenon. However, these were the burial grounds of the immortal devil. It was obvious that the treasured items guarded by the immortal devil were also buried in the same spot. This piece of news attracted a large number of cultivators to lust after them. Not only that, the area was abundantly rich in an immortal herb called the glorious star, a divine healing medicine revered as a priceless treasure by many cultivators. Every 1,000 years, cultivators began to grow restless whenever the time arrived for the boundless secular world to open its gates once more. Since they weren't able to enter, the cultivators resorted to luring in mortals with promises of riches in exchange for their help in obtaining the items they sought. It didn't matter who it was, so long as they could find the immortal devil's treasures or the glorious star immortal herb, they would be accepted unconditionally into their school of immortals. But a certain kind of monster dwelled here. Legend has it that the monster guarded the immortal devil's tomb. It was bloodthirsty in nature and killed as if the lives of others were trifling matters. Nobody would dare risk their own lives to come here unless they were either desperate or were fugitives, since ascending to immortality would require at least a life to enjoy. Miao Yi wasn't a desperate man, nor was he a fugitive. He was only 17 years of age, and wasn't considered as too young or too old. It was viewed as a normal sight for the locals to get married and have children at his age. He had his eyes set on the Li family's beautiful daughter, who owned a tofu store right in front of his butcher stall. And so he sent a matchmaker over to propose. Once Old Li, the tofu store's owner, understood what was going on, he instantly threw the matchmaker out of his house. The two families lived close by, just across the street, so why wouldn't they know each other? A butcher kid with no money and status, with two young burdens to raise, would dare to even dream of marrying his daughter? Even if the matchmaker's words were persuasive enough to raise the dead, it was all futile. Old Li's wife yelled angrily for quite some time out in the streets, her words impossible to avoid as she flung insults along the lines of a toad wishing to eat swan meat. He would have been better off not proposing. Afterwards, Old Li was constantly wary around Miao Yi, guarding against him as if he were a thief. Since then, he never once allowed his daughter, who had grown up with Miao Yi ever since infancy, to meet with him again, fearing that Miao Yi would abduct her without warning. The two families had completely cut off ties with each other. Indeed, neighbors always were this quick to turn against each other. Honestly, Miao Yi didn't even like Old Li's daughter all that much. His family's financial condition didn't exactly put him in the mood to be concerned with love affairs. He was only complying to society's local customs. So it wouldn't be a big deal if the marriage didn't end up happening. However, after this whole matter, he came to understand a certain truth. His foster parents had treated Miao Yi with kindness. Before they passed away, they left behind a son and daughter under his care. Miao Yi didn't want his siblings to wind up with the same fate as him. And as luck would have it, the boundless secular world had lifted its seal, and so he entered its domain with the intention of securing a better future for his siblings. But not long after entering, who would have thought that he'd be instantly targeted by his old enemy, Huang Chang, accompanied by his lackeys. Upon sighting them, he had no choice but to make his escape without doing anything, swearing as he went. The dense mist lightly swirled through the surroundings. Those who came to take their chances could be seen scattered amongst the thick fog, all turning their heads to stare in shock at the four people giving chase. None of them expected such young fellows, not yet fully grown, would dare to make such a scene in this dangerous place. That brat's Zodiac must be a dog. He can really run. Boss, I can't keep up any longer. Let's rest. Zhao Xingwu, second of the Zhao brothers, panted to catch his breath. His older brother, Zhao Xingkue, also shouted at Huang Chang, "That's right, boss, let's rest." Huang Chang, too, couldn't keep running. He gasped for air as he placed his hand on a large boulder to support himself, with the Zhao brothers resting to the side. Miao Yi was dead tired. Seeing that nobody was chasing him anymore, he also braced himself onto a large boulder and turned to sit down, his mouth wide open as he breathed heavily. He pointed at the three men and shook his head. "Huang Chang, are you insane? Take a look at where you are before you go around stirring up trouble. Do you really want to die that badly?" Huang Chang tapped his long blade against the boulder twice before directing it towards Miao Yi. "You should blame it on yourself, trying to rise above your station. You're merely a pig butcher and yet you dream to ascend to immortality? You even dare to aspire above my Huang clan? I, your father, have come here today to eliminate all future nuisances." His father was the widely known Huang, the head guard serving under the city lord of Changfeng City. Miao Yi's home was situated in an area that fell under his jurisdiction. From a young age, both Miao Yi and himself had never seen eye to eye, with Miao Yi always gaining the upper hand. But as it was only a child's quarrel, it wouldn't look good if his father abused his authority to intimidate Miao Yi, otherwise the entire neighborhood would drown you in their spit. He was immediately shocked to find out Miao Yi wanted to take his chances in the boundless secular world. With his family background, even he was unable to suppress Miao Yi. So if Miao Yi were to become an immortal, wouldn't that make his current situation even more terrible? Even if he ended up beaten to death, he couldn't allow Miao Yi to surpass him. And so he gathered two of his lackeys, with murder on his mind. Miao Yi kept glancing at the gleaming blades held in their hands, heaving heavily as he asked, "You seriously intend to kill me?" The three men gave menacing smiles. Huang Chang looked around and spoke with a cynical air, this isn't the city, so it's not unusual for people to die out here. Who would be able to figure out the culprit? Miao Yi was shocked. As kids, they had gotten into harmless fights, but the most they had done was badly bruise each other. It had never escalated to the point of murder. After all, their city's laws weren't for decorational purposes. You're King mad. Since you braved all this way to kill me, why do you even need to be scared that I'll become immortal? Miao Yi exclaimed in disbelief as he pointed at their surroundings. The clear meaning of his words was simple to understand. Since they had dared to venture into this place, they had the opportunity to find its treasures. They could present the treasures to the immortal for themselves to have a chance to become one as well. Why did they need to be threatened by the thought of him doing so? Che! Huang Chun grunted in disdain as he took in his surroundings, looking resolute. In spite of his arrogance and ignorance of the area, he had wanted to do this. The handmaiden his father had gifted to the immortal had gotten hold of some insider information, severely warning him not to meddle in Miao Yi's affairs. As to what she meant by affairs, she would not reveal a single word. It was because of this big sister's role, staying by the immortal's side as a handmaiden, which had helped his father secure the position as head guard. Be good. Stop fooling around, hurry up and go home. Miao Yi waved his hand at them, carrying his butcher knife as he stood up, turned and left. Huang Chang was stunned, but in a flash became furious. That brat was treating him like a kid. He waved his blade and shouted, "Stop right there. Catch me if you can. You're well aware of how dangerous it is inside, so come if you don't fear death." Having said that, Miao Yi strode down his own path, too lazy to bother himself with them anymore. Huang Chang looked around him and realized they had already journeyed too deep inside. It would be dangerous if they ventured further in. Their initial plan was to trail Miao Yi from behind and into this area, with the intention of ambushing him. But the grass in this awful place was all carbonized. A snapping sound was heard as they walked, so they were found out by Miao Yi before they could even get close to him. As a result, they had made it this far by accident. Great, run then, Miao brat. If you have the guts, run as far as you can. A monk may run, but the temple always remains. Anyway, you still have 2 little kids back home. Dealing with them later on would be the same as dealing with you. Huang Chang didn't dare to head in any further, so he acted like a ruffian, behaving shamelessly while throwing threats at Miao Yi. After saying that, Miao stopped dead in his tracks and slowly turned his body around. The man was right in his words. It reminded him that if by chance he couldn't return, these bastards would definitely bully the heck out of his younger siblings. Seeing that the threat was effective, Zhao Xingkue, with a perverted expression, made the situation even worse as he said, "That little sister of his is a beautiful girl with fair and smooth skin. If you rip all her clothes off." Shut up. Yet, Zhao Xingkue spoke even more perverted words, even adding some lewd actions. Miao Yi was enraged and pointed his knife towards the 3, as he gnashed his teeth and said, "You are all courting death." Huang Chang waved at Miao Yi in a playful manner and said, "If you have the guts, don't run. Come to us. I'll wait for you right here. Indeed, I am here to court death. Come. Come kill me." Miao Yi stifled his anger and stared at the 3 with an expressionless face. He did not charge forward to fight desperately. Instead, he tightly closed his mouth. Normally, he would fight them. Since he had butchered pigs from a young age, he had the strength. Things like fighting against 3 people at the same time wouldn't be anything new. However, this time, all 3 of them had blades in their hands, while he himself was not exactly invincible against blades and spears. If he was stabbed, that wouldn't be a joke. Giving his life to 3 bastards was not worth it. Seeing no reaction from him, the 3 men whistled and cheered, all the while insulting Miao Yi as a good-for-nothing, a spineless coward for thinking he could scare them. However, Miao Yi turned his eyes to the other adventurers that were approaching. Among the adventurers, there was a big, sturdy man with a long saber in his hand, revealing a fierce pair of eyes, akin to those of a hawk or a wolf. One glance, and one would know that this man was not a virtuous crop. Miao Yi's lips curled, as he coldly laughed. When they neared him, he suddenly waved his blade and shouted, "Hand over the immortal herb." Huang Chang and the other two froze for a second, thinking that Miao Yi had gone mad. Immediately, they noticed something was wrong. They realized that those people passing by them had also stopped, and were staring at them with indecipherable expressions. Those strange eyes sent a chill down the three men's hearts. Seeing that the three were just young, inexperienced fellows, someone moved a step forward in approach. He did not care whether it was real or fake, he intended to make sure of it for himself. "Don't listen to his gibberish. We don't have the immortal herb. We are just here to get even with him." "We are not even here to gather the immortal herb," Huang Chun hastily explained. However, these words had to be more credible. Coming to this place, one where you could lose your life, just to get even with somebody. What a joke! Did these kids think that they were all idiots? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2, Boundless Secular World, 2. Chapter 2, Boundless Secular World, 2. To make matters worse, his explanation sounded like he was trying to cover up the truth. This made them seem even more conspicuous, further raising suspicions about a possible secret motive behind the three men's intentions. "Hand it over!" Miao Yi angrily snapped once more. Without warning, he lifted his butcher knife and immediately rushed out towards the three men. He had only dealt with killing pigs before and had never killed a man, but now he was overcome with a strong urge to murder these three people. Because of Huang Cheng's reminder, he knew that the moment he allowed them to leave, his brother and sister would be in danger if he didn't manage to return home from the ordeal. These three sons of B***cheese dared to commit murder, what else wouldn't they do? Today, he must rid the world of these three future menaces. The three men panicked, turned on their heels and ran away. However, it was out of their expectations that the commotion would cause many spectators to step in, thus blocking their path of escape. Their situation was extremely unfortunate. Not only were they chased by a Miao Yi with murderous intentions, around 7 to 8 people had decided to join the chase as well. Eventually, they were surrounded by the crowd in its pursuit to intercept them. Unable to escape using the path they had originally entered from, the trio immediately rushed out without caution. Panicking, they fled in a state of disarray while repeatedly screaming, "We don't have the immortal herb." Raising his knife while in hot pursuit, Miao Yi's face remained stone cold, a crowd of people following directly behind him. It wasn't long before the entire group ran astray from the safe path, without even realizing what had happened. Before arriving here, everyone collected a free map of the area from the ancient city. Plotted on the map were markers indicating all the safe paths, a result from the amount of deaths that occurred during the last time the boundless secular world had opened. In the end, Huang Chang and his lackeys were eventually stopped by the group of strong men. "What do you all want?" Terrified, Huang Chang could only sputter. He raised his blade and started hacking away madly, not wanting to let the men move closer to him. The big, sturdy man was obviously well trained. He approached Huang Chang in a flash, moving sideways to avoid the hacking blade. He captured Huang Chang's wrist in a one-handed grip and twisted it on the spot, causing him to cry out in pain, and dropping the blade held in his hand to the ground with a loud clang. The Zhao brothers were also extremely anxious. With daggers, they threatened the others not to come near them. When it came down to it, maybe they had the capability to bully those of the same age, like Miao Yi, or anyone younger. But running into these strong, young men made them feel as if they were dealing with adults instead, and so subconsciously they became a little timid. The big, sturdy man didn't bother with Huang Chang's explanations and was already searching his body with his hands. In the end, he couldn't find any trace of the immortal herb on him. He glanced at the Zhao brothers and then turned his head to look at the quickly approaching Miao Yi. He pushed Huang Chang away and was preparing to search the Zhao brothers when suddenly the unexpected happened. Who would have expected Miao Yi to rush out at that moment, swinging his butcher knife and stabbing it straight into the stumbling Huang Cheng's chest? Huang Cheng's eyes widened as he stared at Miao Yi in disbelief and shock. The big, sturdy man, the Zhao brothers and all the others were also appalled by Miao Yi's actions. Puff! The fierce-looking Miao Yi hardened his heart, pulling out the knife only to thrust it back in again. He then stabbed Huang Cheng's body twice more, before raising his hand to hack at his neck with the knife. Fresh blood splashed out onto Miao Yi's body. Huang Cheng covered his neck with his hands, twitching as he fell to the ground, unable to mask the terror and alarm in his eyes. Miao Yi couldn't have cared less, baring his teeth despite feeling terrified inside. Yet he still gripped the blood-stained knife, rushing once more towards the Zhao brothers. The two brothers were so frightened by this that they decided to throw all caution to the wind, frantically waving their long blades to fight their way out of their entrapment. Taking advantage of them being caught off guard, Miao Yi quickly approached and plunged his knife into the back of Zhao Xingkui's waist. Removing the knife, he stabbed him a few more times, letting Zhao Xingkui fall onto a pool of his own blood. The vicious appearance of Miao Yi stunned the others, as they never expected this young man to be this ruthless. While everyone was distracted, they accidentally let Zhao Xingwu, who was frantically swinging his blade in a desperate fight for his life, escape the circle. The group of people watched on emotionlessly as Miao Yi once again raised his knife, chasing after Zhao Xingwu. Nice going, kid. How incredibly ruthless. Such a young age and already killing without blinking an eye. The big, sturdy man chuckled. The gang of people had also quickly run after them. Glancing behind him, Zhao Xingwu was seized by terror when he saw Miao Yi viciously hot on his trail, looking fiendish and completely drenched in blood. It seemed that Miao Yi had no intention of letting him escape, which frightened him to the point that he madly ran for his life, crying as he screamed. It was unclear whether his scream had alarmed something or it was because they had barged into the dangerous zone, but from mid-air a swooshing sound could be heard, as if something was flying towards their location. Swish! An enormous black figure descended from the sky, landing in the middle of the few people pursuing each other all around. The black figure made no large movements as it landed. It nearly collided with Miao Yi, who was in the middle of running, causing him to stumble to the ground and roll over several times. The 7 or 8 people who managed to catch up came to an immediate halt, their faces terrified as they slowly raised their head to look. It was unknown as to what they saw, but it made them gradually back away. As Miao Yi stood up and raised his head, he was shocked as well. A mantis? He took another glance before confirming his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. It really was a mantis, and a huge one at that. The length of the body exceeded 2 zhang, its entire form a shiny black color, with sharp barbs growing on its 4 feet. Its forelimbs carried what looked like a pair of sickles, akin to a scythe-wielding Grim Reaper. It exuded the terrifyingly cold atmosphere of the underworld, and was constantly twisting its large head around, the indistinct green eyes flickering as if it were closely studying its prey. This creature was the monster described on the map, known as the Hell Mantis. No one expected they would actually get to see the real deal. A cold sweat broke out on Miao Yi's forehead, and his legs turned to jelly. He was standing to the right side of the Hell Mantis, not daring to be rash in his movements. The big, sturdy man and the others also broke into a cold sweat, since they were directly at the forefront, facing the Hell Mantis itself. They didn't dare make any large movements, as they continued to slowly back away from it. Suddenly, the 2 sickles of the Hell Mantis scratched against each other in a demonic manner, popping out and withdrawing back again. No one clearly saw what it did, but suddenly, the 2 men standing beside the big, sturdy man disappeared from sight, only to find them hanging with their chests impaled. They were hooked onto the Hell Mantis's sickles, fresh blood trickling down their bodies as they screamed in pain and agony. "We're dead no matter which way we go," the big, sturdy man warned the others, immediately shouting, "Everyone, split up and run." The panic-stricken men immediately turned their heads and ran off in different directions. But the man who told everyone to disperse and run away stayed behind by himself instead of escaping with the others. The Hell Mantis's eyes blinked as it chewed, feasting the head that it held with its sickles. Suddenly, it flapped its wings and hovered above the ground, causing a gust of wind to appear, floating sand and stones into midair. Its mouth still chewed onto its food as it flew, chasing towards the running men. Miao Yi, who at this point was already scared out of his wits, turned to look back and vaguely saw the hell mantis playing a game of cat and mouse. It hovered from one side to another, above the people who were in the midst of escaping, still chewing on the food it caught with its sickles. It gave people the impression that it was eating from its bowl, while keeping an eye on the pot, as if it wanted second helpings after finishing its portion. Shrill screams could be constantly heard from afar. When the scene of cat and mouse disappeared from his sight, Miao Yi let out a sigh of relief. He reckoned if it weren't for those people escaping and subsequently attracting the monster's attention, he would not have been able to avoid a similar fate. I'm saved. The big, sturdy man patted his chest, feeling relieved. Noticing Miao Yi hadn't moved yet, he felt it was strange. He concluded that this kid was quite smart and had actually seen through his scheme. However, he did not realize that Miao Yi couldn't even run because his legs had given out from terror. Kid, we have strayed away from the safe zone. It's not wise to stay here for a long period of time. Hurry and leave. The big, sturdy man warned him solely out of goodwill, then turned and ran off. After watching the man disappear into the dense mist, Miao Yi calmed his shocked state of mind, proceeding to head back to look for Zhao Xingwu, only to discover that he had no idea where that guy had even gone to, due to the hell mantis' previous interruption. It was extremely foggy all around, so even if he wanted to find Zhao Xingwu, he was unable to do so anymore. He slightly admired Zhao Xingwu. He himself was too scared of the hell mantis to move, and that guy had dared to run away. But a depressing thought quickly formed in his mind: since Zhao Xingwu had only cared about escaping, he might not even have noticed the appearance of the hell mantis behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3, Boundless Secular World, 3. Chapter 3, Boundless Secular World, 3. No longer dwelling on the thoughts plaguing his mind, he knew he'd already run astray from the safe path. It really wouldn't be wise for him to stay in the area a moment longer. After Miao Yi studied his surroundings, he carefully backtracked to the safe zone, all the while eyeing the vicinity to see if there were any immortal herbs in sight. There was no way he'd continue venturing into the danger zone to find Zhao Xingwu. He wasn't even sure whether Zhao Xingwu would be able to leave the place alive. By the time he quietly, and with difficulty, found his way back to the safe zone, the sky had already started to turn dark. It was too dangerous for him to wander around in this place at night. He couldn't even see the road clearly, let alone keep watch for another appearance of that unpredictable monster, which ended up vanishing as quickly as it came. The most important thing to consider was that he'd run a long way, so he was dreadfully exhausted, which left him with no choice but to search for a place to rest. Looking all around him, he felt his way through the darkness into the forest of stones located at the foot of the mountain. After barging through the stones, he discovered a small cave hidden amongst them. His heart was relieved. It was the best place to spend the night, since it was sheltered on the outside by the surrounding forest of stones. But what he didn't expect was that after twisting his body in a cat-like manner to enter the cave, abruptly, a large hand immediately came out of nowhere and started strangling his neck. To save himself, Miao Yi instinctively stabbed out with his butcher knife, but the other person's own reaction was extraordinary, quickly disrupting Miao Yi's attack by locking down his wrist. The two men finally stood facing each other in the cave. When Miao Yi saw the other man's face clearly, his eyes flickered to signal the other person to let him go. The other person was in fact the big, sturdy man from before. Never would he have expected the man to hide away in this place too. "It's you?" The man was stunned, creasing his eyebrows as he slowly let go of Miao Yi. At the same time, he seized the butcher knife from Miao Yi's hand with his own. Apparently, he still didn't feel at ease with Miao Yi. This was because the sight of Miao Yi's earlier show of cruelty still freshly lingered in his mind. He was worried Miao Yi would stab him in the back. Cough, cough. Flushing a shade of bright red, Miao Yi clutched his neck and coughed twice. The man swiftly covered Miao Yi's mouth, lowered his own voice and snapped, "Shut up! Is the monster still out there?" As it turned out, he was hiding here because he had run into the monster again. Miao Yi waved his hand and waited for the other man to loosen his grip. He gasped for air, shaking his head as he said, "I didn't see the monster when I was on my way here." The man poked his head out of the cave and surveyed the area. After a while, he pulled his head back to stare at Miao Yi, frowning as he said, "Kid, such a young age and already so ruthless. Looking back, I still feel something's not right no matter how I think about it. You didn't look like you were stealing anything at all. Instead, you looked more like you wanted so badly to dispose of them, just to have peace of mind. Kid, tell me honestly. Did those 3 people really have the immortal herb on them?" Miao Yi stared at the butcher knife that had fallen into the other man's hands. After thinking about it, he decided not to hide the truth. Thus, he roughly explained the situation, but with reservations. Those 3 were really goddamn fools. I say, kid, young as you are, you're not dumb at all when it comes to cheating people. I say. Bah! I'm not that bright either. I was also used in your ploy, and I even almost lost my life. The big, sturdy man laughed at himself in self-mockery. He looked back, glancing at the bag hung over Miao Yi's body and asked, "I was too absorbed in running for my life, so I lost all the food and drinks I brought along with me. Kid, you don't mind sharing a portion with me, right? Without another word, Miao Yi unpacked his bag, taking out the rations and water to give to the man and said, "Uncle, how about we take turns resting and guarding tonight? In this awful place, it's not safe for a person to fall into a deep sleep." He could tell that the man was skilled in martial arts. Right from the beginning, Miao Yi wouldn't have been a worthy opponent for him in a fight. He was also slightly worried that the man harbored ill intentions towards him, so he decided to let the other man understand that he still had some use for him. The big, sturdy man threw him a meaningful look, curling his lips into a playful, knowing smile. Without another word, he accepted the food and ate while glancing outside the cave, as he mumbled, "I reckon the sky outside is not that dark yet. The fog is quite bad here, so it gets dark earlier." Just like that, as both of them ate, they fell into conversation, engaging in small talk. Apparently the big, sturdy man's name was Yan Beihong. He was originally a military commander of a city with a population of 1 million people. He got into trouble because he stole the city lord's concubine, implicating his entire family in the end. So in a fit of rage, he killed the city lord and ran away. He'd had it rough, living through the days of being hunted everywhere on a regular basis. In a state of desperation, he decided it was a safer bet to simply barge into the boundless secular world. Yan Beihong also felt it strange that a young kid like Miao Yi would come all the way here to court death. It was important to be forthright when cooperating with others, so Miao Yi did not conceal the truth from him. As promised earlier on, they both took turns between resting and keeping watch during the night. They cooperated with each other pleasantly throughout the night, with Miao Yi thinking back on how easily his words had caused a group of people to ransack each other. He understood very well that he would be in trouble too, should he manage to pick the immortal herb for himself. So on the very next day, he took the initiative, and requested to form an alliance with Yan Beihong. Yan Beihong neither agreed nor rejected his request. Once the sun had risen, he threw the butcher knife back to Miao Yi, and they went off on the road together. After the encounter with the Hellmantis, they learned from their past mistakes and didn't dare act rashly by running off the safe path. They wouldn't be able to narrowly escape every time. Thus, they decided to move along the safe path on the map. But what they saw along the way revealed that the so-called safe path didn't appear to be safe at all. Human body remains, consisting of broken legs and limbs, could be seen all along the path. Judging from the bloody corpses that showed traces of being chewed on or were sliced open, it was obvious that many had encountered and suffered the wrath of the Hellmantis' ambush. Before their own eyes, a herd of hell mantises casually crawled past, and they practically shrank back behind a boulder in absolute terror. They gradually discovered that although the hell mantis was a bloodthirsty killer, it would not totally annihilate its victims, and would still give them a path to survival. It was as though the more spineless and cowardly a person was, the more likely the hell mantis would not withhold its mercy. As they went further in, they were apprehensive to find the aftermath from landslides and the diversion in course of a river. The destruction seen on the ground was in a state of such disastrous proportions it could not have been caused by a human being. It was hard to imagine the events that had transpired. Unless, the Great War of Immortals and Devil had really happened here? The next dreadful encounter made Miao Yi felt lucky that he and Yan Beihong had teamed up together. Although the immortal herb, Glorious Star, was only grown natively in the boundless secular world, you couldn't exactly find it growing everywhere. For a few days, they traveled further around the boundless secular world, and still they could not see a shadow's trace of even one immortal herb. The most scariest part was that after narrowly escaping the hell mantis's ambush, they encountered another threat, this time from their own kind. While fleeing for his life, Yan Beihong had lost the food he had carried on him. Miao Yi, himself, only brought 10 days' worth of rations, since nobody in their right mind would come in carrying around 1 month's worth, so he could still survive for another 10 days if he kept the rations for himself. When shared between the two of them, the rest of the food wouldn't even last 5 days. The problem of a shortage of food was obviously apparent to others as well. The two of them found themselves surrounded by a group of 5 who ordered them to hand over the pathetic amount of rations that they had left. Yan Beihong showed no signs of fear as he laughed coldly. He immediately unsheathed his broadsword and charged up front. It was no wonder that he was once a military commander of a city populated by millions of people. He was skilled and valiant, and nearly every strike of his blade was accompanied with blood. He forcefully took on all 5 by himself, beheading the entire group. Wiping off the blood stains from his broadsword, Yan Beihong packed up whatever rations he could harvest from the 5 bodies, throwing them at Miao Yi for him to carry on his back. And so, they had 2 additional days of food. But the next day, Yan Beihong met someone even more skilled than him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4, Boundless Secular World, 4. Chapter 4, Boundless Secular World, 4. At the foot of a mountain, the sounds of clashing blades and swords echoed sharply through the air. As Yan Beihong walked nearer, he quickly pulled Miao Yi along and crouched behind a large boulder. They could see more than 10 people fighting with great intensity at the mountain's base. Loud piercing screams continuously resounded as they fought. A plant, with red stone branches and gem leaves, blossomed at the slope of the steep mountain, emitting a gentle radiance. It was obvious to see why they were fighting each other to this extent. Immortal herb? Miao Yi's eyes brightened as he stared at the gentle light glowing at the side of the steep slope. He was about to stretch out his finger to remind Yan Beihong, but the man silenced him, swiftly covering his mouth with his hand, signaling Miao Yi to stay quiet. Yan Beihong took a quick glance at the immortal herb, before focusing his attention to the crowd slaughtering each other. His hand tightened on the shaft of his blade, as he silently waited for the time to strike. Amidst the massacre was a skilled expert, who single-handedly cut down a series of 10 people, all while jumping and dodging their attacks. At the end, he lifted his sword and surveyed his surroundings one more time. After ensuring there were no more opponents, he made his way towards the immortal herb growing on the steep slope. Right at the moment he let his guard down, Yan Beihong rushed out from his hiding spot. With his blade drawn, he leapt through the air, slashing furiously with his sword. The person's reaction was fast. He turned around and raised his sword to parry the blows with a clang, and immediately engaged Yan Beihong in a vicious melee. Instantly, the light and shadow of the sword and blade clashed until they were inseparable. The man's skill was obviously above Yan Beihong's. Even after his recent fierce battle, he still had the strength to block Yan Beihong's heavy attacks. Furthermore, the speed of his attacks were much faster as well. It wasn't long until Yan Beihong was losing the battle, and in the end the man swiftly kicked the blade from his hands, sending it flying. When the man's sword came slashing down onto Yan Beihong's neck, he frantically gripped the man's wrist with both hands as he moved his thigh to capture the man's incoming kick. Their bodies were pressed against each other as he held onto the sword, which had already cut through the skin of his neck. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, while his eyes were filled with fury. Both of them were locked in a stalemate, with Yan Beihong on the verge of losing ground, when suddenly the man flung his feet out and kicked behind him. Bang! Miao Yi, who rushed in for an attempted sneak attack, was thrown backwards. But a butcher knife protruded from the man's back, blood flowing out profusely from his waist. The man clutched at his abdomen, roughly turning his head to glare in the direction of Miao Yi, who was struggling to get up from the ground. His face was ablaze with anger, his eyes instantly reddening, as if he himself was a man-devouring beast. Die! With his opponent out of breath, Yan Beihong couldn't miss this opportunity before him, and with a mighty roar, he grabbed the wrist of his opponent's sword-holding hand and elbowed him on the chest, causing him to stagger backwards. Using this chance, Yan Beihong snatched away his opponent's sword and leapt, and with both hands gripping the weapon, he slashed at the man with all his might. Puff! The expert was cut in half, from the shoulder down. Blood splashed into the wind, the victor was decided. Yan Beihong balanced himself with his sword while gasping for air, laughing heartily as he watched Miao Yi clutch his chest, pain clearly showing on his face, a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The feeling of walking out alive after a life-and-death situation made him laugh even more heartily. After ripping out part of his clothing to make a simple bandage for his wound, Yan Beihong picked up what was left of his opponent's food, walked up to Miao Yi, and helped him up by grabbing him by the wrist. After checking Miao Yi's pulse, in a sudden move, he struck Miao Yi's stomach with his palm. Wah! Miao Yi coughed out a mouthful of blood, but felt relieved from the earlier grave discomfort on his chest that felt like a brewing storm of seas and rivers. His shortness of breath was gone in an instant. Risking your life to save me even though we're strangers, was it worth it? Yan Beihong grinned, staring at the pale-faced Miao Yi. Miao Yi wiped away the trace of blood from his mouth and rolled his eyes at him. He had never met someone so heartless. You're strong, I need you as my bodyguard, he snapped at Yan Beihong. Yan Beihong pointed his sword at his fallen foe, and answered in a low voice, he was way better than me, wouldn't it be a safer bet for you to help him? Miao Yi replied with an unreadable expression, the fact that he was stronger was exactly why he didn't need my help. On the other hand, I've just saved your life, Kid, you're a sensible person, ha ha ha. Yan Beihong looked up into the sky and let out a maniacal laugh. He slapped Miao Yi on the back and continued, come on, don't act like a sissy, it's just some minor internal injuries, you won't die from it. With his feelings of caution towards Miao Yi completely gone, he turned back towards the steep slope and plucked the immortal herb, and the two of them marveled at its beauty. The immortal herb was not even half the length of a chopstick, with 9 branches and a leaf on each. Faintly glowing, it was clear and beautiful, with its gold branches and jade leaves. The floating light particles around the immortal herb looked like dancing fireflies, or the stars that lit up the night sky, which was probably the plant's namesake, glorious star. This was the first time the both of them had come across such a treasure. It was only after they shoved their noses closer to the herb that they detected a faint fragrance emanating from the herb, a soothing fragrance able to slip into the depth of their hearts. It was different from the scent of wildflowers that easily attracted butterflies and bees. This is good stuff. No wonder it's known as an immortal herb. Yan Beihong sighed, and put it away after letting Miao Yi indulge in its fragrance for a few moments. Miao Yi stared at him with wide eyes as he wrapped a cloth around the immortal herb, and tucked it into his clothes. Noticing the curious glance that Miao Yi was shooting his way, Yan Beihong, who made the immortal herb his own without consulting his partner, coughed with an apologetic expression and said, this one is mine, the next one that we come across will be yours. Miao Yi looked at the path they had come from and asked, you have obtained the immortal herb, aren't you going back? Do you think of me as someone unloyal? Asked Yan Beihong as he brazenly pushed Miao Yi forward, I will continue acting as your bodyguard until you get your share, and we will go back together. But after all is said and done, do not double-cross me for my share of the immortal herb, or I will not be responsible for my actions." Miao Yi was left speechless. It was his misfortune that he could not best the other guy. If their situation was reversed, he would never have the guts to claim the immortal herb as his own without Miao Yi's permission. Yan Beihong did not go back on his own words. From the following day onwards, he robbed every person that they came across, as if trying his best to help Miao Yi in his quest to obtain an immortal herb. Quoting Yan Beihong's words, "Let's ascend to immortality together." Up until now, almost everybody still looking for the immortal herbs were the poor ones. They did not have the herb, and therefore it was fruitless to steal from them. From the very beginning, he didn't go back on his own words, yet Yan Beihong still broke his promise in the end. The duo reached the furthest corner of the safe zone marked on the map, and only God knew what would happen beyond that point. Yan Beihong and Miao Yi stood at the top of a hill, stopping at the edge of the safe zone, surrounded by fine mist. The concealed horizon was a mysterious realm. Yan Beihong mumbled under his breath, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to keep my promise, but I advise you to turn back. This place only stays open for a month, and it's been half a month since then. We have no idea how long it will take back down the path, and we won't be able to return if we're late. I will do my best on our way back, perhaps we can still snag an immortal herb." Miao Yi could understand where his thoughts were leading to. Yan Beihong had already fulfilled his loyalty by accompanying him this far, but... "Do you not hear something?" Miao Yi exploded with a loud ha, while pointing towards the danger zone full of the unknown. "The sound seems to be coming from that direction." "Sound? What sound?" Yan Beihong was puzzled. He turned his head left and right to catch the source of the sound, his eyebrows slowly creasing. "I don't hear any sound." "You don't?" Miao Yi was puzzled, and he once again tilted his head and listened carefully. A flurry of ding-ding-dong-dong tones flowed into his ears, like rushing water from the mountains. The different notes sounded passionate, tender and as soft as water, together forming a perfect rhythm. It appeared to be the sound of a person strumming a qin superscript 1. Footnotes. Superscript 1 qin, a Chinese musical instrument belonging to the zither family. A traditional term of calling it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5, The Scholar, 1. Chapter 5, The Scholar, 1. Miao Yi's eyes widened as he stared deep into the mist. He pointed once more and cried out in surprise, "There's someone playing a qin inside." "Playing a qin?" Yan Beihong was speechless. Seeing that Miao Yi did not seem to be lying, he hurriedly dug out his ears with a finger and combed his heart, focused on listening to the sound. After several moments, he still didn't hear anything, not even the sound of someone farting, much less the melody from a qin. He couldn't help but eye Miao Yi suspiciously. "Little brother, aren't you imagining things?" But Miao Yi was sure that he wasn't mistaken. He pointed excitedly towards the direction in front of him and said, "Somebody is playing a qin in there, which means there's also a safe zone just ahead. Let's go take a look again. Fewer people have set foot over there, which means there's a higher chance of finding the immortal herb." When he turned around, he noticed that Yan Beihong's expression had slowly darkened. He wasn't sure what he'd said to trigger this reaction. What he didn't know was that Yan Beihong hadn't heard a sound at all. He was a man who clearly knew the difference between gratitude and grudges. This kind of man wouldn't often allow sand to enter his eyes. He was fine with being dragged around as a bodyguard. All Miao Yi needed to do was be blunt about it and the matter would be easily settled. But with Miao Yi's excuse, Yan Beihong felt that he was harboring evil intentions instead. Yan Beihong had already experienced firsthand Miao Yi's scheme in using another person's knife to kill others. And now, he had an immortal herb in his possession. If by any chance this kid was starting to harbor evil thoughts, then in all likelihood, allowing himself to be careless now would bring about its own setbacks. Which was why the trust he had managed to build up with Miao Yi was immediately gone in that instant. He put down his bag on the spot, took out some food to stuff in his arms, and then chucked the majority of the rations along with the bag at Miao Yi's feet. Since little brother chooses not to heed my advice, this is all I can do for now. May we meet again in the near future. As soon as Yan Beihong finished, he turned and strode away without looking back. Miao Yi couldn't make heads or tails of his sudden change in attitude. Why did he suddenly turn against him? He still couldn't figure out what went wrong, even as he stared with his own eyes at Yan Beihong's retreating figure disappearing into the mist. He could only assume Yan Beihong did not wish to risk his life accompanying him anymore. Half a month already went by and yet, he still couldn't manage to find even one immortal herb. Should he give chase to Yan Beihong, or should he continue searching? With Yan Beihong's skills, he would probably be safer by his side on the trip back. Miao Yi stood alone, hesitating for a long while at the top of the mountain. As he thought about the future of his younger brother and sister, he turned his head and looked towards the place where the Qin's melody had traveled from, whispering softly to himself, "A place that others have dared to go, how can I be afraid to go alone?" Looking up at the sky, he took a deep breath. He strengthened his determination, picked up the bag and flung it over his shoulders, and then strode downhill following the direction of the Qin's melody. As soon as he reached the bottom of the mountain, from afar the Qin's melody went into disarray, as if it were momentarily restless. But immediately after, it quickly went back to normal. After Miao Yi walked for a distance, he discovered that the area's terrain was abnormally even. He continued to follow the direction where the Qin's melody came from, but even after walking at length, it still sounded like it was just ahead, as though no one would be able to get close to it. He began to feel suspicious as to whether he had heard wrongly and that it was in fact not a Qin's melody at all. Miao Yi couldn't help but hesitate. In a place not far from him, where the dense mist swirled around the towering mountain peak, there was a platform. On the platform was a stone table, where an enormous ancient Qin lay, which measured up to be about 1 zhan long. The body of the old ancient Qin was embossed with depictions of the sun, the moon and the stars, along with the deep blue sea and mulberry fields. Above the deep blue sea rose 3 dragon heads, each turned back to gaze mightily at the sun, moon and stars. The bodies of the 3 dragons brazenly made up the 3 different colored strings strummed onto the Qin, thus making the instrument exquisitely unparalleled. Upon moving closer, one would find that in addition to the lifelike and finely sculpted dragon heads, the strings resembled 4 scaly and curling dragon claws. In a moment of carelessness, one could even mistakenly think that the strings had actually been transformed from a dragon turned small. It was easy to see that 8 dragon strings were meant to be on the ancient Qin, but for unknown reasons this ancient Qin, which rivaled the works of God, was apparently missing 5 dragon strings. Only 3 remained. A tall man dressed in a plain white robe stood beside the ancient Qin lying on top of the stone table. He wore a plain, green cloak, all thin and worn out, over his robes. The way he was dressed was very ordinary, and if it weren't for his hairstyle, it would be easy for people to mistake him as a poor, but cleanly dressed, scholar. His long, clean hair was draped over his shoulders and fell down his waist, and his plump forehead gleamed brightly. It was a shame that the snow-colored hair touching his temples ruined the beauty of his long and glossy black locks. The silvery hair covered his temples, with each lock of hair hanging on both sides at the front of his chest. Another lock of white hair was tucked away at the back of his head and tied into a small knot, thus restricting the black hair so that it would be draped over his back to prevent the strands from getting messy. Although the face of the scholar looked to be that of a mature, middle-aged man, he was so handsome to the point his looks were indescribable. His nose was well formed, with a hint of firmness between his eyes that also radiated a hint of softness at the same time. His slanted eyes displayed a tinge of coldness in them. His firm cheeks appeared to be as tender as the rivers and mountains, with full lips that would make any beauty fall for him with just a kiss. It was difficult to describe the impression he gave to others, but one glance was enough to tell that he exuded both an air of righteousness and of sinister intent. Both coexisted within him, along with nobility and normalcy, with both arrogance and gentleness, and certainly without lacking a chivalrous spirit and a tender form. When he glanced back, he would unknowingly reveal a look of scrutiny at the whole world in an imposing manner. There was a phrase called gratifying beauty, but his form of gratifying beauty and the way it was used to describe a woman were different from each other. There existed another phrase, which was normally used to describe a woman but could also be used on him as well. Above all else, he was completely and utterly enchanting. This was a man of unparalleled looks within his generation, a feat difficult to find in this world. On the misty summit, the scholar stood straight by the side of the ancient Qin lying on top of the stone table, his eyes gazing far off into the distance. With one hand placed behind his back, the 5 fingers from his other hand lightly played with the 3 strings, as light as a cloud or the breeze. The Qin's melody that Miao Yi had heard earlier originated from him. With the mountain as a center, within a 20-li radius there was a basin. The Qin's melody he produced was akin to those sound waves released by a bat, so anyone who trespassed would not be able to escape his ears. He was unable to determine whether Miao Yi was led here by the melody, because there was a chance that he had come here by mistake. However, he was able to sense Miao Yi's excessive hesitation. He raised the hand behind his back to his chest, gently pulling free the knotted ribbon of his cloak and untying it. Throughout this, the 5 fingers casually playing with the strings did not cease their movements. The cloak floated on its own, drifting away from his shoulders into the dense mist. Miao Yi, who had stopped in hesitation, became startled when he noticed that the Qin's melody seemed to have moved and changed to a different direction. What was going on here? Miao Yi scratched his head, a little perturbed as he looked around his surroundings. Finally, he decided to put on a bold front, forcing himself to once again move in the direction the Qin's melody was coming from. The mountaintop scholar's downcast eyes flickered for a moment, as he slowly tilted his head to face towards Miao Yi's direction. Confirming that Miao Yi's disturbed state was influenced by the Qin's melody, he appeared calm on the surface, yet his emotions were seemingly affected as his hand played faster for a few minutes, the melody starting to sound a bit hurried. The Qin's melody kept changing directions, as though someone was literally running around with the Qin. Miao Yi, attracted by the sound, quickly hastened his pace, with a strong urge to find out exactly who had the leisurely mood to play a Qin at a place like this. There was a chance that he himself had not noticed that the Qin's melody had led him off the Z-shaped route. And right along the exterior of the Z-shaped route, a large number of black mantises, each of large and frightening physiques, as if they were wearing armor. All were armed with sickles and barbed limbs, their feelers and horns coming into contact with each other. Some of them were mating, while some chewed and preyed upon bloody corpses with their frighteningly razor-sharp teeth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6, The Scholar, 2. Chapter 6, The Scholar, 2. This basin appeared to be the hell mantis's old nest. Pretty much a swarm of hell mantises of all sizes, both big and small, were all over the place. Yet somehow the sound of the Qin carried Miao Yi right past them, narrowly avoiding their group entirely. Obviously, if Miao Yi hadn't come here due to the sound of the Qin, and instead had come here by mistake, he would have been eaten by the hell mantises, until not even his bones were spared. When the Qin's melody stopped, he had arrived at the side of the lake shrouded by cold mist, a mountain situated by its banks. The waters of the lake were calm. The Qin's melody had stopped abruptly. The melody of the Qin had indeed come to an end, because the scholar had stopped playing. He stood at the edge of the cliff, the plain green cloak returned to his shoulders once more. Miao Yi didn't notice him, but the scholar had already caught sight of the puzzled Miao Yi, who carefully peered about at the foot of the mountain. The scholar clasped his hands behind his back, as he stared with downcast eyes at Miao Yi. He opened his mouth and calmly uttered, "The unblessed will not have luck. Those who enter the boundless secular world will either die a violent death or return home empty-handed. They would have difficulty in getting within 20 li near the basin. Those who are not equipped with both wisdom and a valiant character would have difficulty in getting within 20 li near the basin. Those who have been here for a period of more than half a month would anxiously head back, so what right would they have to see me? Those who trespass within 20 li of the basin, yet cannot empathize with me or is not my fated one, their fates will not end well. 100,000 years have elapsed in a flash. Since my fated one has arrived, why waste time? Hurry and come up to meet me. After he finished, mist rolled in from afar. As he looked down from his position on top of the mountain peak, he could vaguely see the swarm of hell mantises being enveloped all around by the swiftly arriving dense mist. Miao Yi, who was at the bottom of the mountain, did not hear a word that was said. He was still glancing around in alertness, wondering where the Qin's melody had gone to. When he saw there was actually a man-made stone staircase at the foot of the mountain, which seemed to lead the way up, he carried the butcher knife and moved nearer, slowly climbing up one step at a time. Once he stepped onto the mountain peak, he was instantly drawn in by the sight of a large stone. A flying nymph was depicted on the large stone, lithe, relaxed and graceful. Although it was a statue, the sculpt was extremely lifelike, as well as so poignantly beautiful a person couldn't help but look twice. Fate ends not when the immortal hero has a path to walk. A boat made of white bones sails the boundless sea of blood. 2 vertical lines of large, blood-red wordings were situated at the side of the woman's carved figure, akin to a background narration. The words looked bloody and awe-inspiring, exuding an extraordinary aura, but their meaning was unknown. The flying nymph's appearance was very attractive, but considering his current location, Miao Yi had no interest in leisurely admiring it. He gripped the butcher knife and continued walking forward. After advancing several meters, Miao Yi stopped again after noticing a figure standing beside the cliff, with hands clasped behind their back. Seeing this, Miao Yi held the butcher knife nervously as he asked, "Were you the one playing the Qin?" The scholar turned slowly and looked at Miao Yi with scrutiny. Seeing the scholar's appearance, Miao Yi was instantly shocked, his eyes widened and with mouth agape. He had never seen a man that good-looking, with an aura that reached above the clouds. The eyes that studied him were like those of an immortal looking down from above the 9 heavens. Immortal? Miao Yi asked nervously. The scholar shook his head. Miao Yi asked again, "Demon?" The scholar shook his head once more. Miao Yi abruptly raised his hand and smacked his forehead as he laughed uncontrollably, realizing he was worrying too much for nothing. No matter if they were a god, demon, devil, ghost or a monster, they would not be able to enter the boundless secular world unless they were mortals. If not, the immortals outside would have already entered by now. Miao Yi smiled and said, "Uncle, you are so handsome, but..." The scholar nodded with a smile, as if giving thanks for the compliment. Seeing that the scholar had no weapons, Miao Yi felt slightly relieved and asked again, "Were you the one playing the Qin?" "I was only drawn here by the melody of the Qin," the scholar finally spoke. His tone was weirdly calm, as he waved his hand and pointed at an ancient Qin. "Only the Qin is seen, but the Qin player is nowhere to be found." "I wonder who was playing the Qin." Miao Yi turned his gaze to the platform and felt slightly speechless. If it weren't for the scholar pointing it out, he really wouldn't have noticed that the gigantic thing was actually a Qin. As he walked closer to see it, he immediately felt his heart stir. Upon approaching the instrument, he felt an unknown pressure from the Qin, and even glancing at it caused his heart to palpitate. The feeling was not due to the Qin's great size. "Is this really a Qin?" Miao Yi asked, unable to stop himself. The scholar answered quietly, "Should be." What a gigantic Qin, a thought suddenly flashed across Miao Yi's mind, unknown to others. Miao Yi looked left and right to check if there were other people. He suddenly spread out his arms and held the Qin, grunting as he leaned on it for a while, with his face flushed red. The scholar looked astonished as he wondered what Miao Yi was doing. After watching for a while, the scholar understood and grinned. The scholar hadn't guessed wrong. Miao Yi had already assumed that this Qin was a treasure, because it was impossible for ordinary people to play due to its huge size. Thus, Miao Yi had the idea of taking it. There was no one else around, the scholar didn't look the type that could fight and had no weapons, while he himself did. Therefore, he wanted to seize this chance to flee with this ancient Qin. However, the thing that made Miao Yi frustrated was that even when he exerted his full strength, he couldn't move this ancient chain, not even an inch. It was as heavy as a mountain. As Miao Yi really couldn't move it, in the end he let go of the ancient chain and smiled awkwardly. I was only checking how heavy it is. And it really is heavy, uncle. What's your surname? Just call me Lao Bai. The scholar smiled and stared at the ancient chain as he asked, You want to take it outside? Miao Yi said with disdain, You don't want to take it outside? The scholar answered, I too wouldn't be able to move it. Miao Yi tried asking again, Are you going to go back and find people to move it outside? The scholar shook his head slightly as he answered, I would suggest that you keep this ancient chain a secret, otherwise, you will only bring trouble to yourself. Miao Yi felt dubious as he asked again, Why? The scholar smiled softly and said, Didn't you notice how dangerous it was on your way here? If the immortals outside knew, even if they sent men to help you move the chain, they would definitely ask you to lead the way. Therefore, I won't mention this chain when I get out, because I don't wish to bring trouble upon myself. Miao Yi pondered for a while. He couldn't help but admit that what the scholar said made sense. Disregarding the date for when the ultimate formation would be sealed off, Miao Yi himself had already experienced the dangers in this place. It was already considered lucky for him to be able to make it this far. If he was forced by the immortals to lead the way, he might not be able to make it back alive. Miao Yi thought it through and realized that he could only leave this chain aside temporarily. He then stared at the scholar, whose clothes looked clean and spotless, and asked, You really didn't see who played the chain just now, but? If you are talking about just now, I did simply pluck it a few times. The scholar walked to the chain and stretched his fingers as he plucked the strings, making a bell-like melody which sounded like the flow of water. As the melody of the chain rang, Miao Yi quivered. In that very instant, it was as if he were a man possessed, as he stared at the trembling strings with a blank expression. You are so young, so why did you risk your life to come here? The scholar didn't even turn his head. He only stared at his own 5 fingers that were playing the chain, and nonchalantly asked his question. It was as if Miao Yi were dreaming. Whatever the scholar asked, he answered honestly. When the scholar asked everything he wanted to know, he plucked the string with his index finger, making a dong sound. Miao Yi immediately woke up from his absent-minded state. Before he realized what was going on, the scholar stretched out his hand towards Miao Yi, showing a piece of jewelry in his palm. It was a string of dark green beads. It seemed to be a necklace, appearing simple but very pleasant to look at. Miao Yi exclaimed in shock, For me? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7, The Scholar, 3. Chapter 7, The Scholar, 3. The scholar nodded and laughed. Fate must have led us to meet, so treat it as a welcome gift. Keep it as a souvenir. They had yet to exchange a few words, let alone the origin of each other's background, and he was already giving him gifts? Miao Yi felt the guy was a bit peculiar, but the item he gifted didn't look too bad. It might even be of value, so he accepted it without hesitation. He proceeded to take the item into his hand, feigning generosity as he wore it around his neck, thanking the scholar on the spot. The scholar turned on his heels and set off, walking towards the edge of the cliff. Both his cloak and beautiful hair fluttered amidst the clouds and mist, giving the impression of an immortal with an extraordinary temperament. He lowered his gaze, scanning from the cliff's point to halfway down the mountain. There grew 5 plants, each emitting a faint golden glow around them, which the cultivators revered as a divine healing medicine called the glorious star immortal herb. It was also one of the items that Miao Yi came here to seek. His back turned against Miao Yi, the scholar faced the mountainside, and with a mere snap of his fingers, 3 of the 5 immortal herbs instantly turned to dust by a strange, unexplainable force. Only 2 immortal herbs remained. This item that was dreamed of by many, was destroyed with a mere snap of his fingers. He left 2 of the immortal herbs behind, not for any other reason than that Miao Yi had said he had 2 siblings. He wanted to see how Miao Yi would make his decision. The scholar pointed towards the mountainside and without turning his head, said in a seemingly passing remark, "Little brother, come here and take a look." Miao Yi still remained vigilant in the presence of this peculiar man, never letting go of the butcher knife in his hand. He walked over, keeping his distance between them, and looked towards the direction the man pointed his finger at. His gaze stilled at once as he cried out involuntarily, "Immortal herb! It's the immortal herb!" And there were even 2 of them. But he soon quickly caught on that something was amiss, so he turned to stare at the scholar, asking, "Why didn't you gather them? Did you not come here because of these treasures? Clothes can easily get dirty if you climb up and down." But the scholar gave a reason which Miao Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at, turned on his heels and walked off. Mouth agape, Miao Yi was speechless. He watched the receding figure of the scholar smugly strolling away, and finally understood why the man was clean. Coming to this place where the plants were carbonized and where every slow step taken can easily get a person smeared in black, the man could still manage to be untainted by even a speck of dust. He must have a strong obsession with cleanliness. Yet Miao Yi still felt heavily dubious about it. If the man was scared of getting dirty, then why did he still venture here? Was there some kind of ruse at play? Where are you going? Miao Yi gave chase till he reached the side of the stairs and watched the scholar retreat swiftly down the mountain. He yelled, "Why don't we go together? Fate ends not when the immortal hero has a path to walk. A boat made of white bones sails the boundless sea of blood. Little brother, till we meet again." The scholar's voice resounded from afar. Miao Yi subconsciously glanced back at the words on the large stone behind him, and turned to gaze at the bottom of the mountain again, realizing that the scholar had already disappeared into the mist. Currently, he wasn't in the mood to think about anything else. Who cared if the man was scheming or not? He would think about it later, because right now, he needed to gather the 2 immortal herbs first. Turning to run towards the side of the cliff, he strapped the butcher knife to his waist and used all 4 limbs to slowly and carefully climb down. The mountain was not extremely steep, leading Miao Yi to successfully feel his way towards the immortal herbs. His eyes gleamed as his heart pounded in excitement. During his travels, he had witnessed with his own eyes many men fighting life and death struggles for this item. It was unclear as to how many men had lost their lives to fight for just 1 immortal herb alone, and now he had found 2 of them in short order. It was hard for him to contain his excitement. He had seen the immortal herb Yan Beihong had snagged before, but it wasn't as big as the 2 immortal herbs he was seeing in front of him now. With his body pressed against the cliff, Miao Yi was not in the mood to admire the 2 immortal herbs he had just gathered. The scholar had left him anxious and slightly worried about the generosity he had shown him earlier. He then quickly tore off a cloth and wrapped the immortal herbs inside it, hiding it in his clothes. After ensuring that the immortal herbs were safely tucked away, he proceeded to climb up for a short distance before he suddenly felt the wind rise and clouds beginning to gather at his side. Windy? As he turned his head to look, what he saw almost scared the living daylights out of him. A hellmantis as long as 2 zhan was suspended in the air behind him, flapping its wings. Green eyes on a 3-horned head locked onto him, and its razor-sharp mouth was chewing incessantly. "I'm finished." Miao Yi lowered his head and cast a look at the lake at the bottom of the mountain. He was going to die no matter which way he went, so he might as well give one last shot. Hardening his heart, he loosened his grip on the cliff, immediately jumping down into the lake below. Just as he was about to fall and crash onto the surface of the lake, he felt his body suddenly come to a halt mid-air before ascending once more. Miao Yi went mad. His finger was already able to touch the lake's surface. He struggled in his efforts to reach his hand out towards the water, desperately hoping to dive into the lake. But in the end it was all futile, as his body was swiftly dragged away from the surface just within his arm's reach. Who would have thought that the hellmantis would save Miao Yi from drowning himself in the lake? Sharp barbs covered its 4 limbs, and they wrapped around Miao Yi as it swiftly swept past the surface of the lake into the far-off distance. He had finally managed to gather the immortal herbs after great difficulty, but who knew he would fall once again into a hell mantis's grasp? Miao Yi felt close to tears. Pulling out the butcher knife strapped to his waist, he aggressively slashed twice at the limbs holding onto him, hoping that the hell mantis would loosen its grip and eventually drop him into the lake below. Two clangs sounded out, and to his surprise, the places where his butcher knife had slashed unexpectedly produced sparks, as though he was hacking at metal. However, he still didn't manage to leave any trace of a mark on it. Instead, it caused the hell mantis, who was flying at a fast speed, to lower its head and gaze at its abdomen. Getting stared at by those horrific green eyes, Miao Yi's expression went rigid, his raised butcher knife frozen still. He didn't dare to simply slash around furiously anymore, in fear of being strangled to death. The hell mantis suddenly hastened its speed, flying past clouds and through the mist. Strong gusts of wind hit Miao Yi's face up front till he couldn't even open his eyes, his body quaking from coldness. He wasn't sure how long they flew. After sensing that their speed had slowed down, he opened his eyes only to discover that the hell mantis was swooping down to a lower altitude in a sudden movement. Seeing that he was about to crash into the ground, Miao Yi felt his heart drag to his throat. All of a sudden, the hell mantis turned over in the air, negating the force of the fall, and at the same time, its forelimbs loosened its grip on Miao Yi. Cough. After falling flat on his face onto the ground, Miao Yi struggled to get back up on his feet, spitting out a couple mouthfuls of mud. His movements were swift as he instinctively flipped over to see what the hell mantis wanted to do with him. In the end, he didn't get to see anything because the hell mantis had disappeared completely, leaving no trace behind. He had no clue as to where the hell mantis had gone to. And the most unbelievable thing was, Miao Yi widened his eyes as he looked straight ahead. He moved his cold, numbed limbs, and then staggered out of the boundless mist. Before his eyes, a jostling crowd of onlookers stared straight at him from outside. Behind the crowd was the familiar ancient city. When the boundless secular world lifted its seal, he had set off from here. Abruptly turning his head to look behind him, he was greeted with the boundless mist. He rubbed his eyes hard, even doing a double take, thinking this was all in his imagination. After a number of confirmations ensuring that he wasn't seeing things, it finally hit him that he had just come out of the place. He had actually come out? The hell mantis had actually unintentionally sent him out? Eldest Chang, is that you? A woman with a scarf wrapped around her head kept her gaze on the horrible-looking Miao Yi, seemingly afraid to confirm whether it was really him. Another reason she didn't dare confirm his identity was because all the plants in the boundless secular world had been carbonized, turning them black in color. Those who entered all reappeared as if they had just come out from a coal mine. If it weren't for the fact that the butcher knife strapped to Miao Yi's waist looked familiar in her eyes, the woman would not have bothered to open her mouth to ask. As to why she had called Miao Yi eldest Zhang, it was because Miao Yi had a younger brother and sister. His brother's name was called Zhang Fengbao, who was 14 years old, while his sister was only 12 years of age, called Lu Shuoxin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8, Younger Siblings. Chapter 8, Younger Siblings. When Miao Yi was 8 years old, his house caught on fire. He became an orphan, and was almost sent to the Manor of Merciful Hope. The Manor of Merciful Hope was a charitable place that aimed to provide support for widows and the needy who did not have the ability to survive by themselves. This was a world that was completely led by cultivators. The strong had their statues placed in every home, so that the common folk could worship them like gods. Every day they had to face these shrines and pray for 6 hours, devoting their power of will to them. Those who were sent to the Manor of Merciful Hope would also spend most of their time in the same way, except when they needed to eat, drink, urinate, defecate, and sleep. They were no different than the pigs in the farm, living an inhumane life. Luckily his neighbor, Lu Shuoxin, and her parents, happened to live on the same street, and they adopted Miao Yi just in time. Otherwise, he would have to be sent to the Manor of Merciful Hope, as all orphans below the age of 10 were forced to go. Unfortunately, 2 years later, the residence of the Lu family caught on fire one night. Both husband and wife passed away during the fire, leaving their 5-year-old daughter behind. In an instant, rumors that death followed Miao Yi spread by word of mouth. However, there were those who didn't believe in such hearsay. In other words, some people pitied the children and did not wish to see them suffer, and so the street butcher Zhang Tufu decided to adopt the 2 children. Another 2 years passed, and in the end, Zhang Tufu and his wife died in a forest fire while doing work outside of their house. Another pair of kind souls were lost to the sea of fire. And yet again, another child became an orphan. Hence, Miao Yi had become, as the rumors had whispered, the harbinger of death. Since then, no one dared to take him in. Fortunately, living with Zhang Tufu and his family for 2 years, Miao Yi hadn't stayed for nothing. He did not want to bring along his younger sister, Lu Shuoxin, to freeload in the Zhang household, so he would always take the initiative to help Zhang Tufu with miscellaneous work. As a result, he learned how to slaughter pigs. The year when Miao Yi turned 12 years old, he picked up the butcher knife Zhang Tufu left behind, and prepared himself to raise both his little brother and sister on his own. However, this time Huang, the head guard who was in charge of this part of the city streets, brought his men to find the children. As Fatty Zhang and Lu Shuoxin did not have any guardians looking after them, as well as the fact that they were also below the age of 10, the guards intended to bring them to the city's Manor of Merciful Hope as orphans. At that time, Miao Yi panicked. He carried Lu Shuoxin on his back, one hand leading Fatty Zhang and another hand clutching the butcher knife, as he stood against the guards. No matter what, Miao Yi simply would not let them take his younger brother and sister away. When he was an orphan, Lu Shuoxin's parents did not send him into the Manor of Merciful Hope. When he became an orphan again with Lu Shuoxin, the Zhang Tufu couple also did not send the both of them to the Manor of Merciful Hope. So how could Miao Yi helplessly watch both of his foster parents' children be sent to that place? At that time, the anxious and panic-stricken Miao Yi knew that it would be useless even if he used force. A young boy like him would not be able to win against a group of grown men. As he faced head guard Huang and his men, he slipped past them and ran outside to shout for help, causing his neighbors to rush towards him and answer. Miao Yi took the opportunity to ask for justice, and proceeded to use the butcher knife to stab his thigh, all to make clear his true intentions. He would rather die than send his little brother and sister to the Manor of Merciful Hope. Miao Yi told all who listened that he had the ability to raise both of his siblings. As the neighbors watched the blood streaming down from Miao Yi's thigh, they were emotionally moved by his actions. As a result, the neighbors urged head guard Huang not to be callous. With the pressure from all the neighbors' clamorings, head guard Huang was unable to act, as he did not want to provoke the public's wrath. After all, the neighbors all met each other frequently. Head guard Huang had no choice but to leave in embarrassment. Consequently, head guard Huang's family never took an interest in Miao Yi. However, his son, Huang Chang, would afterwards always come around to pick a fight with Miao Yi. Nonetheless, to Miao Yi, that wasn't important. In short, from that day onwards, he did not mind how tough things would get, since from a young age his living was dependent on butchering pigs. Miao Yi not only raised his siblings on his own, he also made the effort to provide the means for his brother and sister to educate themselves and study. He would work hard to provide the siblings with whatever the other children would generally have. The place the 3 siblings lived in was the residence that Zhang Tufu and his wife had left behind. Due to this, the neighbors would commonly address Miao Yi as eldest Zhang. Hearing a familiar form of address and seeing familiar faces, Miao Yi could finally confirm that he had escaped from the boundless secular world. Looking back at the endlessly strange place, he had mixed feelings of sadness and happiness. Other people could not possibly imagine the danger inside. He had narrowly escaped his death numerous times, and now he was finally out of there. And he was also safe. For the purpose of maintaining order, an immortal stood in defense on the walls of the ancient city. Even if everyone were aware he had treasures on this person, no one would dare loot from him. But he would still need to be on his toes and strike no conversation with anyone. Under everyone's attentive gaze, he quickly left the crowd and headed towards the direction of the ancient city. A lot of people's gazes fell onto Miao Yi's bag, speculating whether he had found any treasures inside. After all, there were a number of people who managed to get out, still scared out of their wits, but returned home empty-handed. The ancient city was only 2 li away from the treacherous, boundless secular world. In early years, the ancestors of the city folk resided at the ancient city. But after an earth-shaking catastrophe transpired in their city, which resulted in the ultimate deathly strike formation, half the sun became shrouded by a vast blood mist. For ordinary people, the disappearance of half the sunlight would have some impact on their lives, for example, simple chores such as doing the laundry. And so, they went dozens li away to build a new city. And each time the boundless secular world became accessible again, they would organize people to rebuild the ancient city to welcome the arrival of large numbers of cultivators coming in. The 3 siblings promised to meet under the old willow tree just outside the walls of the ancient city. This willow tree had been struck dead by lightning 1,000 years ago. So when the siblings came, they were shocked to discover that the old, dead willow tree had unexpectedly revived. It was then that they decided to meet under the old tree. Under the shade of the tree was a round and plump little fatty. His cunning eyes showed a hint of anxiety as he looked around constantly. One little girl was combing her braids, sitting with her back pressed against the old willow tree, her skin as white as jade. She was a natural beauty, but her eyes looked sore and red, as though she had just been crying. "Do you think Big Brother is already dead?" The little girl grabbed onto little Fatty's pants as she sobbed. Little Fatty spat in contempt and said, "You and your big mouth, didn't you hear what the neighbors said? Big Brother is a harbinger of death, so even if everyone died, Big Brother would not." Although he said those words, his anxious eyes betrayed what his heart was really thinking. A few months before the opening of the boundless secular world, his big brother suddenly allowed him to learn how to butcher pigs. At that time, he knew that his big brother had already made full preparations. In case something happened to his big brother, he would at least have a trade to support his sister and move on with their life. Both siblings did not want their big brother to take this kind of risk, but they could not do anything to stop it. Little Fatty was a bit older than Lu Shuexin, so he knew what was going on inside his big brother's head. The neighbors called his big brother a harbinger of death because he drove both of their parents to death. Maybe his big brother was taking this risk to repay their gratitude, or maybe he was guilty of their deaths, or maybe he wanted to prove something to the neighbors. As long as the opportunity arose, his big brother would do anything to fight for a better living for his siblings. This time, there was an opportunity for the 2 siblings to become immortals. Of course their big brother would risk his life to get this power for them. Sob sob, did we get Big Brother into trouble? I heard that old Lee from the tofu shop refused to let Sister Lee marry Big Brother, because we're burdens to the family, cried the little girl. Little sister, don't cry anymore. Your crying is annoying me to death. As little Fatty became impatient from patting the little girl's head, he suddenly heard a familiar shout, "Little brother, little sister." Little Fatty and the little girl quickly raised their heads and looked to where the sound had come from. But they could only see a person, who looked like they had climbed out from a pile of coals, running towards them in a sprint. "Big Brother! Big Brother!" The little girl shouted in surprise, leaping up and rushing towards her big brother, with little Fatty following. The 3 siblings hugged each other happily. As the 3 of them pulled away from the hug, the little girl straightaway patted Miao Yi's body. Meanwhile, the little Fatty scoffed, "Little sister was even worried that you might have died in there." Little Oelmi told her, "Who do you think Big Brother is? Big Brother would not die so easily." After saying that, he looked around and then sneakily whispered into Miao Yi's ears. "Big Brother, since you personally went in, did you get it? Looking at how he acted, one could tell he wasn't a good-natured kid. Indeed, Fatty Zhang liked committing all manner of crimes and do things stealthily from a very young age. When the neighbors resented him for doing such things, they regretted not sending him to the Manor of Merciful Hope, as it would have saved them a lot of trouble. Miao Yi patted the bulging package on his chest, hinting at its contents. Really? Fatty Zhang's and Little Lu's eyes instantly shone with brightness. Miao Yi shook his head slightly and looked around, signaling for them not to make such a commotion. Fatty Zhang looked like a fox who had stolen a chicken, his hand holding his round stomach as he scoffed, ***, didn't old Huang send his beautiful daughter to the immortal as a handmaiden, and then used her to become head guard? And now he's using that position to bully us. When we get back, he'll see little ol me take care of the Huang clan, especially that bastard Huang Chang. I'm going to pinch his balls out. If I don't exact revenge, then I'm not a man, just you wait and see. Fatty Zhang showed a smug expression, but Miao Yi's expression changed. There was a saying that enemies often crossed each other's paths. After mentioning head guard Huang's name, they saw the man himself, and a dozen of his blade-wielding men, appear before them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9, Fairy Hong Chen. Chapter 9, Fairy Hong Chen. Standing beside head guard Huang was a man who looked like he had crawled out from a pile of coals. It wasn't just any man, but one of the Zhao brothers, Zhao Xingwu, the henchman of Huang Chang, the son of head guard Huang. After experiencing firsthand the dangers of the boundless secular world, he thought Zhao Xingwu wouldn't be able to come out of it alive. But never would he have imagined that Zhao Xingwu would actually manage to survive and return from the ordeal. Without any explanation needed, just by looking at the big blade that head guard Huang personally brought with him, Miao Yi knew that Zhao Xingwu had already told him everything. Normally, no one would even dare cause such a ruckus here, but head guard Huang was one of the heads of security who had just been transferred from a nearby city wall to serve and protect. Since Miao Yi had just killed his son, it was entirely possible that he had found the perfect reason to deal with him. Quickly, climb up the willow tree. Miao Yi frantically pushed his siblings to run towards the tree. After the three siblings climbed up, hiding behind the leaves and branches, Fatty Zhang felt like something was amiss. He watched as head guard Huang led a bunch of people in search of them, then asked in a lowered voice, "Big brother, did something happen?" Immediately, Miao Yi quickly explained in simple terms that he had murdered Huang Chang and Zhao Xingkue. Shocked, little Lu covered her mouth, staring blankly at her big brother with her big, beautiful round eyes. Fatty Zhang also found himself slightly shocked as well. He would never have imagined that his big brother could kill someone. But very quickly, anger took over and he said, "Since he dared to do the vicious deed, I will kill the entire Huang clan myself, sooner or later." Just then, cries of alarm could be heard coming from people inside and outside of the city. Everyone lifted their head and looked towards the sky. A magnificent phantom of a golden phoenix soared right above the ancient city. After circling around a few times, the golden phoenix suddenly disintegrated into multiple rays of golden light. Emerging from the light was a woman wearing red clothing that fluttered in the wind. The golden rays of light transformed into dangling golden hairpins on the woman's head, and the 3 golden bracelets on her wrists. 2 pieces of red silk, each about 100 meters long, flowed into the sky, coiling around the woman's arms. The silk supported the red-clothed woman as she slowly descended onto the city wall. Her red skirt fluttered up, revealing a length of bare, jade-white ankles. A pair of curved red shoes with pointed toes landed softly on the dent of the city wall. Her posture was elegant, like a real fairy walking over ripples of water. The 100-meter-long, red silk on her arms still floated in the sky, as if trying to pull the flowy-dressed woman back to the heavens, to shield her away from the blasphemy of the secular world below. This red-clothed celestial maiden stood exactly above the willow tree. The 3 siblings only had to lift up their heads to see her from a very close distance, each of them struck dumb by her presence. This living, alluring woman, a seemingly ageless beauty, had appeared right before the 3 siblings. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her eyes clear and sparkling. With her small nose and red lips, her overall looks were picturesque. A red silk sash fitted right on her waist, complementing her graceful posture and making her chest appear fuller, and her waist slender and dainty. Between her eyebrows, a small red lotus with 6 petals bloomed, as vivid as life. Above all, her cold aura within her reserved attitude was a sight to behold. People could only gaze from afar, afraid to approach her. From where they hid, Miao Yi and his younger siblings could smell the fragrant scent of a valley of orchids. This must be the fragrance of the red-clothed celestial maiden. Miao Yi and Fatty Zhang could not believe their eyes. Before, Miao Yi thought Tofu Shop Old Li's daughter was pretty enough, but when compared with this celestial maiden, it wasn't just their looks. The aura of one was of heaven while the other was of earth. The two couldn't be compared to begin with. A cultivator wearing silver armor rushed over to the city wall, cupped his hands in a gesture of salutation, and said, "I am Yang Qing, mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai from the 5th earthly branch domain. I did not know Fairy Hongchen would be personally coming here. Please excuse me for not coming to meet you on time." As he said this, the cultivators inside the city were shocked. She was actually Fairy Hongchen? A lot of people had heard things about her, but had never seen her in person. Maybe some people would not know who Fairy Hongchen was. But it was presumed that the cultivators would know of the 6 sages of heaven and earth, since they were the 6 strongest within the cultivation world. The cultivators could only look up to the 6 sages, feeling overpowered by their strength. And Fairy Hongchen was the youngest disciple of the immortal sage, Wu Fan Jian, so one could imagine her actual status. Little Lu noticed how her 2 brothers almost drooled when they saw the beautiful celestial maiden. She pursed her lips, looking unhappy. Even from a young age, she knew the taste of jealousy. She stretched her arms towards her brothers and pinched the sides of their waists. The brothers snapped back to reality from the agony of their pain. Fatty Zhang rubbed on the spot where he was pinched and gave a warning glare at little Lu. He turned his head back and continued admiring the beautiful woman. Miao Yi looked around him and noticed that everyone had been enticed by the red-clothed celestial maiden. This was the right moment to escape back into the ancient city. Once inside the city, head guard Huang wouldn't dare cause a ruckus. He quickly signaled his brother and sister, and the 3 of them slid down the now revived willow tree, sticking close to the base of the city wall, and bracing themselves for a quick escape. But before reaching the bottom of the tree, Miao Yi raised his head and gazed deeply at Fairy Hongchen once more, imprinting her outstandingly beautiful smile deep into his mind. He imagined how great it would be if he could marry her and take her as his wife one day. As he turned away, he knew that such thoughts were ridiculous. He didn't even have the qualifications to marry old Li's daughter from the tofu shop, much less try to marry a celestial maiden. He really was crying for the moon. Fairy Hongchen had already noticed the 3 siblings hiding in the willow tree below her. But she only gave them a brief glance. She didn't even notice the silver-armored cultivator's salutation. Her puzzled eyes swept all corners of her surroundings, as her lips murmured repeatedly, "Hongchen inquires at the secular world, a dying tree once again meets spring." This prophecy had left her confused for quite a while. A few days ago, the most secretive and elusive oracle of the cultivation world came unexpectedly to the realm beyond heaven, a paradise for the immortal clan belonging to the immortal sage, Wu Fan Jian. He came and requested something from Wu Fan Jian, who gladly agreed, seemingly eager to bestow the request. The oracle was the master of divination. Rumors say that he is able to divine heavenly secrets, but he maintains an air of mystery, keeping a low profile to prevent people from finding him. The oracle doesn't normally seek others on his own, so naturally, Wu Fan Jian used this rare chance to ask for a divination. Maybe it was because Wu Fan Jian had granted his requested favor, and therefore the oracle did not refuse. He grinded jade into powder, and on his plate he divined a prophecy: Hongchen inquires at the secular world, a dying tree once again meets spring. Nobody could understand what that prophecy meant. Wu Fan Jian consulted the oracle straight away, requesting an explanation. The oracle shook his head and said, "Secrets of the heavens must never be revealed." Wu Fan Jian asked again, was it ominous or auspicious? But the oracle titled his head and looked at Fairy Hongchen, who was there as well. He smiled and said nothing, and soon after that, he left. The way he looked at Fairy Hongchen had naturally caught everyone's notice. Everyone focused their attention on her, as though they had found a breakthrough in the prophecy. Wasn't there a Hongchen in Fairy Hongchen's name? And the boundless secular world, which had recently garnered a lot of attention, had already lifted its seal. At that point, everyone seemed to know what the next course of action would be. So, Mu Fanjun sent out Fairy Hongchen, in the hopes that she could find out the meaning of the words, "A dying tree once again meets spring." However, Fairy Hongchen had gone to different spots around the boundless secular world, and yet she still couldn't find out what "a dying tree once again meets spring" meant. This was already the 6th spot she had descended upon. Just as she thought that searching this place would come to no fruition and was preparing to fly away, her eyes suddenly gleamed, and she directed her stare at a particular area inside the ancient city. Inside the city, she saw a richly ornamented residence's roof that had a young green leaf sprouting out from it. The timber-turned beam could actually grow out a new branch, the tender bit of green swaying around in the gentle breeze, fresh and moving. A dying tree once again meets spring. It seemed to Fairy Hongchen that she had found a clue. She drifted away from the city wall, dragging along 200 meters of red silk that fluttered in the sky, and headed towards that building inside the city. Meanwhile, the old willow tree beneath the shadow of the city wall was left alone, drooping and dancing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10, As Prophesized, 1. Chapter 10, As Prophesized, 1. In a residence's courtyard inside the city, there was a kind-faced cultivator who carried a sword on his back, decked out in yellow robes. He gazed after Fairy Hongchen's figure as she disappeared into the richly ornamented building. Seemingly coming to a realization, he murmured to himself, "I see." He looked like he had understood something, then gave a smile, and went back into his house. He sat in a lotus stance on the bed, both hands positioned into an orchid Buddha seal, each placed on the left and right knees respectively. He shut his eyes and mouth, and chanted in an obscure Sanskrit. Normal people probably couldn't see anything, but those with profound transcendence energy would definitely see a stream of golden swastika superscript 1 words flowing out from his moving mouth. Those words grew from small to big, quickly flying out of the door and disappearing completely without a trace. Inside the city, the 3 siblings gave a long sigh of relief when they finally escaped headguard Huang and slipped past the city walls. They found an old well, where Miao Yi scooped a bucket of water to cleanse himself with, then led his 2 siblings onto the streets. The 3 of them became exceptionally excited as they walked amongst the crowd, looking forward to their glorious moment of becoming immortals. But what gave them a headache was, they didn't know which school of immortals to join. If they went according to what normal people would think, joining the greatest school of immortals would be the best. But the 3 of them didn't even know which school was the best. Every sect wanted the treasures found from within the boundless secular world. From the earliest years of manslaughter and robbery, the cultivators who gathered here from different schools and sects slowly set out rules and regulations for all. For the sake of fairness, they decided that no one was allowed to pull any tricks, such as pulling customers from the streets. It all depended on the voluntary acts of the treasure hunter. Whoever the treasure hunter chose to gift the treasures to, the treasures would belong to that person or sect. But it was impossible to be completely fair. The bigger sects inside the ancient city had divided residences that were lofty and grand. The smaller sects, on the other hand, owned residences with standards that were significantly worse. If depending on the voluntary acts of the treasure hunter, the smaller sects would definitely suffer the losses. But there definitely were a lot of lofty and grand residences. The 3 siblings prepared themselves to compare each residence. Zheng Fengbao. Zheng Fengbao. As the 3 siblings passed a street corner, Fatty Zhang halted in his tracks and turned his head, his face showing an expression of surprise as he looked around. "Brother, what are you doing?" Miao Yi and little Lu stopped to ask. "Someone is calling me," Fatty Zhang said, still looking around. "Who called you?" Miao Yi and little Lu didn't see anyone nearby. Listen. It sounds like it's coming from this way. Fatty Zhang pointed towards the other end of the street. Big brother and little sister raised their ears but couldn't hear anything. They looked at each other and shook their heads. Little Lu laughed sneeringly. Second brother is lying again. Miao Yi seemed like he didn't dare speak highly of his little brother's character. He frowned and said, "Little brother, stop fooling around." Panicking, Fatty Zhang pointed towards the end of the street. "You guys listen for yourselves. Someone keeps calling Zhang Fengbao. Little Lu expressed her suspicions at Fatty Zhang as she said, "Second brother, everyone who knows you calls you Fatty Zhang, right?" Fatty Zhang was speechless. He thought he was mishearing things, so he dug in his ear with his little finger and yet, he could still hear it. So he couldn't help but cry out helplessly, "Big brother, you guys seriously don't hear it? You're not playing me, right?" Little Lu shook her head. She stared at her unrepentant second brother with disdain. Seeing that his brother didn't look like he was lying, Miao Yi suddenly thought about an incident which happened in the boundless secular world. During that time, he heard a Qin's melody and yet, Yan Beihong insisted he hadn't heard anything at all. The current situation seemed similar to what he had experienced. Let's go take a look." Miao Yi called out, and let Fatty Zhang lead the way. After moving past the street, the trio arrived outside a residence's small courtyard. Fatty Zhang pointed at the courtyard and said, "This is the place." Without saying another word, and not waiting for Miao Yi's instruction, Fatty Zhang was already pushing open the courtyard gate, shouting, "Who's there?" "I." He choked on his words. The three siblings' eyes widened, the three of them finding it difficult to believe what they were seeing inside the courtyard. If they hadn't opened the gate and just looked in from outside the courtyard, they would only see an ordinary building. But once they pushed open the gate, it was a whole different world. There were flashing rays of light, waves of auspicious auras intertwining together, the sound of heavenly music in the air, and exotic smells assailing the nostrils. Standing left and right were numerous majestic-looking demigods, clad in golden armor. This was not an ordinary residence at all, this place was clearly a paradise for immortals. Inside the dwelling covered in the glow of the sun, an immortal clad in yellow robes, with a sword on his back, sat cross-legged on top of a lotus flower throne. His face showed an amiable smile, beckoning the three of them to come in. With such a great immortal inviting them in, the three of them did not dare to refuse. As they carefully entered the courtyard, the gate behind them closed by itself. The yellow-robed great immortal swept a look across the three of them, and finally dropped his gaze onto Fatty Zhang's face. He gave a slight nod and smiled, "Were you the one who heard my summoning?" Fatty Zhang's usual sly and crafty attitude was completely gone. He nodded, looking both earnest and foolish. When running into a formidable man, his style was to act honest and well-behaved. The yellow-robed great immortal laughed, "I wish to find a disciple to pass on my mantle. Regrettably, there has been no suitable candidate so far. I met with the oracle and asked for his advice. The oracle gave me a prophecy and as expected, the destined one has arrived." The three who had kept themselves compliant, cautiously listening to his speech, did not understand a word he was talking about. The yellow-robed great immortal seemed not to care if the three siblings understood what he said or not. He only asked Fatty Zhang, "Will you be my disciple?" When the three of them walked around the city, the residences of other immortal sects who were accepting people, all seemed more grander compared to this residence. But upon passing the gates of this residence, they found there wasn't much difference in grandeur between here and those other immortal clans. Who could tell which one was good and which one was bad? This immortal's appearance looked as if it covered a great facade. Miao Yi gritted his teeth, reaching into his clothes in search of something. He took out 2 immortal herbs, placing one of each onto Fatty Zhang's and Little Lu's hands, and then pushed them towards the yellow-robed immortal. It was also Fatty Zhang and Little Lu's first time laying their eyes upon the glorious star immortal herb. As they gazed at the herb's redstone branches and its gem leaves shrouded by little starlight, they couldn't take their eyes off for even a moment. The yellow-robed immortal was also caught by surprise when he saw the two immortal herbs. Judging by the size of the immortal herbs, he could tell that they had grown for quite a long time, probably more than 10,000 years. The glance he casted at Miao Yi was laced with suspicion. He asked, "Did you enter the boundless secular world?" Miao Yi thought in his heart, "What kind of rubbish is he asking? If I didn't find the immortal herbs and offer them to you, would you even accept us?" But on the surface, he nodded and replied, "Yes." The yellow-robed immortal immediately cast a sharp glance at Miao Yi with his keen eyes, scrutinizing Miao Yi's entire body. He could tell that Miao Yi only had two immortal herbs on him. He felt sorry, and said, "Your temperament is hard to come by, but it's too bad that leaving one immortal herb for you would cause you harm instead." "No matter." After saying that, he lifted up his cuffs. The immortal herb held in Fatty Zhang's hand flew into his large sleeve with a whoosh. He then pointed to the ground with his finger. "Why are you still hesitating to kowtow and acknowledge your master?" Fatty Zhang turned his head back and looked at Miao Yi, who nodded his head in reply. Fatty Zhang knelt down on his knees at once and kowtowed, "Master." The yellow-robed immortal let out a knowing laugh, then he nodded his head at Miao Yi and Lu Shuoxin and said, I will accept. Both of you can leave now." The three siblings were simultaneously frozen in shock. That wasn't right. Wasn't he supposed to accept them both so long as they had the immortal herb? Fatty Zhang was the first one to jump up and exclaim, "Master, all three of us are here together. We have the immortal herb, please accept all of us." The yellow-robed immortal shook his head disapprovingly. Miao Yi quickly pushed Lu Shuoxin to the front, and begged, "Great immortal, please accept my sister, she too has the immortal herb. Little sister, quickly kneel down and acknowledge him as master." Lu Shuoxin was about to kneel down, but the yellow-robed immortal brushed his large sleeves, halting her movements. She couldn't kneel even if she wanted to. Fatty Zhang also called out nervously from the sidelines, "Big brother, little sister, both of you quickly kneel down and acknowledge him as master." The three siblings were very simple-minded. As long as they were together, they could still look after one another. Even if he wanted to, Miao Yi couldn't tell them that he had risked his life for those immortal herbs, only just managing to bring back two. "I am not really interested in the immortal herbs. Besides, our school doesn't accept female disciples." The yellow-robed immortal shook his head. Fatty Zhang immediately gave up. He extended his hand and said, "Then give me back my immortal herb. I don't want to be your disciple anymore." The yellow-robed immortal grinned and said, "This is not a market, you have already kowtowed and called me master. In that sense, there is no going back on your words." After he said that, he brushed his large sleeves again and the courtyard gates opened automatically. In an instant, a gust of wind swept Miao Yi and Lu Shuoxin out of the gates. As the gates closed, the two of them were barred outside, unable to enter. No matter how much they shouted for the gates to open, the voices inside and outside were completely disconnected from each. Footnotes. Superscript 1 swastika, a sacred symbol in Hinduism and Buddhism, means good fortune or well-being. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11, as prophesized, 2. Chapter 11 as prophesized, 2. After the stubborn siblings had finally pried the gates open, both were once again left dumbfounded. There was only an ordinary courtyard before them. The paradise from before had completely vanished without a trace. The two siblings searched every nook and cranny inside and outside the house, but there was no one to be seen. Everything from before seemed like just a dream, and Fatty Zhang had disappeared just like that. They didn't even know where he went. Second brother, where did you go?" Lu Shuoxin cried. Miao Yi stood there, blaming himself for quite some time before noticing the red stone branches and gem leaves in his little sister's hands. His spirits lifted, and he comforted little Lu, "Little sister, don't cry. Little brother has found a good master. He will be fine." Big Brother's words were always more reliable than second brother's. She wiped away her tears and sobbed, "Big Brother, how do you know that?" Miao Yi pointed to the red stone branches and gem leaves in her hands and explained, "If he really was a bad person, he wouldn't have given up this other immortal herb." There was some sense to his words, so she asked again, "Where did they take second brother to?" Miao Yi couldn't answer this question. In the middle of a wasteland, dozens li away from the ancient city, the yellow-robed immortal and fatty Zhang stood face to face with each other. One had a big smile on his face, while the other was filled with suppressed frustration. A gust of wind blew, fluttering the wild grass. The dust on the yellow-robed immortal was blown away by the wind. The hair on his head, the skin on his face, his clothes, and the long sword that he carried on his back were slowly being blown away into dust. He looked like he had been covered in a layer of soot, which was slowly being removed by each gust of wind, revealing the true face underneath it. The dust was whisked away from his body, revealing an old, bald, kind-faced monk, his eyebrows 2 long strands that reached his chest. He looked thin yet energetic, and his deep eyes were brimming with vigor. The robes he wore on him were clean and as white as snow, with black satin decorating the edges. A gorgeous, interlocking cloud pattern was embroidered in gold upon the black satin. There was a purple 9-petal lotus flower faintly glowing in between his brows. Overall, he exuded an air of indescribable extravagance. It was obvious that he had a gentle and kind appearance, but he also had an air of nobility, akin to that of a grand ruler, which made him seem like an emperor within the monks. Fatty Zhang was staring at him in bewilderment as he stuttered, "You're a monk?" The old monk gave him a benevolent smile. "I am afraid that the celestial nation does not welcome the idea of the Buddha nation accepting disciples from inside their realm. Thus, I have to hide my true form. From being separated by thousands of li, to meeting here as master and disciple, this is indeed fate." Fatty Zhang immediately shook his head and waved his hands. "We are not fated to each other, it really is not fate." The old monk laughed and asked, "If this is not fate, then how are you able to hear my unique Sanskrit? This is more than just being fated. I don't want to be a monk. I like eating meat and drinking alcohol. I like pretty women, I still want to have a wife." Fatty Zhang panicked as he backed away. He had never in his entire life once thought of becoming a monk. It was too terrifying. He turned around to run, and shouted violently, "Big Brother, help me! Fool, there are countless people in this world who have long dreamed of becoming my disciple." The old monk sighed. The golden cloud pattern embroidered on the black satin of his collar suddenly came to life, moving like a snake. The cloud flew out from the robe and circulated around the old monk rapidly, who stood with his palms together. It gradually grew bigger until it became a huge, golden, phantom flood dragon, binding the old monk and soaring up into the sky. The flood dragon flew around, wriggling about and swooping downwards, chasing after the frightened and fleeing Fatty Zhang. The dragon picked him up and flew back towards the sky as if it were pleased with itself, before quickly disappearing into the horizon with the both of them in tow. Around the same time, Miao Yi led Lu Xuexin into the crowd and arrived at a richly ornamented residence with a courtyard. He actually couldn't tell which clan was the best, or which clan was inferior. When he arrived, he could see that quite a number of people had gathered around the residence. Miao Yi overheard from the people around him that the red-clothed celestial maiden, who had earlier stood on top of the city wall, was well respected amongst immortals. She had later flown into the building, causing everyone to come flocking there immediately. An immortal who could garner respect from all other immortals was naturally not an ordinary one. Miao Yi regretted letting Fatty Zhang meet that yellow-robed immortal, otherwise both brother and sister would be able to take care of each other. But it was already too late for regrets now. The two siblings walked up the steps leading to the gate, but were stopped by the immortal standing guard. Miao Yi quickly signaled to little Lu to take out the sparkling red branches and gem leaves. This high-quality immortal herb instantly lit up the gatekeeping immortal's eyes. Someone among the crowd shouted, "Isn't that Zhang family's eldest son and youngest child? Did they acquire the immortal herb?" Unlike the yellow-robed immortal who was picky about his disciples, as soon as the immortal herb was shown, someone immediately came over to take little Lu into the residence. However, they refused to let Miao Yi, who wanted to send her off, go in and instead blocked him outside. For his sister's sake, Miao Yi bowed and smiled. "She is my sister, can I send her in and have a few words with her?" The gatekeeping immortal extended his arms and blocked him with an expressionless face. "Stand down." At the same time, little Lu yelled from inside, "Big brother, come in as well." The little fool still had not noticed that her brother had only 2 immortal herbs with him. If it was the sneaky second brother, he would have immediately realized what was happening by now. Miao Yi quickly waved his hands. "Little sister, you go on ahead, I'll go and see if I can find second brother." "Big brother, I will wait for you." Little Lu's voice appeared diminished behind the closing door, before she was taken away. "Little sister, please take care of yourself." Miao Yi tried his best to sound cheerful and laughed happily when he shouted from the other side of the gate. He hoped that his laughter would be able to give his sister peace of mind. He turned around, facing a crowd who looked at him enviously. Miao Yi pursed his lips, eyes red from almost crying, and maintained his smile. He walked down the steps with a grin and proudly told everyone, "That's my sister. She's become an immortal, along with my brother too. Both my younger brother and sister have become immortals." He was rarely a show-off, but he couldn't stand not letting everyone know about the good news right now. He wanted those neighbors from the street to know that the orphan from the Lu family and the orphan from the Zhang family would be spending the rest of their lives with a happiness that was unattainable by a mortal. But he missed the hidden sarcasm and the glances of the gatekeeping immortal. Some familiar faces from the same street pulled Miao Yi aside and asked, "Has little Zhang also become an immortal?" Miao Yi nodded with a heavy heart. A few more familiar faces butted in and asked, "So you went into the boundless secular world and got the immortal herb?" Miao Yi nodded again. "How many did you pick up, Dot?" Miao Yi proudly lifted up 2 fingers, 2. One of them was shocked and said, "Only 2? The eldest Zhang, did you not leave one for yourself?" Miao Yi patted on his chest and laughed. "No worries, the boundless secular world hasn't closed yet, right? There's still a chance." Even though he said that, he would not go back inside again. Because once was enough for him to understand how dangerous the place was, and it wasn't as if he could meet another person like Yan Beihong, who could help him avert disasters, every single time. As one delved deeper, the environment became even crazier when it came to grabbing and snatching treasure. Going back inside was no different than seeking for one's doom. It was sheer luck that he even managed to come out alive that time. Tsk, Lu family and Zhang family got lucky, they were able to adopt a good son. They didn't die for nothing. One of them exclaimed with admiration. Miao Yi grinned from ear to ear and accepted everyone's congratulations. His face was about to be paralyzed from smiling. Inside the courtyard of the richly ornamented residence, little Lu was led to the backyard and stood on top of a rune-painted jade plate. 3 cultivators stood outside the jade plate and formed a triangle. At the same time, they invoked an art and focused their transcendence energy onto the jade plate to assess her aptitude for cultivation. Only common people would think that they could become an immortal simply by obtaining treasures from the boundless secular world. They would not mind spending some resources to train those who were qualified. But no one would waste their resources on those with no aptitude. Those would be sent to do menial jobs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12, As Prophesized, 3. Chapter 12, As Prophesized, 3. The reason why Headguard Huang's daughter, who was sent to become an immortal's handmaiden, hadn't allowed her little brother to risk going inside the boundless secular world, was because the immortal that she had been trying to please had already checked on her little brother and deemed him unsuitable for cultivation. So there was no need for him to risk his life by going inside the boundless secular world. So what if he were able to find the treasures? He'd be accepted and treated as a slave, being sent to do menial jobs. It was better for him to become a rich mortal in the secular world. Just like what the old monk had told Miao Yi, leaving an immortal herb for himself would only bring him harm, because he could see that Miao Yi was unsuitable for cultivation. It wasn't as if he wanted the immortal herb, he only wanted to prevent Miao Yi from coming to harm, so he had no choice but to accept the immortal herb from Fatty Zhang, just to save Miao Yi from future regrets. Just like little Lu, if she had the aptitude, then the official document at the side would immediately register her results and she would be returned to the gate after that. If she didn't have the aptitude, then there was no need make a registration, not even the name. However, the results from the test shocked everyone standing witness. They could see a phantom of a phoenix rising from the top of little Lu's head as she stood on the jade plate. The phoenix soared around the sky above the residence. Normal people were unable to see it, only cultivators who possessed the transcendence vision could see it. At that very moment, all of the cultivators in the ancient city were looking towards its direction. A lot of people were shocked and involuntarily exclaimed, "Phoenix form." In the world of cultivation, there was a phrase, the bearing of dragon and phoenix, that referred to the aptitude best suited for cultivation, which was considered a top-notch aptitude. The dragon signified men, while the phoenix signified women. People with this kind of natural endowment were only found by chance, and most of the time they were highly sought after and fought over by the different sections. All the cultivators at the scene found it hard to believe that they were able to meet someone with the qualification of phoenix form in a small place like this. Fairy Hong Chen, who stood inside the loft, suddenly turned around, her eyes focusing on little Lu who was on the jade plate in the courtyard. She mumbled to herself in surprise, "I see, the oracle's art of divining heavenly secrets is indeed worthy of his reputation." Little Lu looked around nervously, she wasn't sure why everyone was looking at her in that way. The flash of a red shadow flew by. Fairy Hong Chen appeared in the courtyard, her dress fluttered about as she strolled in. All the cultivators earnestly lowered their heads and moved to the sidelines at her sudden appearance. The elder leading the group twitched, as he sighed discreetly. With Fairy Hong Chen here, there was no way he could keep the little girl for himself. It was clear that the little girl was not fated to be in his sect. D*MN. What was the high and mighty Fairy Hong Chen doing here, instead of quietly staying put at the realm beyond heaven? Fairy Hong Chen slowly approached the jade plate and looked at the timid Lu Shuoxin. She revealed a smile, extended her slender arms, and said in a distinct voice, "Don't be scared, won't you come with big sister?" Not many were fortunate enough to see her smile. With both of them being so near to each other, little Lu was able to clearly see Fairy Hong Chen's face. She had never seen such a beautiful big sister in her entire life. Little Lu's mind went blank the moment Fairy Hong Chen showed her charm. Under her extraordinary charisma, Lu Shuoxin found herself unable to refuse her wishes, and subconsciously nodded her head in confusion. As soon as the little girl agreed, Fairy Hong Chen smiled sweetly and grabbed her by her tiny hand. In an instant, a 2-meter-long sash of red silk flew up into the air, followed by her golden hairpin and all 3 of her golden bracelets, simultaneously turning into a phantom of a golden phoenix. The phantom whisked both of them away and soared into the sky. It was almost as if they vanished from the crowd in the blink of an eye. Only Fairy Hong Chen's faint aroma of orchids remained in the courtyard. The elder man stomped his feet and sighed. What a waste! She came of her own will. The other commoners outside the courtyard did not see Fairy Hong Chen leaving. Of course, Miao Yi did not get the chance to see her either. He was still worried about Fatty Zhang, so he ran back to check the building again and pushed the door open. As before, there was still no sight of anyone inside. Looks like little brother really has been taken away by the immortal. After he left the building, Miao Yi once again returned to the place where he had sent little Lu away. He went around searching for information about the immortals inside, but how would most ordinary mortals even know? Fatty Zhang had already been taken away, but Miao Yi still wished to personally send his little sister off to become an immortal. He spent the remaining days waiting inside the ancient city, waiting for the day when little Lu would leave the sect. But his public announcements from before once again resurfaced. The news about him sending his little brother and little sister to become immortals had been spread around. Finally, head guard Huang, who had been waiting eagerly to skin Miao Yi alive, had blocked his way out in the ancient city. He looked very unhappy. Meanwhile, Zhao Xingwu, who had escaped death, was still in a state of shock. After all, he had witnessed Miao Yi's violence with his very own eyes. He saw him stab Huang Chang and his big brother to death with a butcher knife. Immortals from all over the world were still gathering in the ancient city, so head guard Huang did not have the guts to do anything to Miao Yi yet. Although in the beginning, when he lost his temper and wanted to slaughter Miao Yi, his henchmen quickly held him back so he could cool down. Miao Yi decided he could not stay there for long. He wanted to escape the city as soon as possible, but he discovered that the 4 city gates were already being guarded by head guard Huang's henchmen. He reckoned that as soon as he dared to step outside, someone would immediately follow him out to kill him. And even if he wanted to, he couldn't escape by climbing over the city wall because their exits were also being closely guarded. At all times 2 men followed him around, day and night without fail. Head guard Huang had meticulously made preparations to prevent Miao Yi from escaping. It was obvious that he was planning to keep Miao Yi within the city and wait until the immortals left before he could kill him. In the end, Miao Yi could only hide around places near the gate where he had sent little Lu. He hoped that when his little sister, who was about to step onto the path of immortals, came out, she would be allowed to greet her big brother. It may be pointless, but right now, he could only hope and try his luck. When it was 2 days away from the closing of the boundless secular world, there was an unexpected surprise waiting for Miao Yi. Yan Beihong, who now had 2 additional bandages on him, appeared before Miao Yi. He had also come back alive in one piece. Apparently, he had also heard about Fairy Hongchen. His appearance was unkempt, and he strode past carrying a broadsword at his waist. Big brother Yan, big brother Yan. The overjoyed Miao Yi hid in a small alley corner and called out for him twice. Yan Beihong was stunned when he heard the voice. It sounded familiar, so he turned around. He was quite surprised to see that it was Miao Yi. He quickly entered the small alley, and said in amazement, "You came back alive? That's weird, how did you get here before me?" It's hard to explain. Miao Yi told him the whole story of what happened after Yan Beihong left him. But he remembered the warning from the handsome man, Lao Bai, so he didn't tell him about the huge Qin. "You were thrown out by the Hell Mantis? Such a lucky thing really happened?" Yan Beihong was shocked, but if he thought about it further, it was entirely possible. Otherwise, this kid would not be able to return earlier than him. He stroked his chin and clicked his tongue. "*M*, I struggled my way through and almost lost my life crawling out from that place. Lucky you just unknowingly flew out like you were in a dream. No wonder you came out faster than I did. If I had known earlier, I would have gone with you. Big brother Yan, I've come across some trouble." Miao Yi told him again about how he was intercepted by head guard Huang after his younger siblings were sent off to become immortals. Yan Beihong was surprised. "You gave them to your little brother and little sister, and didn't leave one for yourself? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 13, Escape. Chapter 13, Escape. Miao Yi smiled bitterly. "I only managed to get 2 of them, Yan Beihong could not help but feel deep respect towards Miao Yi. When they parted ways, he thought of him as a person with impure intentions. He left in disdain because he thought Miao Yi was playing a petty trick on him. But now, he realized that he had been measuring the stature of a great man by the yardstick of a smaller man. If he himself were to be placed in a similar situation, he wouldn't have been able to do what Miao Yi did, give everything he had painstakingly acquired to his little brother and sister, who weren't even related to him by blood. He patted Miao Yi's shoulders and said, "Brother, I have nothing to say, I am very sorry." Miao Yi shook his head and said, "Don't say that, big brother Yan. I just want to ask a favor from you. Do you have any clue on how to avoid being captured by the guardsmen? Any idea to help me get away from this mess?
Yan Beihong chuckled and tugged his arm. Just leave it to me.
Let's go find a place to eat and drink first. Miao Yi immediately stopped to remind him, someone is following me. They're just small fry, nothing to be afraid of. Yan Beihong dragged him away. Let's eat and drink to our heart's content and fill up our energy. I will send you off tonight.
They found a noodle stand that had just opened for business and then ordered a few jin of beef with 2 bowls of noodles.
They ate until they were both full, belching when done.
Once again, Yan Beihong took away with him a large amount of food, and then they left in search of an unoccupied residence.
He unhitched the door open and placed it on the floor. After that, he laid down on the door and slept. They whiled the time away until nightfall, then left. To get rid of the people following after them, Yan Beihong picked up Miao Yi and swiftly climbed over the wall.
By taking a detour, they were able to shake off their stalkers soon enough. Hiding near the shadows under the city wall, Yan Beihong observed the patterns of the patrols above it. Being a former military commander, he had his fair share of experience. After he had grasped the situation, he took the first opportunity that came and threw a basic grappling hook that he had prepared in advance over the city wall. With one hand holding a rope, he proceeded to climb, pedaling against the wall with Miao Yi in tow. They quickly reached the top of the high city wall and then immediately slid downwards to the other side. They sneaked away under the cover of darkness, only stopping after they reached the mountain forest located 7 or 8 miles away. Using the moon as a source of light, Yan Beihong pushed a bag of rations he had earlier prepared into Miao Yi's arms.
Big brother Yan, this is. Miao Yi held the bag in confusion. Brother, it's easy to escape, but difficult to return should you choose to come back home in future. Since you're now free from any attachments, it's alright if you don't return to your house. If you go back, you will surely fall into the hands of Headguard Huang anyway. I know it's a difficult decision to leave your home, which is why I chose not to say anything before this so you wouldn't suffer from heartache. These rations will last you for a while on your journey. Now go. Go as far as you can.
Yan Beihong turned around and pointed to the other side. The grappling hook on the city wall will serve as a clue in the end.
So just in case, you should go the opposite direction. This is all I can do.
Whether this will all be a curse or a blessing, it is beyond my control.
The rest will be up to your luck. Thank you, big brother Yan, but I have one more favor to ask of you. Just say it, I will help if I can. My little sister is inside the School of Immortals that you wanted to join today. Her name is Lu Shuexin.
Big brother Yan, she is still young, so if she ends up in your care in future, I hope you can keep an eye on her for me. Lu Shuexin, Yan Beihong muttered a few times, then nodded heavily.
I will remember that.
After today's farewell, I hope we will meet each other again. I won't hem and haw like a girl, as I can't delay my own duties any longer. I will take my leave first, please look after yourself.
He was indeed not an indecisive person.
Yan Beihong had said what he needed to say and did what was needed to be done. He gave Miao Yi's shoulder a pat before he turned around and strode away without any hesitation.
Miao Yi watched as Yan Beihong slowly disappeared into the darkness. He lifted his head and looked at the ancient city, a complicated look on his face.
When he put himself at risk by entering the boundless secular world, at that time he thought he was making the worst decision of his life. But after being lucky enough to return, it was now beyond his expectations to be put on this solitary path. From now on, he had to leave his home and seek refuge alone. He turned around and after finding the bearings of his house, Miao Yi immediately knelt down and cried, Father Lu and Mother Lu, Father Zhang and Mother Zhang, little brother and little sister has ascended to immortality. They shall not suffer with me from now on. Please bless and protect them from the heavens. After he finished, he bent his head downwards and kowtowed. The dark green bead around his neck glowed weakly. The Qin-playing scholar from the boundless secular world appeared behind him in perfect silence.
His appearance was still as unusual and striking as before, silently watching Miao Yi count out on the ground.
Miao Yi wiped away his tears after he was done. He stood up and unsheathed the butcher knife resting at his waist, as he considered his next course of action. With the knife in his hand, he quickly left in the direction that Yan Beihong had pointed out for him. The scholar raised his head and glanced at the bright moon before he quietly disappeared under the moonlight. From dusk until dawn, Miao Yi passed through the lofty mountains and high ranges without knowing how far he ran. He followed the sunrise and eventually came out from the mountains, only to be blocked by a wide river. Miao Yi could guess how far he had gone when he saw the river. He was very exhausted and knelt on the riverside, washing his face to refresh himself. He sat on a boulder near the river, taking out the rations that Yan Beihong had prepared for him. He ate a few bites and reached for the goatskin flask strapped to his waist, taking a few swigs of water after removing the cap. While he was eating, he pondered on how to cross the river, and where to go next. Just then, he saw a canoe floating downstream, more of a bamboo raft to be exact. A man rode on the bamboo raft, wearing a white robe with a plain, pale green cape, a bamboo stick held in his hand. The river kept flowing, and his newly created bamboo stick was green and glossy. The scholar stood on the bamboo raft and faced the morning breeze with his sleeves fluttering about. It was an otherworldly sight that was very pleasing to the eye. Miao Yi, who was chewing his rations, suddenly opened his mouth wide in shock.
How could it be him? Wasn't this the misophobic guy from the boundless secular world? Lao Bai, Lao Bai. Miao Yi jumped up and waved as he shouted, Here, do you still recognize me? The scholar looked towards the direction of the voice. He smiled, rowing his bamboo raft towards the shore with the bamboo stick. When the raft stopped and stabilized, he looked at Miao Yi, who was in a sorry state, and smiled, It's you, little brother. So, we meet again. Where are you heading to, in these barren mountains and wastelands, Miao Yi asked, Where were you planning to go? The scholar looked at the flowing river and smiled gently, With just a raft flowing down the stream, I came for some sightseeing. There is no specific place to go, I will go wherever I am led to. This mentality, this demeanor, all of it was frustrating to him. Miao Yi noticed that whenever he saw this man, he always seemed to be at peace. Even in that dangerous place, he also appeared to be calm, and would always be cleanly and plainly dressed. Miao Yi rubbed his hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. Since we are on the same path, I don't suppose. It was obvious that he was wondering if he could ride on Lao Bai's raft. The scholar understood and nodded his head. It is better to have a companion along the journey. If you don't mind my shabby bamboo raft, let's travel together. It's not shabby, not at all. This is my first time seeing such a beautiful raft. Miao Yi jumped onto the raft happily. He wasn't trying to flatter him when he said that the bamboo raft was indeed crafted skillfully. There was even a bamboo woven dome in the middle of the raft to provide shelter from the sun and rain. Using the bamboo stick, the scholar pushed the raft away from the shore. The bamboo raft drifted the two of them along the river, going downstream once again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14, Arts Mustn't Be Easily Taught. Chapter 14, Arts Mustn't Be Easily Taught. It was easier than walking now.
After spending the whole night going through the mountain, Miao Yi slumped down on the bamboo raft and let out a long sigh of relief. As he relaxed, he realized that sailing on this river actually had an enticing feeling. The scholar removed the bamboo pole from the water, causing some water to splash. The scholar would only row with the bamboo pole to adjust the direction when the bamboo raft deviated slightly off course. However, the raft seemed to move quite smoothly along with the wind and waters, and thus deviations rarely happened, which made for a very relaxing ride.
Miao Yi did feel slightly tired.
He admired the mountain scenery on both sides, too lazy to even move. Holding the bamboo pole, the scholar stood against the wind.
Without turning his head, he asked, "Did little brother happen to gather the 2 immortal herbs?"
"Yes," Miao Yi replied.
"I did."
The scholar continued asking, "Since you have those immortal herbs, why haven't you knocked open the doors of the School of Immortals, instead of strolling about in this place?"
"It's hard to explain in a few words." Miao Yi did not want to talk about it anymore.
He changed the topic and, recalling the weird incident from before, asked, "I just don't understand one thing. The 2 immortal herbs were right before your eyes, so why didn't you pick it?
Do you really have no desire for that kind of thing?" The scholar chuckled.
"I have served a great immortal. I have seen the things that immortals do, and I am already tired of their matters.
Thus, I have no interest in becoming an immortal." Miao Yi asked in shock, "You were the servant of an immortal?" The scholar asked back, "You don't believe me?" "No, I do."
Miao Yi shook his head, as he felt there was no need for the scholar to lie about these things. Also, it did explain why this fellow had no interest in immortal herbs. If the scholar had said it was because he didn't want to dirty his clothes, Miao Yi wouldn't have believed him. As he scrutinized the scholar before his eyes once more, he realized why he always felt that this fellow had an extraordinary aura. It was because he had spent time with an immortal and had already partaken the aura of the immortals.
However, Miao Yi still felt slightly dubious. "Since you aren't interested, why did you venture into the boundless secular world?"
With the wind blowing against him, the scholar replied, "Humans have a lifespan of less than 100 years. I was already lucky enough to get this chance, which only happens once in 1,000 years.
And since I was given the chance, wouldn't I feel regret if I didn't at least go in and check the place out?" Miao Yi was speechless.
Seeing the scholar's outlook on life, it was no wonder that he would choose to sail alone on these mountain rivers, unworldly like a floating cloud or wild crane. However, Miao Yi kept thinking how unusual it was to venture into that life-risking place just to check it out. He couldn't help but ask, "You have no interest in the immortal herb?
Could it be that you wanted to find some treasures left behind during the Great War of Immortals and Devil?"
"Great War of Immortals and Devil?"
The scholar asked curiously, "What war is that?" Miao Yi replied with astonishment, "Don't tell me you don't know that the boundless secular world is the result of that war?"
100,000 years ago, 100,000 celestial troops and generals traveled far across the heavens, giving chase to the great devil, with the sole intent to kill.
In the midst of their pursuit, they eventually arrived at this location.
Unfortunately, the great devil was too strong, leaving the celestial troops and generals no choice but to finally lay out the ultimate deathly strike formation. With this last move, they altogether perished, taking the great devil with them.
"You've never heard of it before?"
The white hair drooping down from the scholar's temples fluttered along with the wind.
"Oh."
The scholar still spoke with his back facing Miao Yi, "I have heard about it. It's just something that happened
100,000 years ago. Who has seen it before? Maybe the truth was just the opposite.
Maybe it was 100,000 devils pursuing one good man, and the good man killed all the devils in this boundless secular world in the end."
Miao Yi laughed. "Anyway, the legend has always been like that and everyone has always said it as such." The scholar replied, "Humans are ignorant and often tell lies. How can one believe the rumors so easily? Little brother, if someone were to one day say that I am a great devil, would you believe it?" Miao Yi smiled and said, "Of course not. You're someone that stands detached from worldly success. You're not even interested in becoming an immortal, so how could you be a great devil? In any case, you really don't want to be an immortal? As an immortal, wouldn't it be easier for you to explore the hills and rivers?" "No."
The scholar shook his head and said, "If I wanted to be an immortal, there would be no need to venture into the boundless secular world. The great immortal I served passed on a celestial art for me to cultivate should I ever decide to ascend to immortality."
Hearing this, Miao Yi could no longer smile. His expression froze for a while and he asked weakly, "An immortal entrusted you with a celestial art?" The scholar said disapprovingly, "You are interested? If you want, I can just pass it on to you." Miao Yi immediately jumped up, asking with immense joy, "Really?" The scholar looked back at Miao Yi and said with a smile, "Really?" Miao Yi was so excited that he didn't know what to say. If he could receive something so fortunate, then he might be able to continue caring for his younger siblings after becoming an immortal. Rubbing his hands in excitement, Miao Yi said shyly, "I've never seen what an immortal celestial art is like. Can I see it?" Miao Yi was afraid that the scholar was kidding and wanted to confirm his offer. The scholar shook his head and said, "I do not have that celestial art with me now. The great immortal I served lived at the celestial mountain overseas. After the great immortal ascended the heavens, I had no interest in the celestial art that was given to me. Therefore, I left it at the abode of immortals, the place where the great immortal used to cultivate. Since then, I've never taken it out. If you want, I can take you there to retrieve it." Miao Yi was shocked as he asked hesitantly, "That great immortal died? Aren't immortals supposed to live forever?" The scholar smiled and said, "Live forever? That's just false information spread around by the people of this world. Not all immortals can live forever. It's just that the higher your cultivation level, the longer the lifespan." "I see." As they moved rapidly along the flow of the river, the two kept on talking. The scholar always spoke in a calm and casual manner, while Miao Yi asked many questions. After chatting, Miao Yi realized that the scholar was certainly someone that had spent a long time in the company of an immortal. He knew a great many things about them. It made Miao Yi feel extremely excited to realize the enormity of what had fallen into his lap. Because the scholar had no interest in becoming an immortal, he agreed to give Miao Yi the celestial art. If it had been anyone else, the outcome wouldn't have been as favorable. From sunrise to sunset, Miao Yi's excitement was eventually replaced with tiredness. Finally, he could endure it no longer. Since venturing into the boundless secular world, he hadn't the time to really rest, especially after traveling through the mountains the whole of last night. Enduring until sunset, Miao Yi finally collapsed and slept soundly. The bamboo pole was left stuck on the bow of the raft. The bamboo raft moved along with the flow, without any need to adjust the direction. Arts mustn't be easily taught. If you were a heartless person, you would have no right to my supreme great arts. I would rather wait 100,000 more years. If you were heartless, how then could I trust that you'd kill the 9 heavens, rebuke the stars, and grant me justice one day?" With his hands clasped behind his back, the scholar gazed at the stars. He slowly turned around to look at Miao Yi, who was sleeping soundly. He then said calmly, "Good. You are not a heartless person that can forsake kindness for riches. I hope you won't fail me." In actuality, the scholar had been watching him since destroying the 3 immortal herbs, leaving 2 for Miao Yi. Without hesitation, Miao Yi gave his 2 chances away to his brother and sister. The scholar had seen everything. If Miao Yi had not passed this test, the scholar wouldn't have crossed paths with him at the riverside on his bamboo raft. Miao Yi would never have seen the scholar again for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, your innate endowment is too weak. It's just not suitable for cultivation. There's still a need to shed your mortal body, refine your bones, and remold you thoroughly." The scholar muttered and stretched out his hand. He opened his palm and the dark green beads on Miao Yi's neck flashed a faint light. A glorious star immortal herb, 1 chi in length, shot out of the beads and descended atop the scholar's palm. The floating starlights affixed themselves around the 9 red stone branches and 9 gem leaves. This immortal herb looked different from the 2 that Miao Yi had picked. Not only was the root 2-fold in size, there were also ruby-like fruits that hung on the 9 branches. The 9 red crystal fruits gave off a hidden fragrance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15, Heart Facing the Blue Sea, 1. Chapter 15, Heart Facing the Blue Sea, 1.
All of a sudden, two red dots of light rose out from within the mountain from both banks, seemingly locked onto the glorious star immortal herb the scholar held in his hand. The two red lights moved along the shoreside, chasing and trailing the bamboo raft floating ahead along the waves. Swish! A large serpent, as thick as a water pail, sprung out brazenly from the banks, its eyes emitting twin points of red light. It seemed very close to achieving the state of becoming a demon spirit. The serpent opened its mouth and lunged towards the glorious star immortal herb levitating on the scholar's palm. The scholar didn't even bother sparing a glance. With a mere wave of his hand, the serpent immediately froze in midair, unable to move another inch. The scholar flung out his arm in one swipe, causing the serpent to drop and come crashing down into the waters. It then swam to the front of the raft, trembling with fear as it hooked its tail onto the edges. It began to wriggle its body forward and pulled the bamboo raft along, becoming a good source of labor.
It did not require anyone to control it anymore.
The serpent, which had almost attained the state of a demonic spirit, hastened its speed, breaking through the waves as it dragged the bamboo raft onwards. This 99,000 years old glorious star is enough to help you shed your mortal body and refine your bones, but as soon as he finished, he opened his mouth and lightly blew air upon the levitating immortal herb. Starlights adhering to the red stone branches and gem leaves immediately gathered together to form a delicate cloud of stars, seeping into Miao Yi's nostrils. Not long after, an expression of pain surfaced on Miao Yi's face, as though he was caught up in a nightmare and unable to wake up from it. Curling black smoke began to flow from every pore of his body, giving out a horrible odor. It was fortunate that the bamboo raft was moving ahead at full speed, so the wind blowing against them was able to carry the smell away. After the starlights on the immortal herb had completely dissolved, specks of starlight emerged once more from the branches, then the leaves and fruits not long after, kept within an arm's length. The scholar blew once more, and the starlights were swept into a cloud of stars, entering Miao Yi's nostrils once again.
3 days and 3 nights passed under this form of repetition.
The light particles emerging from the immortal herb gradually shrank and darkened in color. The entire immortal herb slowly withered and faded away. Even the 9 red, ruby-like fruits had also dried up and turned unsightly after being drained of its essence. And Miao Yi's body was constantly oozing out a mass of impurities from his pores, its appearance akin to black mud. His entire self looked as though he had crawled out from a pool of mud, emitting a stench so foul the scholar threw him into the river to clean him up. The weeping sound of monkeys constantly echoed from both shores, as the boat lightly floated past innumerable mountains. Up ahead, the river widened, and the sight of the magnificent sea could be seen. Miao Yi was still sleeping soundly, the flesh on his entire body had turned white and delicate, giving him the appearance of a sleeping infant. The serpent pulling the raft at full speed let go of its tail, and the scholar then flung the withering glorious star immortal herb into the air. The serpent opened its mouth, catching and swallowing it in one gulp. Relaxed, it directed a sound that resembled a jeer at the scholar, before turning and swiftly disappearing into the depths of the waters. The white hair drooping from the scholar's temples fluttered along with his cloak, as he walked towards the front of the boat to directly face the sea. Beneath him, the bamboo raft suddenly traveled 100 zhang further, soon flying across the vast sea at an unbelievable speed. After half a day had passed, the bamboo raft finally grounded itself on the shore of an unknown island.
The waves rolled and foamed,
and Miao Yi remained in a deep sleep. The scholar let out a look of fatigue, seemingly overwhelmed. For a moment, his entire body became blurred like a mirage, before transforming into a ray of white light.
The light entered the dark green beads worn around Miao Yi's neck to recuperate. The tides rose and fell.
When Miao Yi woke up, the scholar brought him to a sealed abode of the immortals located at the mountain and presented to him a jade archive piece which had the celestial art recorded on it. With a face full of excitement, Miao Yi stretched out his hands to receive it, but the scholar waved his hand and retracted it back, asking solemnly, "Do you really want to cultivate the celestial art?"
"I want to." Miao Yi nodded his head repeatedly. "Do you know why I don't want to cultivate?" "You're not interested?" Miao Yi remembered that the scholar had said this before. Not being interested is just one part of it. The scholar's gaze appeared placid as he said, "There is something I need to mention to you. When the great immortal was teaching me the celestial art, he told me that once you have ventured onto this path, there is no turning back. It is a path filled with blood and massacres, of suffering and betrayal. The further you walk down this path, the more resentment you'll have to bear. There is only one way for you to be free, and that is to always walk forward, never turning back. You can only leave everything behind you once you have truly stood at the summit. And by that time, you will probably be left with nothing but loneliness. It is for this exact reason that I do not wish to cultivate the celestial art." Miao Yi felt doubtful. What the scholar had said was somewhat different from the cultivation he had in mind. The scholar asked, "Now, do you still want to cultivate this celestial art?" Thinking about his younger siblings who were already walking down this path, Miao Yi nodded his head without any hesitation. "You really will not regret this?" Miao Yi shook his head. Thus, the scholar handed over the jade archive to him. Miao Yi was eager to look through it, but soon after he raised his head meekly. He'd had little schooling, so already he didn't recognize a few of the characters in the opening segment. He couldn't be blamed for this, since from a young age, he'd had to bear the responsibility of supporting his family. As a result, he didn't have the time to study, and his younger siblings ended up more educated than him. The scholar went speechless after hearing his explanation. The years they spent within the mountain, they remained unaware of the flourishing world. Time flew upon the blue sea, the days swiftly passing by. The first step of cultivation involved the scholar teaching Miao Yi how to read. He had no choice but to teach him. The cultivation method the great immortal left behind was known as the fiery star technique. Miao Yi wasn't able to understand it, and even if he were to exchange places with another, they wouldn't be able to understand it too. Again, the scholar was the one to teach him the way, one step at a time. Miao Yi discovered that Lao Bai was very knowledgeable. It was little wonder he had stayed by the great immortal's side. He could just consult with him to dispel any doubts regarding a lot of topics. There were times when Miao Yi felt regret that a man like Lao Bai did not wish to cultivate. Learning cultivation from the beginning was exceptionally dry and dull. Miao Yi had to follow the cultivation technique to circulate the qi, sensing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth so he could absorb it after that. After a few months where nothing happened, anyone would begin to feel slightly frustrated. Miao Yi couldn't help but ask for help. "Lao Bai, what on earth is spiritual qi of heaven and earth? Why can't I sense it yet?" Lao Bai said, "Spiritual qi of heaven and earth is just a narrow way of saying it. To put it broadly, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is the essence of sun and moon. I'm sure you must have heard of the essence of sun and moon before?" Miao Yi nodded and said, "I've heard of it before." Lao Bai replied, "Then tell me, what is the essence of sun and moon?" This, speechless, Miao Yi was unable to answer. Lao Bai asked, "Sun and the moon, you do know what those are, right?" Miao Yi nodded his head and replied, "The sun and moon in the sky." Lao Bai nodded his head and said, "The sun and the moon, including the earth under your feet, are merely 3 tiny celestial bodies. Numerous amounts of these tiny celestial bodies formed the vast ocean of stars in the night sky. Thus, the essence of sun and moon is the omnipotent energy of the stars. To comprehend the absorption of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is to comprehend the absorption of the omnipotent energy of the stars. This omnipotent energy is not formless. The rise and fall of the tides, the growth and decay experienced by all the living beings you see with your own eyes, they are all influenced by the sun, moon and stars, which in turn are also influenced by the omnipotent energy of the stars. Its formidable force can clearly be observed. Absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is to seize the omnipotent energy of the stars, changing all living beings for own use. By the time it becomes your strength and when you're capable of fully controlling it, not only can you utilize it to strengthen yourself, you can even utilize it to influence others. That is transcendence energy. Use your heart to comprehend it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 16, Heart Facing the Blue Sea, 2. Chapter 16, Heart Facing the Blue Sea, 2. After listening to his lucid explanation, Miao Yi finally understood. He began to comprehend with his heart, immersing his body and mind into this world. During a tidal change, Miao Yi finally felt the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Besides the daily meditation and cultivation, Lao Bai also made Miao Yi exercise continuously. For example, he was ordered to create a trench, intercepting a river's flow and thereby creating a waterfall on the mountain. Lao Bai said that the scenery would look better with a waterfall on the mountain. This was a huge amount of work. After suffering terribly for his efforts, Miao Yi could only think that this was a useless task. Miao Yi seized the chance to ask, Lao Bai, don't you think that doing such strenuous work is just a waste of time? I think I should be using all the time I have to cultivate and gather enough spiritual qi as quickly as possible to cultivate the first wave of transcendence energy. Lao Bai shook his head and said, your cultivation has not yet reached the level where you're able to ignore the fundamental body. What if one day in the future, you couldn't use your transcendence energy because of an accident? By then, your neglected body wouldn't even be able to walk without transcendence energy, and even an ordinary woman could kill you. Wouldn't that be pathetic? At this stage of your cultivation, strengthening the body is equivalent to strengthening the essence, qi and spirit, thus, maintaining a healthy state of these elements can only be beneficial. Even if someone were to meditate every day, if his spirit is weak, he would only get half the results with twice the effort. Would that be preferable to the alternative, getting twice the results with half the effort? Most importantly, with a strong body full of essence, qi and spirit, you would not easily fear an enemy encounter holding a powerful aura. This is very important to a beginner. In any case, whatever Lao Bai said seemed to make sense. It was as if whatever Lao Bai wanted Miao Yi to do had a reason behind it, and therefore, Miao Yi could only continue in earnest. A year later, a waterfall appeared on the mountain, a splashing, silver dragon. Carrying a stick, Miao Yi wrenched out the last big rock and placed it in the waters. He then climbed onto the shore from within the torrents, the fierceness of the water currents almost pushing him down. Some way or another, he had finally constructed the waterfall that Lao Bai wanted. Lao Bai had gone sightseeing again. Thus, he did not see the result of Miao Yi's work at the time it was fully completed. During the third day after the waterfall was constructed, a barefooted and half-naked Miao Yi sat cross-legged on a reef beside the sea. The sea breeze blew by as he meditated with his eyes closed. His chest, palms and soles faced the heavens as he gathered the true fire of Supreme Yang. This was a necessary process for his cultivation of the fiery star technique. The past year spent in labor was not in vain. Miao Yi appeared a lot more mature, and his body was covered with hard muscles. His skin color had turned slightly tan from his time under the sun. According to Lao Bai, Miao Yi was tanned because he wasn't able to absorb, use, and control the true fire of Supreme Yang in its entirety. However, after many months and days, Miao Yi still managed to absorb an abundant amount of true fire of Supreme Yang within his body. At this moment, with the spiritual qi he had absorbed, there was already an adequate amount of true fire of Supreme Yang in the meridians of his body that he could utilize. As long as he was able to fuse the spiritual qi, which is the omnipotent energy of the stars, with his cultivation method and thus control this energy, he would be able to create his first wave of transcendence energy, the sole source of his arts. After that, he would no longer need to exert time and effort fusing this spiritual qi in his cultivation method in future. The energy of the stars he absorbed could fuse directly with his cultivation methods. Therefore, this step was important. What is transcendence energy? What is art? And what is energy? Art comes from the cultivation method you have cultivated and is also the means for control. The energy is the power you control, also known as the omnipotent energy of the stars. To have arts and no energy, you will have the will but no power.
To have energy and no arts, you're no different than a dead man.
It doesn't matter how strong the energy, it will be useless to you.
Only when arts and energy are merged into one, then it will become transcendence energy. Those with profound transcendence energy can change the positions of the stars, they're able to do anything. That was how Lao Bai explained to Miao Yi about the true meaning of transcendence energy, and this was also what Miao Yi was working hard for. As the blazing sun hung high up the sky, a thunder-like boom sounded within Miao Yi's body. The energy of the stars had finally fused with the true fire of Supreme Yang, forming a shapeless force which puffed out of Miao Yi's pores. Miao Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and a glowing budding white lotus appeared between his brows. To a cultivator, the area between the brows is called a spiritual point and shows their level of cultivation. It is a reflection of the heart, which is similar to the saying, the outward appearance stems from the heart. For cultivators, the appearance relates to the transcendence energy and the heart represents the cultivation. Even the people of the world would get their fortune told by looking at the area between the brows. For example, if the area has blackened, it means that the person has bad luck, or if the area glows with brightness, it means that the person has good luck. Through the excitement, Miao Yi stood up and clenched his fists. The transcendence energy surrounding him gave him a feeling of omnipotence. He poked the surface of the sea and in the next moment, a crystal-clear water dragon burst out from its depths. It was 1 zheng in length and as thick as an arm. Miao Yi held up 2 fingers in front of him and as his transcendence energy moved alongside his mind's will, the water dragon immediately flew closer and danced around him. Keeping his transcendence energy together, Miao Yi clenched his fist and thrust it downwards at the sand. The water dragon immediately transformed into a ball of water, rapidly rushing towards the sand.
Boom!
The mixture of water and sand splattered, and the ball of water left a large hole on the shore.
Lao Bai, I succeeded. I can exert the transcendence energy.
Miao Yi jumped down the reef and dashed away, repeatedly shouting in excitement. He returned to that simple-looking abode of immortals where he saw Lao Bai lying on a rocking chair.
Miao Yi immediately pulled Lao Bai up. "What are you doing?" Lao Bai asked as he scrutinized Miao Yi. "Look."
Miao Yi, who was already able to use the inner sight, knew that when he exerted his transcendence energy, something would appear on the center of his brows. After the glowing image of a budding, white lotus flower appeared, Miao Yi stretched out his hand to point at a nearby torch and shouted, "Fire!" With a boom sound, the torch was instantly ablaze. This was the best trick he knew relating to his fire techniques. Miao Yi looked at Lao Bai with anticipation, hoping for praise. However, who would have thought that Lao Bai would reply with a calm face, "Just lighting a fire excites you to this point." The great immortal that once lived here could move mountains and seas by just the wave of his hand. And it's just a budding, white lotus between your brows. It means that your foundation is not yet stable and you have only just crossed the threshold. You haven't even reached the first grade of white lotus.
Miao Yi smiled and said, "I know." His face still showed that he was feeling very happy. Lao Bai shook his head and left the abode of immortals as he said, "Follow me." He led Miao Yi to the waterfall that he constructed and stood below the waterfall. As the water rumbled, they felt the mist brushing their faces. "What?" Miao Yi asked puzzledly. Lao Bai pointed at the place where the waterfall made contact and said, "Try exerting your transcendence energy there and see how long you can endure." Miao Yi nodded. He wanted to try out the transcendence energy that he had just cultivated. Without saying a word, he ran barefoot and dived into the rapid waters below the waterfall. He then sat on a huge rock beneath the waterfall and exerted transcendence energy to protect his body, forcefully defending against its continuous, heavy force of impact. However, within less than 4 hours, the transcendence energy that Miao Yi condensed could no longer withstand the crushing force. As soon as his transcendence energy was used up, Miao Yi was immediately hit and pushed away by the rumbling and strong torrent. One should not belittle his time of less than 4 hours. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't even be able to endure it for that long.
Walking into the waterfall would have already been a problem for them, let alone enduring for about 4 hours.
This fellow is quite useful.
It's just that the current of the waterfall he dug out was a little too strong, Lao Bai mumbled, glancing at the waterfall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 17, Heart Facing the Blue Sea, 3. Chapter 17, Heart Facing the Blue Sea, 3.
Soaking wet, Miao Yi climbed out of the water and returned to Lao Bai's side, saying with a defeated tone, "The current I can stand, but with the continuous flow of water, it's suffocating."
1 month,
said Lao Bai as he turned his back to pivot around the rocks, speaking as he moved. "If your transcendence energy is enough to last you a month under this waterfall, you'll have a firm foundation.
I'll be waiting for good news from you."
Ugh. Drenched from head to toe, Miao Yi looked at the roaring waterfall, and he finally understood something. He understood that the waterfall that he poured effort to create was to be used for his own torment. Of course, he knew that Lao Bai would not let him waste his effort on something for nothing and that there was always a reason behind everything that he was made to do. Each task was all for his own good, and he carried them out with maximum effort. Tides rose and fell, seasons changed, day after day he faced the sun for the true fire of supreme yang, day after day he became one with the heaven and earth, taking in its spiritual chi, and engrossed in his cultivation. 2 years had passed.
After 2 years, the Miao Yi sitting drenched under the waterfall lasted half a month under its onslaught using his arts.
In all this time, he still hadn't been able to master his transcendence energy. But just as he was about to reach his limit, the transcendence energy matured from the pressure, finally taking form.
An unseen force exploded from Miao Yi with a bang, splashing water everywhere.
The unseeable force started to spread outwards, with him as the epicenter, forming a transparent ball around him. At his spiritual point, a lotus bud quietly sprouted a petal between his brows. Finally stabilizing his foundation, he had trodden into the White Lotus first grade stage and into the cultivation grade boundary. Miao Yi's mouth twisted into a slight grin, but it disappeared almost immediately, and he turned his focus back to withstanding the strong current of the waterfall.
Lao Bai had said, he must last an entire month to be considered successful.
With his transcendence energy shielding him, the torrent could no longer wash over his skin, and with that, Miao Yi lasted for 5 more days. But he lasted no longer than that, due to the depletion of his transcendence energy earlier on.
The round transcendence energy shield shook under the continuous torrent of water and collapsed.
The rushing current once again washed Miao Yi, who had already immensely exhausted both his body strength and transcendence energy, into the depths of the water. A month passed again, and Miao Yi returned to the waterfall after his body strength and transcendence energy had returned to its optimum state. Once again, he used his transcendence energy to shield his body, went under the waterfall in a flash and quietly sat in a lotus position. A transparent ball shrouded him, not even a drop of water could touch him. When a month's time was up, in the transparent ball under the raging waterfall, Miao Yi's eyes opened and caught sight of Lao Bai standing outside. He moved quickly from his spot, restraining the transcendence energy as he descended onto the shore.
He was still dry. "You said 1 month, and I did it."
Miao Yi reported the good news to Lao Bai, but his face was full of bitterness. "We've been here for almost 4 years already, right? I have been painstakingly cultivating for 4 years and my cultivation has only entered the first grade of White Lotus.
Isn't this too slow? Continue."
Lao Bai threw him a vague glance, then without another word, turned and left. Until the time came for it, Lao Bai usually never spoke more than a word.
Shaking his head, Miao Yi turned and walked up to the mountain peak. He could only continue to cultivate. Since there was no one to compare himself with, he couldn't have known that having his cultivation at White Lotus first grade after a span of 4 years wasn't considered as slow. Not everyone was fortunate enough to be able to meet and have a tutor like Lao Bai. No matter what doubts Miao Yi would have when in the middle of cultivating, Lao Bai would always stretch out a helping hand. He would easily give an explanation in simple terms,
clearing Miao Yi's doubts and helping him to quickly comprehend the profound meaning behind it so he could improve at a faster pace. Lao Bai had arranged Miao Yi's cultivation method according to his cultivation progress, and it was well planned out. Regardless of whether it was training to toughen his body or to cut into a mountain and dig out stones to form a waterfall, in actuality, it was all to ensure that Miao Yi would be able to cultivate internally and externally, maintaining perfect conditions of body and spirit. This undoubtedly provided a good cultivation state for Miao Yi. Even making Miao Yi undergo the waterfall's onslaught was a way to temper his body and willpower. Simultaneously, it was also to energize his training, overall improving his endurance and the ability to bear the pressure of the transcendence energy he was cultivating. This was a type of repetitive tempering which would be immensely advantageous for him should he be faced with strong foes in future. Without depending on external forces such as elixirs, it was already considered to be a godly speed for a mere mortal to have ascended into the first grade of White Lotus in 4 years' time. After painstakingly cultivating for another year, Miao Yi once again found Lao Bai to clear his doubts. Lao Bai, ever since I've crossed over to White Lotus first grade, why does it feel like my speed in absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth has slowed down? Lao Bai replied, it's not that your absorbing speed has gotten slower. The actual fact is that your capability has become larger. Following the upgrade in your cultivation base, the speed of advancement in grades will appear slower than ever, and so it will take a longer time. It will require a good amount of patience. Miao Yi asked, so how much time will I need to cross over from first grade of White Lotus to second grade? Lao Bai threw him a glance and replied thoughtlessly, give or take 20 years, but...
20 years? Miao Yi froze in shock, recovered and asked, is there a faster way? Yes. What method? A man's will is an amazing thing.
One man's will may be insignificant, but when the will of many are gathered together, it will materialize into an amazing power. Cultivators gathered this power for their own use to heighten the effects of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. They have used the will of many men to do so, gathering them together and absorbing it with great effectiveness. It has helped to enhance their cultivation at amazing speeds. Lao Bai asked in reply, I am sure you're not unfamiliar with this condition? Miao Yi asked, you're talking about the power of will? Lao Bai nodded his head. Miao Yi's mind flashed over the shrine in his own home as well as those in other people's homes. How could he be unfamiliar with the required 6 hours spent in daily prayer, offering his power of will to the shrine? How could he have forgotten the situation when he and his younger siblings were almost sent to the Manor of Merciful Hope, where they would have been forced to offer their power of will continuously for days and nights? All this time, he didn't understand why those immortals required this service, why they had to make everyone devote their power of will, but now he finally understood why. Miao Yi was curious as to how mystical the power of will really was, so he couldn't resist the temptation to ask, once I have attained the power of will, how much higher can my cultivating speed be raised? That depends on whether you will be able to get a sufficient amount of power of will supporting you, as well as the efficiency and utilization towards it.
Is there a difference in utilization? You need to know that there are thousands of types of people.
The gathered power of will contains a variety of people's distracting thoughts of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, so when using the power of will, it is a must to clear those distracting thoughts to purely utilize the power of will to reach one's goal. Or else one will be turned by the 7 emotions and 6 desires, causing an inner demon to form inside of them. If those with a natural talent in cultivating are not careful, they may one day be devoured and possessed by the devil due to their inner demons.
For minor cases, they will end up as neither human nor ghost, and will be unable to control themselves. And for the serious cases, they will be bound on a path leading to death. Since it's so risky, why do those cultivators still want to utilize it? Now, Miao Yi was also considered as a cultivator. And only now he realized that it was a bit ridiculous to be referring to cultivators as immortals, and so he decided he would definitely not be calling them immortals anymore. So there is the issue of the utilization efficiency of the power of will. Just use it carefully and gradually. As long as you're patient and not rushing to succeed, there shouldn't be any issues under normal circumstances. How much will it really increase the cultivating speed?
Under normal circumstances, and if nothing goes wrong, it will have at least a 5-fold increase in speed.
5-fold? Miao Yi cried out in surprise. So that means, if I require 20 years for my cultivation to achieve White Lotus 2nd grade, it will only take 4 years if I use the power of will? Lao Bai calmly said, it can be even faster. There was a faint feeling that Lao Bai was trying to gradually tempt Miao Yi. It can at least shorten the time required to cultivate by 5-fold, but... As Miao Yi listened, his heart began to itch and was on the verge of losing restraint. After scratching his head and pacing back and forth for a while, he began to speak hesitatingly, Lao Bai, I don't think it's a good idea for me to continue staying on this island, cultivating slowly. Lao Bai let out an "oh" and then asked, you want to go outside to gather the power of will to cultivate? Miao Yi nodded as he replied, yes. Since you want to leave, I won't stop you. Lao Bai walked to the entrance of the cave and suddenly turned around, his gaze becoming sharp and intense as he said, have you already made preparations to pillage the world's power of will? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18, Heart Facing the Blue Sea, 4. Chapter 18, Heart Facing the Blue Sea, 4. Prepare? Prepare for what? The preparation to pillage. The preparation to give you the ability to fight back when others take what's yours. The preparation was a wooden spear. Lao Bai asked Miao Yi what weapon he would like, but Miao Yi himself did not know. He recalled seeing a cultivator passing by him, resplendently sitting astride on a dragon steed with a silver spear in hand. Therefore, Miao Yi chose the spear. However, the island didn't have the silver spear he pictured in his mind. Lao Bai also wasn't planning to let him use the real thing anyway. Since he liked the spear, Lao Bai made him hack a tree and then carve out a 1-zhong-long wooden spear. Below the rocky mountainside, Lao Bai pointed at the bald, rocky mountain as he said, use the wooden spear to destroy it. If the rocky mountain collapses but the wooden spear remain intact, then that is considered a success. Miao Yi stared at the wooden spear in his own hand, feeling slightly speechless. Lao Bai's long hair fluttered with the wind as he waved his hand to point at the hill. You must believe that with this spear in hand, there is nothing in this world that can stop you. Even if it is just a wooden spear in your hand, even if it is a massive mountain before your eyes, or even if it's an iron mountain, you must believe that you can destroy it with one strike of your spear. This is faith. This is the imposing manner that will make your enemy cower in fright. Without this imposing manner, what right do you have to compete with the heroes of the world for the world's power of will? And so, Miao Yi's cultivation of holding a wooden spear and hacking the rocks of the mountain began. Although it was just a wooden spear, when it was used by a cultivator and was imbued with the attribution of transcendence energy, the strength of the wooden spear was more powerful than a real spear used by ordinary people. As he thrust the spear out from his hand, it pierced deep within the rocks of the mountain. With a jerk of the spear, pebbles and rocks flew as rumbling sounds reverberated continuously. Within a short time, all was still fine. Miao Yi rapidly thrust the spear with immense power, but after a long time passed and when Miao Yi had an inadequate amount of transcendence energy, in the end, the wooden spear was still a wooden spear. Even a real spear wouldn't be able to withstand the force of mountain breaking, let alone a wooden spear. Wooden spears broke, one after the other. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After destroying more than a dozen spears, Miao Yi gradually understood the way of combining man, spear and the transcendence arts. In the midst of the clumsy and tedious mountain breaking, Miao Yi gradually mastered the use of the spear and the transcendence art to perfection. Miao Yi crushed and broke the mountain rocks easily as he waved, thrust, and jerked the spear. Massive rocks tumbled down the mountain. Miao Yi jerked his spear and struck the rocks furiously, breaking it into pieces. When the entire rocky mountain collapsed, already 2 years had passed.
Miao Yi carried his 81st wooden spear and stood on top of the collapsed crushed rocks as he said to Lao Bai, "I have succeeded.
Can I leave now?" The answer was no. Lao Bai said that the depth of the transcendence energy can increase through time. However, situations where lower-leveled cultivators have managed to kill a higher-leveled cultivator do happen often. The main point is one's proficiency when using transcendence energy. The most adept one is invincible. Lao Bai pointed back to the waterfall.
And so, Miao Yi carried all the collapsed rocks one by one to the area above the waterfall, piling them all up there. He gathered vines and weaved a net which helped him bundle up a huge amount of rocks.
Miao Yi then carried his spear and stood beneath the torrential waterfall with his eyes covered by a cloth.
Standing on top of that mountain, Lao Bai pulled the weaved vine net and its great number of rocks to move along with the torrential waterfall and fall downwards onto Miao Yi.
Lao Bai said that this was to train Miao Yi's perceptivity. Miao Yi immediately lifted his spear and angrily hit the rocks rushing down with the flow of water.
Yet, the rocks crushed during that first round were less than 10% of the total amount.
Again and again.
Not only did Miao Yi have to endure the impact of the torrential waterfall, he had to distinguish the rocks flowing within it.
It was unknown how many times he was left exhausted to the point of getting hit into the river by the massive rocks.
As more and more rocks piled up within the valley, Miao Yi became increasingly closer to the area above the waterfall. Miao Yi's reaction time grew faster, and his skill with the spear became increasingly swift and accurate. The sea weather tended to change unexpectedly. When a terrifying typhoon was seen approaching on the gloomy, great sea and when the furious waves inundated the horizon, Lao Bai made Miao Yi sail on a wooden raft built out of a pile of coconut shells, and then float out into the tempestuous sea. In the midst of the fierce wind and furious waves, the heaven and earth seemed to shake. Standing on the wooden raft, Miao Yi gave up on attributing it with his transcendence energy, upon which the wooden raft immediately capsized and was hit by the massive waves. The 100 coconut shells were immediately blasted away by the wind and the waves. Instantly, Miao Yi held his spear and stepped onto the waves, pursuing the coconut shells and then crushing them with one spear thrust. He was seen either holding the spear, flying and leaping across the crest of the furious waves, or rushing into the huge earth-shattering waves. As the waves calmed down, Lao Bai and Miao Yi sailed towards the deeper regions of the sea. In the sea of this valley, a kind of tyrant fish lived 1,000 meters below sea level. It was 1 meter long with bony scales all over its body. It wasn't very active, so once it had eaten enough, it loved to hide in its cave and hibernate. However, once it leaves its cave, its reaction speed is extremely fast in the sea and has a shocking force behind the bite of its iron-like teeth. The tyrant fish preferred to attack in groups and could even chomp an entire whale into white bones within a short while. Naturally, Lao Bai hadn't led Miao Yi here to admire the scenery under the sea and feed the fish. Instead, he wanted Miao Yi to dive into the bottom of the sea and kill the group of tyrant fish. The pressure exerted 1,000 meters under the sea was astonishingly great. If the wooden spear were not attributed with transcendence energy, it would be crushed into pieces. It was extremely difficult for Miao Yi, who had only just begun diving, to adapt to the pressure, let alone hunting and killing in such a deep region. Plus, it was extremely dark under the sea. Lao Bai wanted Miao Yi to see the pressure of the deep sea as the pressure of the transcendence energy exerted by a powerful opponent. Through this method, he could get used to attacking under the pressure of another person's powerful transcendence energy. When Miao Yi finally adapted to such powerful pressure, Lao Bai then did something that made the tyrant fish leave their hiding spot from within their sea caves, and then abruptly surround Miao Yi before attacking him. During that first time, after Miao Yi killed over 100 tyrant fish under the great sea pressure, he could no longer endure anymore. He fled in confusion back to the surface of the sea and climbed up onto the boat with bloody wounds. After he had recuperated, Lao Bai made him do it again, but this time with the objective of diving 1,000 meters under the sea and killing 10,000 tyrant fish. Only then would this training be considered a success. Time elapsed quickly. The waterfall that Miao Yi arduously dug had disappeared, because the valley beneath had already been filled up with the rocks that Miao Yi crushed with his wooden spear. In the midst of the typhoon and furious waves, the 100 coconut shells would never go missing. Neither the wind nor the waves could stop Miao Yi's spear from crushing them all. The rippled surface of the sea was completely dyed with blood, as numerous tyrant fish floated on the surface. Lao Bai had calculated their corpses and it was exactly 10,000, neither more nor less. Splash! Holding the wooden spear, Miao Yi leaped out of the sea and descended onto the small boat. He scanned the surface of the sea and smiled, "Although your requests were slightly boring, I did what you wanted me to do." His figure looked resplendent, vigorous, and energetic. His eyes were brimming with that radiating vigor and his black pupils shone bright like the frosty stars. His strong muscles were symmetrical, and his physique was upright like a spear. With his resolute appearance, he was handsome in looks. After a long period of time, where he repeatedly killed, used up all his transcendence energy and then setting forth to attack again, Miao Yi was prepared like an unsheathed precious sword. He possessed an awe-inspiring and courageous aura. This was a rare confidence. It was an amazing type of confidence, built through countless times of failure and then standing up to try again. "I never said you were boring." Miao Yi waved his hand and smiled, "I just thought it's a pity. I spent most of my time doing the things you've requested, but if I used this time on cultivating my transcendence energy, my cultivation would definitely improve a lot. I would be able to reach closer to White Lotus 2nd grade. As long as there are chances and time, you can cultivate. However, once the foundation is built, it is a lifelong lesson and will benefit you your whole life. If you had lost the chance to build your foundation and were to establish your own methods, then you wouldn't be able to repair it even if you wanted to. For example, no matter how great your transcendence energy is, you wouldn't be able to change the way you think, your personality, and your habits." Lao Bai was succinct in his advice as he wasn't the kind of person that would explain non-stop. He nodded, motioning Miao Yi to steer the boat back as he said, "Return. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 19, Refugee, 1. Chapter 19, Refugee, 1. The moment Miao Yi fulfilled his requests, Lao Bai didn't go back on his words. He stopped preventing Miao Yi from leaving. But in reality, he had never stopped him, it was more of a reminder. However, Miao Yi would always carry out his reminders no matter what. As Miao Yi's name had suggested, he possessed the willpower that Lao Bai admired. And Miao Yi himself was more self-aware than Lao Bai had initially thought, which saved him from additional preparations or approaches that he was prepared to do. The wooden raft, built from the freshly chopped timber, was pushed into the sea. Miao Yi tied his messy long hair into a bun and secured it with a wooden hairpin. He jumped onto the wooden raft holding a wooden spear, then turned around to grin at Lao Bai, revealing a row of white teeth. Miao Yi was really leaving. Since the moment he arrived at this island, he had gradually grown from a mature teenager into the sturdy youth he was today. His appearance changed considerably over time. And all of this happened in a flash of 10 years. 10 years had passed. He was really going to leave. "Lao Bai, you really don't want to go with me?" Miao Yi stood on the bamboo raft and asked. Lao Bai shook his head and laughed softly, "Please take care of yourself. From now on, I won't be able to guide you on whatever obstacles you face. Remember, from today onwards, you have to depend on yourself." Miao Yi nodded heavily. He looked at Lao Bai with conflicting emotions and said, "I should really thank you." Lao Bai smiled gently at him, "No need to thank me. If I'm ever in need of your help next time, I hope you won't turn me down." Miao Yi patted his chest and assured him, "As long as it is something that I can do, I definitely won't refuse you." Lao Bai nodded, "I hope you will remember what you have said today." "I won't forget," Miao Yi asserted. But after that, he scratched his head and asked hesitantly, "Lao Bai, the fiery star technique that I'm cultivating isn't too bad compared to those other cultivators, right?"
I have never compared it with other cultivations, so I can't answer your question. Good or bad, you will know for certain when the time comes. But you must remember one thing, Dot. What is it? Arts shouldn't be spread around. The techniques you have cultivated on your own will be the foundation that will save your life. Do not give them away so easily, otherwise, you will bring calamity upon yourself. You must remember. You must. You've told me this numerous times already. I still remember, it's considered taboo in the world of cultivation. After Miao Yi had finished, a gust of sea breeze blew in from the east. He raised his hand to feel the wind, then shouted, "The wind has come, Lao Bai, I really have to go now." Are you really sure that you don't want to come with me? Lao Bai waved his hands lightly, then turned his back and left with no words of farewell. Miao Yi raised his painted sailcloth, which was immediately blown by the sea breeze, and then pushed the raft into the vast waters. He looked at Lao Bai's silhouette and shouted once more, "Lao Bai, you have so much knowledge, it's really a pity that you don't cultivate. Please carefully reconsider it again when I'm gone." Lao Bai walked towards the mountain forest with his back facing Miao Yi. The edge of his lips curved, dismissing Miao Yi with a smile. Navigating with the wind and the current, the wooden raft imbued with transcendence energy sailed at full speed ahead. He watched as the island slowly disappeared from the sea's horizon. His excitement at leaving the island suddenly turned into slight reluctance, with a trace of regret. It was the kind of hesitation that springs forth from one's ignorance towards the unknown. The sun set and rose, and soon a day had passed. Miao Yi still couldn't see signs of dry land. He suddenly felt doubt as he remembered that it was Lao Bai who steered his bamboo raft to that island. Lao Bai wasn't a cultivator. With just his bamboo raft, how was he able to sail through the vast sea and land on that faraway island? He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. However, Lao Bai was full of wisdom and had known many strange things. It was possible he had some sort of approach up his sleeves that Miao Yi didn't know about. The day had turned into dusk with the setting sun. Just then, a ship appeared on the surface of the sea, coming from the direction that Miao Yi was heading to. Truth be told, Miao Yi had never seen such a huge ship before. He stopped directing his flow of transcendence energy on the wooden raft and allowed it to float along the currents. Miao Yi was prepared to take a good look at the massive ship. The ship had many levels of deluxe suites. The bamboo curtains were dangling against the windows, letting in the sea breeze to blow through the ship. A small child just learning to walk was tottering and crawling around on a thick rug. Two women laughed joyously at the child's attempts. One was a young, married woman adorned with jewelry, the other, a red-clothed servant girl. The beaded curtain at the door suddenly flipped open. Another servant girl, clothed in green, ran inside and shouted hysterically, "Madam, oh no, a person is floating in the sea." As she said that, the married woman and the servant girl were instantly frightened and covered their mouths. The hysterical girl instantly realized that she had conveyed the wrong message and quickly revised her words. "It's not a dead person. He's alive. He's drifting alone in his raft. I don't know what he must have gone through to end up sailing alone at sea. So it wasn't a corpse." The married woman stood up and walked towards the servant girl to give her a poke on the temple of her head. A few people came up to the balcony and leaned on the rails to look around. Miao Yi stood on the wooden raft looking in their direction, and he was the poor guy they were talking about. "Steward!" The married woman leaned against the railings and shouted at the lower deck. A middle-aged man wearing a large bamboo hat immediately ran upstairs. He bowed and asked, "Madam, what is your order?" The married woman pointed in Miao Yi's direction. "I don't know what happened to that poor man, but since we found him, let us get closer to lend him a hand." Understood. The steward immediately went downstairs and made arrangements. The ship slowly sailed towards Miao Yi. He thought that it was strange, but he waited until the ship drew closer to him. The people on the ship threw down a rope ladder and yelled a few words of assistance. It was only then Miao Yi realized that they were treating him as a refugee from the sea.
Since Miao Yi was clueless as to where he was going, and he was curious about the ship, he might as well just pretend to be a refugee and abandon his wooden raft. He climbed up to the ship, taking his wooden spear with him. After climbing on board, Miao Yi looked around curiously. The steward wearing a bamboo hat was already walking towards him.
"You are lucky to have met with our madam's kindness.
Come with me," the steward prompted, and led Miao Yi into a storeroom full of items. Nobody took notice of the wooden rod in Miao Yi's hand. At least to their knowledge, that wooden spear was just a wooden rod. Soon after, water and food were quickly delivered to Miao Yi to fill his belly. They reckoned that he must be famished from drifting along the sea.
Miao Yi, on the other hand, thought of them as kind people.
The steward had already begun interrogating him on his background. Since they had treated him as a sea refugee, Miao Yi took the opportunity to cook up some wild tales about himself. Initially, he wanted to experience some respect and recognition by flaunting his identity of being an immortal. After all, he had just got out from cultivating in the mountains, and showing this kind of attitude as a greenhorn was inevitable. But since these people were kind-hearted, he felt that there was no need to frighten them, so he waved that thought away in the end. The steward was starting to notice something strange about Miao Yi. He didn't seem like a refugee because he didn't look as dejected as most refugees would be. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that he was indeed a refugee and immediately briefed Miao Yi, "The ship will arrive on dry land within the next few days. If you have nothing urgent, please stay inside the storeroom. There are women on the ship, so do not go running around the deck."
Miao Yi nodded and thanked him.
After he had finished the meal they had delivered to him, a green-clothed servant maid came in carrying a blanket.
She looked at Miao Yi curiously and put down the blanket. "Madam ordered this for your stay tonight." Miao Yi nodded and watched as she took away the dining utensils.
His sole intention of coming aboard the ship was to look at the ship's structure. Miao Yi eventually became bored staying in the storeroom of the ship, and he finally gave in and walked up to the deck to look around. After the steward had discovered him wandering around, his expression turned sour. It might be because Miao Yi had refused to listen to his orders. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 20, Refugee, 2. Chapter 20, Refugee, 2. Not only did they drive Miao Yi back into the cabin, they even locked the cabin door. Miao Yi was speechless. He could only open the small window and breathe in some fresh air. Because Miao Yi was bored, he spread out the blanket given by the order of the unacquainted madam and sat in a lotus stance as he cultivated. Time passed imperceptibly, and already it was late at night. With his keen senses, Miao Yi noticed another ship approaching. At first, he did not take it seriously, but soon the sounds of clanging, fighting, and screams of fear rang out. The sounds caused Miao Yi to recall the fights that took place in the boundless secular world. "Pirates! Pirates! Protect madam!" It was the voice of that steward. Miao Yi opened his eyes and rapidly stood up, grabbing the wooden spear. He walked to the door and with just a push, the door immediately flew out. In a flash, he dashed up to the deck and saw a ship sailing right beside theirs. In the opposite ship, many pirates with sabers in their hands were jumping and climbing onto this ship, waving their long sabers and shouting wildly to induce fear. There were many people fighting with the pirates on the ship Miao Yi was in, but it was obvious that the ones defending were no match for those pirates that made their profits by licking blood off their sabers. Quite a number of people had already been slashed by sabers and were left collapsed on the ground. Especially when the pirates' archers fired their arrows, killing many of the men defending the ship Miao Yi was on. The defending men could only retreat as many of their own forces were killed. A few falcula ropes were hurled over. The pirates leaped out from the sails of their ship wielding their sabers and slid directly along the ropes towards the master's cabin. It was obvious that they were trying to capture the leader first in order to capture all the followers. If they could seize the master, the others would stop fighting back to save their master's life.
This way, the losses during the attack would decrease. These pirates seemed very experienced. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had done something like this. The fight outside was extremely terrible. Screams of maids could be heard from the master's room, accompanied by cries of children. The steward was also shouting in the master's room, ordering the men to stop the pirates from coming in. So, the sound of a sudden, sharp burst of wind sounded as Miao Yi moved the long spear. With a duo sound, a white feather arrow trembled as it hit the spear shaft. It almost shot Miao Yi's head. With a shake of his spear, the white feather arrow rebounded from the spear shaft. He waved the spear, which measured up to 1 zhang long, at the archer who was holding onto the mast. Bang! The shapeless force blasted the archer who was about to fire again. The archer spat blood and fell, crashing onto the deck. He stopped moving after struggling for a while. Miao Yi was dumbstruck by what had happened. He didn't expect that the opponent would be this weak. Immediately, Miao Yi realized that he was no longer an ordinary being, as ordinary beings wouldn't be able to withstand his own transcendence energy. Clang! The pirates had already broken the door of the master's cabin room. Without any time to ponder, Miao Yi darted up in a flash. As he dashed into the room, the transcendence energy bursted out from his body and immediately blasted the group of pirates, causing them to spit blood as they flew out. Simultaneously, Miao Yi dashed into the room and thrust his spear through the heart of the pirate who had his saber up in the air and was about to slash the steward. As the pirate collapsed, the saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, landing near the steward. The terrified steward, the lady with the child in her arms, and the two maids all saw the expressionless Miao Yi who was behind the pirate that had collapsed. They all saw the faintly glowing, one-petal white lotus that was in between Miao Yi's brows, seeming so abnormally conspicuous. Feeling delighted and surprised, the steward pleaded, "Immortal, help! Immortal, please save our lives." Without paying him any attention, Miao Yi picked up the load with his spear and carried the corpse with the spear's tip to the balcony outside to display his prowess. After training his temperament for many years, Miao Yi no longer felt a sense of fear or weakness after doing something like this. Even Miao Yi himself felt it weird that he wasn't afraid. He could still remember feeling that weakening sensation after he killed Huang Cheng out of anger in the boundless secular world. When the pirates that were rushing up saw Miao Yi who had the glowing image of the lotus between his brows, every one of them tottered as they tumbled down the staircase. Carrying the corpse with the spear, Miao Yi held it up and he shouted, "Those who refuse to leave will be killed." With the use of the transcendence energy, his voice resonated loudly on the ship. Miao Yi did not want to kill people. As a beginner, he had not established the habit of killing people. He had just wanted to kill one in order to threaten 100. Miao Yi harbored no wishes to slaughter everyone. Everyone already saw the image of the glowing lotus between his brows. At that moment, the ship that was noisily fighting instantly became silent, leaving only the sound of the waves striking the ship. In this world, the immortals posed a great threat to the ordinary human beings. No matter how good a human being was at fighting, he would still die even if he went against an immortal with the lowest rank. Seeing that the crowd froze with no reaction, Miao Yi waved the spear as he exerted force. Bang! The corpse on the spear was blasted into pieces. The spear could even blast rocks into pieces, let alone flesh and blood. Soon, the pirates that had been arrogantly shouting scampered off post-haste like frightened rats, climbing back onto their own ship. There were even people that jumped into the sea without hesitation. The pirate ship departed at a fast pace. On the deck that Miao Yi was in, someone was holding the corpses as they cried, "Brother! Brother!" After crying for a few times, the person suddenly turned to look at Miao Yi and said loudly, "Immortal, you let them go today and they will kill even more innocent people tomorrow. By letting them go, you have harmed even more people." As Miao Yi pondered, he agreed with what the person had said. With a flash, Miao Yi flew up the pirate ships. As the long spear was waved, screams resounded and wooden boards flew in all directions. It was as if a bull had charged into a paper house. The ship before their eyes soon became pieces floating on the surface of the sea.
It had been completely destroyed.
The big ship was disassembled into pieces.
Stepping on the waves, Miao Yi rebounded and descended back into the ship he was at.
He then watched the pirates struggle as they swam for their lives. In the end, he still didn't kill the pirates, but he destroyed the ship which facilitated the pirates' evildoing. Whether or not the pirates in the sea could survive depended on their own luck. Shaking off the blood on the wooden spear, Miao Yi returned to the cabin under the respectful gaze of the crowd.
Miao Yi did not want to care about any more things that happened outside.
As for the cleaning and scrubbing, that had nothing to do with him. Soon, the steward walked in while bowing and nodding. After apologizing for being a poor host, the steward cordially invited Miao Yi to rest in the main room.
Miao Yi replied that there was no need. The steward could only leave helplessly.
After a while, the lady that had calmed herself came to express her gratitude.
Miao Yi was born in a small town.
He might not have known of many great principles, but he did know about some things. He also wondered why a lady would make such a long voyage.
The noble lady naturally had no audacity to keep it a secret.
She told Miao Yi her background and talked tirelessly about what had happened.
The woman's name was Li Xiufeng. She wasn't from Celestial Nation, but from Boundless Nation.
Her family had suffered an unexpected disaster. When she had been driven to despair, a person sent by her uncle, whom she had never met before, fortunately found her. She had never seen that uncle before because that uncle had left the house when her mother was still young, seeking to be an immortal.
Outside of everyone's expectations, that uncle actually became an immortal.
The uncle traveled from the Boundless Nation to the Celestial Nation and became an immortal. This time, she came with her young child to seek refuge with her uncle. Under the circumstances where the followers were divided and managed by domains, if one was not an immortal, one would need a travel permit issued by the region to leave the area.
This was to prevent disorganization and to keep the domain from losing followers.
If people were caught without travel permits, they would be sent to the Manor of Sincere Hope. It was nearly similar to the Manor of Merciful Hope, the place that Miao Yi and his siblings almost got sent into. It was just that the Manor of Sincere Hope was for criminals, and the treatment was far worse. It was the same in both Celestial Nation and the Boundless Nation. However, because the noble lady had an immortal uncle to grease the wheels, traveling to another nation was not a very big thing for the noble lady.
Miao Yi understood, realizing that this noble lady had an immortal uncle as her patron. After the chat, the noble lady thanked Miao Yi again and again, inviting Miao Yi to rest in the main room. However, Miao Yi still rejected.
When he had a low profile, he wanted to be high profile instead. But after indulging in public prominence, he instead wanted to switch back to being inconspicuous. Soon after the noble lady left, a lavish amount of food was sent by someone, and the bed was also reorganized.
As expected, the treatment was different from when Miao Yi had just boarded the ship.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 21, Greenhorn 1. Chapter 21, Greenhorn 1.
That afternoon, the ship arrived at the pier of the East Arrival City inside the borders of the Celestial Nation. The booming pier was bustling with people and activity, with shipments filled with the smell of salt and fish being loaded and unloaded from the various ships. Madame G's uncle had already sent a carriage to the pier to pick her up. After they became more acquainted with each other, she had specially left an empty carriage for Miao Yi to ride on.
As soon as they left the pier, one of the informers quickly carried an urgent report back to Madame G's uncle.
The fleet of carriages were halfway to the East Arrival City when Miao Yi, who was sitting in the carriage, opened the windows to view the scenery. His ears suddenly twitched when he heard a wave of gallops louder than that of a normal horse's hooves coming towards them. He was no stranger to those sounds. They were similar to the thunderous steps of those dragon steeds that cultivators rode.
And his guess wasn't wrong.
He heard the steward's excited voice, "Madam, your uncle has personally arrived." Miao Yi looked outside the window and could only see dust being blown about by the wind. Two dragon steeds appeared and galloped madly towards them. Their fleet of carriages weren't able to stop in time, but the two dragon steeds had already rushed towards them like twin bolts of lightning. Abruptly, they reared their front hooves in the air to forcibly stop their momentum. A middle-aged cultivator with twin swords strapped on his back sat steadily on top of the dragon steed. He swept his gaze across the carriages, frightening the carriage footmen. Behind the middle-aged cultivator was another cultivator with a head full of white hair, carrying a long, big blade. He didn't look very young, but judging from the situation, he seemed to be part of the middle-aged cultivator's troop instead. Miao Yi predicted that this middle-aged cultivator was none other than Madame Ji's uncle, since it was unlikely that it was the person at the back bringing a higher authority officer to fetch his niece. Miao Yi's gaze fell onto the two men riding the mighty dragon steeds, feeling slightly envious. Dragon steeds were the most basic spiritual beasts mounted by cultivators. Although they had the appearance of a horse, their bodies were twice as large compared to regular horses. They were also known as dragon horses, which were rumored to be the descendants of the legendary dragon and heavenly horse. Allegedly, only pure-blooded dragon steeds had the chance to evolve into a real dragon. Other than their massive size, their skin was also thick. The vital parts of the head, body, and the forelimbs were protected by naturally hard bones, just like armor, and thus ordinary swords and knives weren't strong enough to inflict damage on them. Their sustainability, ramming power, and leaping ability were mind-boggling as well. Their tails resembled a snake, shiny and furless. And since the dragon steeds were omnivores, their teeth were long and sharp. Two curled and fleshy feelers sprang from the mane, which fluttered like waves at the nape of its neck. Once the elastic feelers were linked with the cultivator's body, both would be able to flawlessly communicate with each other without the need to speak, thus enabling the cultivator to control the dragon steed without any reins. This made the dragon steed one of the most common spiritual beasts mounted by cultivators. The dragon steeds also possessed extraordinary strength and were able to travel through any form of terrain with ease, be it land or water. These beasts could run at their fastest speed for days without rest, and were able to cover thousands of li per day. However, non-cultivators wouldn't be able to ride them. It was a feat that would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to do, even if they resorted to using reins and brute force. Hooves the size of claypots noisily stomped on the ground. The dragon steeds had a fierce air around them, exuding a valiant aura which caused the other horses in the fleet to be as quiet as cold cicadas, obediently following behind at a safe distance. There was a great height difference between the people who were riding on the horses and the cultivators who were riding on the dragon steeds, naturally due to the latter's larger and taller size. The men on the carriages quickly came down to make their salutations. Meanwhile, the steward who was sent by her uncle to escort Madame Ji, quickly parted the curtains and helped her climb down the carriage as she held her child. "Master Uncle, this is your niece. And this is your uncle." The steward who was supporting Madame Ji introduced both parties to each other. "Ji Feng, greet uncle." Madame Ji could only manage a half curtsy with a child in her arms. The uncle got off his dragon steed, and extended his hand towards Madame Ji to help her up. His eyes were watery and red as he nodded, similar, you look so similar to my elder sister. It's all uncle's fault, I should have sent someone to find you all, otherwise you wouldn't be." "Uncle," Madame Ji choked, her delicate shoulders trembled as she wiped away her tears, most likely recalling the unfortunate events that had happened to her family. Her uncle touched the sleeping baby in Madame Ji's arms, and comforted her, "Don't cry, let's head back first, then we'll talk." He signaled the steward to escort her back into the carriage. He turned around and climbed up the dragon steed again. Just then, he turned his gaze to Miao Yi, who had poked his head out to look at them. The dragon steed immediately strolled to the side of the back carriage where Miao Yi was, as if it knew what its owner wanted to do. From atop his dragon steed, the uncle looked at Miao Yi and asked, "So you're the friend who rescued my niece from the ship?"
Miao Yi got out of the carriage and, standing near the wheels, replied, "It's no effort at all. I am Chen Fei. What shall I address you as, my friend?"
Madame Ji's uncle, Chen Fei, spoke, as a three-petaled white lotus on his forehead began to glow faintly, clearly revealing his cultivation at the third grade of white lotus. This was an indication that Chen Fei had no ill intentions towards Miao Yi.
"Miao Yi," he said, tossing out his name.
The symbol of the one-petaled white lotus on his forehead glowed as they exchanged their names.
Chen Fei nodded. "It is inconvenient to talk here, so I will thank you properly when we get back to the city." The dragon steed turned around and sped off with Chen Fei on its back. He had heard about his niece's encounter with the pirates in the middle of the sea, so he personally came looking for her. Now that he'd made sure that she was fine, he could return without worry. Otherwise, it would have been too conspicuous for a cultivator riding on a dragon steed to escort carriages back to the city. The white-haired cultivator quickly trailed behind Chen Fei and left. The carriages arrived and entered East Arrival City.
Several servants were waiting for them at the mansion that had been prepared earlier.
After the carriage stopped, Miao Yi was not neglected at all.
The servant girls listened to their orders and guided him to a first-class courtyard. A scented bath had been prepared. There was a servant girl who assisted him into his bath and helped put on clean clothes that had been prepared for him. Having never experienced it before, Miao Yi wasn't used to this type of treatment. When night fell, various tasty delicacies were served and arranged on the dining table.
Madame Ji's uncle, Chen Fei, appeared once more.
He cupped his hand on his chest and said, "Brother Miao, please forgive me for my poor hospitality."
"You are being modest." Miao Yi showed his respect, as well. Chen Fei appeared to be very enthusiastic. He sat down together with Miao Yi without anyone else accompanying them. Most people wouldn't dare to sit and have a meal together with two cultivators. Chen Fei expressed his gratitude once again to Miao Yi for saving his niece. After that, he sighed as he told the story about how he unfilially left home when he was younger. After a few small topics to break the ice, Chen Fei poured some wine for Miao Yi and then asked, "I am wondering under which domain's overlord banner does Brother Miao serve?" Miao Yi was stunned. He genuinely didn't understand what he had just been asked. When Chen Fei saw his expression, he was also stunned before realizing what had just happened. He laughed it off and explained. In the world of cultivation, there were 6 powerful cultivators collectively known as the 6 sages of heaven and earth. The celestial nation was a territory owned by immortal sage Wu Fan Jian. For the convenience of gathering the power of will and for the sake of managing billions of its followers within the realm, 12 cultivators with profound transcendence energies were assigned. They were categorized into 12 domain overlords, namely, 1st Earthly Branch, 2nd Earthly Branch, 3rd Earthly Branch, 4th Earthly Branch, 5th Earthly Branch, 6th Earthly Branch, 7th Earthly Branch, 8th Earthly Branch, 9th Earthly Branch, 10th Earthly Branch, 11th Earthly Branch, and 12th Earthly Branch. It was a requirement that all 12 domain overlords were to be appointed by immortal sage Wu Fan Jian himself. Each domain's overlord controlled 10 palaces, with each palace controlling 10 halls, and each hall controlling 10 manors, and each manor controlling 10 mountains, and each mountain controlling 10 caves. Cave was the lowest level. Normally, one cave master could control 100,000 followers at the least. The more followers one could accumulate, the better. For example, there was a population of at least 100,000 in Miao Yi's hometown within this city wall. This was guarded by the abode of immortals situated in the mountains far away from the city. Translator notes, The domains are named after the 12 earthly branches, which you can read more on here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22, Greenhorn, 2. Chapter 22, Greenhorn, 2. Apart from cultivating, there were other things for cultivators to do. Obviously, they couldn't waste their main energy on managing their followers' life in their own territory. Therefore,
they would normally be administered by the appointed local officials.
Usually, cultivators themselves would not intervene in local affairs. In actuality, the upper echelons would also restrict the lower-ranked cultivators to try their best not to intervene in the administration of the worldly people's livelihood. A bunch of cultivators who frequently enter closed-door seclusion training just to cultivate, how would they understand governing?
Once they intervened, it would only make matters worse. If they made life impossible for the people and lost their followers in the process, where would they go to gather the power of will?
Of course, to completely put an end to cultivators involving themselves was an impossible task. Cultivators overseeing an area would definitely appoint and nominate a local official they trusted to manage their own territory. For instance, Shan Fei intended to place his own niece in East Arrival City, so how would the local official dare to not to handle it properly with all his heart? However, these were all within the upper echelon's permissible range. As long as one did not act unruly, the upper echelons would not bat an eye. And Shan Fei was scribed under the banner of the Fifth Earthly Branch Domain Overlord, serving directly under Han Lifei. He was the cave master of East Arrival Cave, the garrison for East Arrival City.
So, that's why.
Miao Yi perspired tremendously, realizing that he really was a greenhorn rookie. But thinking back on it, the blame should be placed on Lao Bai. The things that Lao Bai knew weren't at all meager in quantity. He could tell you things about cultivating and fighting in his own set way, but when it came to the cultivation world, he knew nothing of the details and particulars. And the reason Lao Bai gave him was that he had never wandered through the cultivation world before, so how would he know all those things? In the end, he told Miao Yi that he would find out soon enough once he gradually went out to explore. After Chen Fei and Miao Yi clinked their cups, he asked, "Is brother Miao a loose cultivator?" Without shame, Miao Yi asked in reply, "What is a loose cultivator?" Cough, cough.
Chen Fei choked when the alcohol flowed into his mouth, coughing into his drink.
After steadying himself, he stared at Miao Yi in disbelief, as though he were saying, "You don't know what a loose cultivator is?"
After being asked that shameless question, Chen Fei was finally defeated by Miao Yi's expression.
He coughed, "Those cultivators who are not under any domain's respective overlord's rule or do not belong to any sects are known as loose cultivators." Miao Yi then understood, nodding in reply. "Then, I am definitely a loose cultivator." Chen Fei stretched his hand out, requesting to drink a toast with Miao Yi, and asked once more, "Brother Miao is planning to always be a loose cultivator?"
Miao Yi replied disapprovingly, "There's nothing wrong with being a loose cultivator.
At least you do not need to be under the control of others." Chen Fei waved his hands.
"Your words are far from correct, brother Miao. Not being taken charge of by others may not be true freedom.
Among the cultivators, who does not strive to cultivate until they advance to the highest level of enlightenment?
Without the assistance of the power of will from every living being, that in itself is very difficult. The followers in this world are all designated to serve under the overlord of their respective domain. Those who take pleasure in the incense and power of will are also serving under the overlord of their respective domain. The cultivators who are not initiated into this would, of course, not be able to share in these pleasures. Miao Yi frowned, "I have to serve under others to receive the power of will?" Chen Fei nodded. "Correct. After hesitating for a while, Miao Yi spoke bluntly, "I didn't mean to hide this from Big Brother Chen, but I'm a greenhorn.
I don't have any social connections."
Now, Chen Fei wasn't an idiot who couldn't tell that Miao Yi was a greenhorn by now. He must have had his reasons since the conversation had reached up until this point. "I have a good friend whose name is Chao Dingfeng, serving under Yuan Jinkuan, the cave master of Transient Light Cave. He's gained the considerable trust of the cave master. Recently, Transient Light Cave went through some turmoil, and requires more people to help out.
If Brother Miao wished to head there, I could write a letter of recommendation."
Filled with excitement, Miao Yi cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Big Brother Chen." Chen Fei was forthright. He grabbed a jade archive on the spot and used his transcendence energy to write a letter, giving it to Miao Yi so he could take it along with him to find his good friend, Xiao Dingfeng. It was only days after that when Miao Yi finally came to the realization that it was all sheer luck. If not for Chen Fei's referral, it would have been difficult for a greenhorn loose cultivator with a low cultivation base like him to join the vassals of the respective domain's overlords. There were countless loose cultivators in the world, but those that can be a vassal to the domain's overlord were not many. This was for no other reason than the fact that all available posts were quickly monopolized by every sect's power. It was natural that every sect would want to nurture their own men. And as to the reason Chen Fei agreed to voluntarily extend a hand to offer his assistance, it was all to repay a debt of gratitude, to pay back Miao Yi for saving his niece's life. Miao Yi had protected the only family member he had left in the world, so he was extremely grateful. Early next morning, Chen Fei did not detain him. Instead, he pushed Miao Yi to quickly be on his way. It wasn't because he was reluctant to extend his hospitality, but rather, he was afraid that if Miao Yi was late in his departure, some unforeseen events might happen. He was afraid if Miao Yi arrived late, the available position at Transient Light Cave would be taken by other sections. New clothes and a well-groomed horse, along with some money to be used when on the road, these were all parting gifts given by Chen Fei. The horse was an ordinary steed, as Chen Fei didn't have a dragon steed to give him. However, he did commission the city's blacksmith expert to work against the clock throughout the night, selecting fine steel to forge a silver spear for Miao Yi. It would have been an extremely unpleasant sight to let a guest leave with a wooden stick instead. After leaving East Arrival City, Miao Yi was in high spirits as he straddled the steed while holding a silver spear, swiftly dashing through the entire journey. Obviously, the footwork of an ordinary horse could not be compared with a dragon steed, the latter being far beyond comparison. Their speed was such that not even Miao Yi's own quickness could come close, even when his arts were applied. But Lao Bai had once told Miao Yi before, that when in the outside world, he should try his best not to consume his transcendence energy if not necessary. Or else, it would be very problematic for him should he encounter any troubles. But moving swiftly for long distances with the use of his arts was definitely consuming too much of his transcendence energy. Thus, he could only resort to patiently letting the horse run at its own pace, eventually arriving at Transient Light City a few days later. Using his immortal status, he asked a city guard he found in the city to help find the location of Transient Light Cave. He immediately changed horses with the city guard, once again riding away in his haste. Since Miao Yi had ridden in a pressing manner, it couldn't be helped that his horse had exerted too much of its physical strength, and it could no longer keep up a swift pace. However, the horse that Chen Fei gifted him was a rare breed, so the city guard did not seem at all unwilling to carry out the exchange. Transient Light Cave was situated deep in the mountains, hidden in a place where clouds and mists wreathed. It was 40 li away from Transient Light City and far from disturbances. In Miao Yi's thoughts, Transient Light Cave should be an abode of immortals which resembled a cavern. Otherwise, why else would it be called a cave? Arriving at the main gate, Miao Yi realized that was never the case, as he saw that between the mountains were pavilions, terraces, and open halls laid out in picturesque disorder. They complemented the valleys, as well as the swirling clouds and mist deep in the mountains. It certainly felt like some sort of paradise. But apparently, this place seemed to have undergone some kind of disaster. It was a complete, chaotic mess beyond the gate. A mountain had collapsed, and trees had fallen into a heap, even the gate's monument had crumbled into pieces on the ground. Currently, a large number of commoners rested in the surroundings. Underneath the collapsed monument, an old man with a brandy nose and a wine pot hanging from his waist was sitting on top of a stone beast, carrying 2 broad axes on his back. He was improperly dressed and looked as though he had come down in the world, reeking entirely of alcohol. Anyone who took a look at him could tell he was a drunkard. He stretched out his hand to stop Miao Yi in his tracks. "Kid, open your eyes and see where this is it a place that you can barge in at will?" The old man leaped from the stone beast, glaring in a terrifying manner. Before his eyes, a faint glow of a blossoming 3-petaled lotus flower appeared between the man's brows. Impressively, it was a cultivation at White Lotus 3rd grade.
Miao Yi was slightly upset as he came to the realization that his cultivation levels seemed to be seriously too low. After he got off the boat and came ashore, he had already come across two stronger cultivators in a row, both with a cultivation at White Lotus 3rd grade. Dismounting from the horse, he cupped his fists with the spear raised, saying, "Please forgive me for the intrusion. At the request of a friend, I brought along a letter to pay a visit to Chao Dingfeng. Please inform him." When he finished, a one-petaled white lotus faintly glowed between his brows, proving himself to be a cultivator as well.
Chao Dingfeng.
The old drunkard mumbled, surprised that Miao Yi was also a cultivator. He eyed Miao Yi's mount suspiciously, clearly finding it strange to see a cultivator riding something like this instead of a dragon steed.
Wait.
After the old drunkard had said those words, he staggered off, not forgetting to gulp down a mouthful of wine on his way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 23, Horse Deputy.
Chapter 23, Horse Deputy. It didn't take long before the old drunkard returned with an apologetic smile on his face, submissively following behind a tall, upright man. The man was carrying a sword on his back, and gave the impression of a delicate beauty.
He sized Miao Yi up and down, and hesitatingly said, "I'm Chao Dingfeng, you are looking for me?"
Miao Yi immediately took out and handed the jade archive over to him. After Chao Dingfeng received it, he studied the archive by pouring his transcendence energy into it. After he was done, his face showed a look of comprehension and he instantly smiled at Miao Yi, saying, "So, it's Brother Miao. Since Brother Chen entrusted you to me, I'll do my very best.
Please follow me to meet the cave master."
Miao Yi thanked him and was about to rein his horse along when Chao Dingfeng, who was somewhat taken back, asked, "Is this your horse?" But after seeing the embarrassed look on Miao Yi's face, he immediately turned to face the brandy-nosed old man and said in a rude tone, "Shi Xiang, look after the horse." In the cultivation abode of immortals, it wasn't suitable for a profane horse to go about on its own. The brandy-nosed old man immediately nodded his head and bowed before leading Miao Yi's horse away, his face full of flattery as he said, "I'll help you look after it." Miao Yi thanked him, holding onto the silver spear in his hand as he trailed behind Chao Dingfeng to enter the main gate. Both of them conversed as they walked. It was obvious to see that Chao Dingfeng had a great relationship with Chen Fei, or else he wouldn't be this welcoming towards Miao Yi, who only had his cultivation at White Lotus 1st grade. After ascending the limestone flight of stairs, they reached the outside of the grand hall where they saw a plaque that had the words "Transient Light" engraved on it. Chao Dingfeng requested Miao Yi to wait outside the hall for a while as he turned to go up the dozens of flights of stairs, entering the hall at a hastened pace. Miao Yi, who patiently waited outside, gave his surroundings a good look. Although this place was located deep in the mountains, it was far better than any of the places he had lived in and seen before. There were pavilions, terraces, open halls and a jade blue lotus lake. It was utterly and breathtakingly beautiful. But his wait this time was quite long. He had been standing there for about an hour. Eventually, he saw Chao Dingfeng walk out of the hall. Although Chao Dingfeng still had his usual grin on his face, Miao Yi could tell his smile was slightly forced. He wasn't sure whether the man had managed to convince the transient light cave master to let him join. But by the looks of it, he figured it hadn't gone smoothly.
"Brother Miao."
Chao Dingfeng stood on the tall steps, beckoning Miao Yi to follow him.
Miao Yi quickly moved towards him.
As they stood side by side, Chao Dingfeng invoked his arts to transmit his voice to Miao Yi. "Brother Miao, no matter what the cave master asks you to do later, just agree to it first. When your cultivation has improved in the future, you can fight for more then. The most important thing right now is finding a way to stay. Don't waste Brother Chen's painstakingly made efforts." Miao Yi mumbled in his heart. Sure enough, it didn't go smoothly at all. But he still nodded his head in reply. After both of them entered the grand hall, he saw a lean man occupying the high seat in the middle in the main hall, with a man and woman standing under him. The three of them were deep in the middle of a discussion.
Noticing that people had entered the hall, the three of them stopped their conversation and directed their gazes onto Miao Yi. Miao Yi swept a glance through the three people, locking his eyes onto the lean man commanding the high seat. He reckoned that the man was definitely the transient light cave's cave master.
"Brother Miao, this is our cave master. Quickly pay your respects." Chao Dingfeng grinned as he gave his referral.
Miao Yi cupped his spirit once as he bowed. "I, Miao Yi, have to come to pay my respects to cave master."
Yuan Jinkuan, the cave master of Transient Light Cave, frowned slightly as he said, "I heard from Dingfeng that your cultivation is only at White Lotus first grade?" "Yes." Miao Yi didn't attempt to hide the truth. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden for too long anyway.
He revealed the transcendence imagery on his spiritual point, causing the pathetic-looking one-petaled white lotus to emerge from it. The man and woman standing below slightly shook their heads with helplessness as they looked towards Chao Dingfeng. Chao Dingfeng cast them a smile in return, as though he were saying, "Please bear with it and let it go for now." Cave Master Yuan Jinkuan said half-heartedly, "Dingfeng has followed me for many years, and since he strongly recommends you, I won't say anything further. Here, we're currently lacking one more horse deputy, so I'm not sure if you would like to take up the post. If you feel that it would be a waste of your talents, then you can go and seek other alternatives." Miao Yi couldn't figure out what a horse deputy was, but since he had already promised Chao Dingfeng earlier, he naturally cupped his fists and accepted it. "Subordinate is willing to comply with your commands." Yuan Jinkuan nodded his head. "Then from now on, we are his family. Dingfeng, bring him with you and make the arrangements." Miao Yi and Chao Dingfeng gave their thanks and withdrew. After exiting the grand hall, Miao Yi followed Chao Dingfeng to the back of the mountain. Chao Dingfeng called forth the drunk old man called Shixiang and a woman to the front of him. As before, old man Shixiang nodded his head and bowed, but the woman kept a straight face. "Shixiang, Madam Shixiang. This is the new horse deputy. Please assist to make arrangements for him. As it's his first time here, please help him with anything he doesn't understand." Chao Dingfeng still had some matters to attend to, so after briefing them he made a move to depart. But as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, then turned to face Shixiang and his wife, his face darkening as he said, "Brother Miao is now my brother. Don't assume that both of you can be insolent just because he's new. You husband and wife better not play any tricks, because if that's the case, I can't be held responsible for what I'll do." He was afraid that Miao Yi would be mistreated, and so he made his position clear to shield him. Of course, Miao Yi knew that the reason why he was behaving this way was due to Chen Fei. Both him and Chao Dingfeng did not know each other that well. The man was only trying his best to do what was being entrusted to him, all to show his respect to Chen Fei. We won't, old man Shixiang guaranteed, his face beaming. Madame Shixiang still kept a straight look on her face, as if someone owed her money. After sending Chao Dingfeng on his way, both husband and wife led Miao Yi to look for a residence, one that was situated at the foot of a hill and beside a stream. Even though it was a single, small house with a small courtyard, it was still complete with pavilions, terraces, open halls, flowers and trees. Although small, it didn't lack the necessary components and was overall exquisite in every detail. "From now on, this will be your cultivation residence. Look and see if it satisfies your needs. If it displeases you, there is an empty residence at the foot of the mountain over there. How about we go there to take a look?" Drunkard Shixiang explained politely, smiling in front of Miao Yi. Miao Yi toured around the courtyard and discovered there was nobody inside. He asked in surprise, "My cultivation residence? This is for me to live in alone?" "Of course. Every cultivator in Transient Light Cave will have their own residence and courtyard," Shixiang replied with a grin. Miao Yi didn't see anything to feel unsatisfied with. He had never before stayed in such an amazing residence like this, so he nodded at once, saying, "There's no need for the trouble. This is good enough, so I'll stay here." As he was done saying that, he recalled his assigned business. He turned his head and asked, "Senior Shixiang,
What does a horse deputy do?
Madame Xiang's words carried a sting as she ambiguously replied, horsekeeping.
The madam didn't seem fond of the two words Xiang, giving the impression that she would go mad if she heard the same address again. Horsekeeping? Miao Yi was astounded. He soon found out the answer. Both husband and wife took him to Hidden Dragon Valley.
The Hidden Dragon Valley rose steeply from three sides and was a gourd-shaped valley with a narrow exit. All the transient light cave cultivators kept their dragon steeds in this location.
Miao Yi's responsibility was to raise the 11 fine steeds in the valley, and thereafter he was known as the horse deputy.
As to the reason why the dragon steeds were gathered together to rear, it was because their owners were all cultivators. For the majority of their day, the cultivators would place all their energy into cultivating, so who would have the leisure time and mood to take care of their own mounts on a daily basis?
This type of menial task shouldn't even be done by a cultivator. But alas, a dragon steed has extraordinary physical strength, so a mere ordinary mortal wouldn't be able to control it. The dragon steed's rapid speed was like a sudden clap of thunder, and even a brief backward kick of its hind legs would be too quick for an ordinary person to dodge, the impact enough to batter them to a pulp. Since that one brief kick could result in their death, then rearing a dragon steed would be impossible. So this task could only be done by a cultivator. Under normal circumstances, this kind of work was better kept under the table, and would usually be done by the lowest ranked cultivator. And since Miao Yi was new and had the lowest cultivation, who would do it if not him? If it were not to honor Chao Dingfeng's request, Transient Light Cave's cave master wouldn't have kept Miao Yi at all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24, 10th Surrender. Chapter 24, 10th Surrender. That mount belongs to the cave master, so Brother Miao must not neglect it.
Xiang pointed towards a valiant, yet exceptionally gaudy, yellow dragon steed. He watched Miao Yi's reaction as he advised him in a careful manner, thinking that Miao Yi would not be happy doing such a menial task.
But all this was nothing to Miao Yi.
He had always been very interested in dragon steeds, and so he was looking forward to having the opportunity to get close to them. Seeing that Miao Yi did not show any signs of being upset, Xiang secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Miao Yi would be offended and complain to Chao Dingfeng.
In his anger, he would seek both Xiang and his wife for punishment. Actually, you do not need to let the dragon steeds out every day.
Once every 5 days is enough, since after all, we still prioritize cultivation. Xiang smiled as he consoled him.
Miao Yi nodded his head.
After chatting about dragon steeds for a while, Miao Yi found out that the role of horse deputy had previously been handled by Madame Xiang, so this was already considered to be a handover.
After completing the handover, Madame Xiang left with a straight face.
Xiang then accompanied Miao Yi back to his cultivation residence, mainly explaining the transient light cave situation to Miao Yi. His explanation was a form of introduction, as briefed by Chao Dingfeng. Inclusive of the cave master, there were a total of 11 people in Transient Light Cave. Cave Master, Yuan Jingkuan, had a cultivation at White Lotus 5th grade. Chao Dingfeng and the other 2 cultivators who had their cultivation at White Lotus 3rd grade were Yuan Jingkuan's capable right-hand men. Even Xiang and his wife had their cultivation at White Lotus 3rd grade.
The remaining 4 cultivators were at White Lotus 2nd grade.
Only Miao Yi alone had a cultivation at the 1st grade of White Lotus. The average cave level allocation has always been 11 people, mainly because there weren't enough resources to accommodate more. It was important to know that for every person accepted, they must divide the allocation of followers' incense and power of will.
Currently, both of them were conversing with each other in a courtyard pavilion.
Madame Xiang soon returned, with 2 nervous, beautiful maidens trailing behind her. These 2 servant girls are sent here from Transient Light City by Chao Dingfeng to serve your daily needs, Madame Xiang uttered to Miao Yi with an expressionless face.
Serve me. Miao Yi glanced over at the 2 beautiful maidens who had their heads lowered.
He still wasn't used to this kind of treatment. Mainly because he had never properly come into contact with women before this, so it was inevitable that he was embarrassed, like a lad's first time. He couldn't help but turn his attention to Shi Xiang, asking, "So every cultivator has some?" If every cultivator had servants taking care of their daily needs, he would simply push the boat with the current and accept it, else it would be quite embarrassing. Shi Xiang chuckled awkwardly, not saying a word. Madame Shi Xiang sarcastically said, "We don't have the sort of life where we can order servant girls around to serve us. It's good enough that we ourselves don't get ordered around." Stunned, Miao Yi finally realized that although the husband and wife's cultivation base was the same as Chao Dingfeng, only second to the cave masters, yet their statuses seemed to be far apart in comparison. Chao Dingfeng still ordered the both of them around as he pleased. Shi Xiang rubbed his nose, anxious to keep up appearances as he said, "Every cultivator in the cave will have 2 handmaidens. Since the 2 of us are married, if we keep a few handmaidens at our side, what if one day I couldn't restrain myself from being affectionate with them? Wouldn't it cause our marriage to fall apart? Thus, I gave them up to someone else." Miao Yi chuckled, thinking to himself that it turned out Shi Xiang was afraid of his wife. As he was about to accept the 2 handmaidens, who knew Madame Shi Xiang would suddenly glare at Shi Xiang, pointing and shouting in a fit of rage. "You good for nothing, stop putting feathers in your own cap. It was obvious that you're being looked down upon by others, so you couldn't even hold back the handmaidens who were given to us. You have the nerve to say you gave them up to someone else? If you have the guts to, then snatch the handmaidens from them. Even if you give your affections to 10 handmaidens, I would pretend I never see it." Shi Xiang smiled weakly and didn't utter another word. Miao Yi was shocked to hear such an inside story. Both of them had a cultivation at White Lotus 3rd grade, but didn't even have handmaidens, whereas he himself with a mere cultivation at 1st grade was given 2 handmaidens. It seemed a little. He hurriedly tried to defuse the awkward situation. "Big brother Chao treats me with kindness. I'd rather give these 2 handmaidens to Big brother Chao, instead." Shi Xiang and his wife were both taken aback at the same time. Madame Shi Xiang's eyes flickered as she said, "Since he has already sent them to you, just accept his goodwill. Having someone by your side to help you do menial chores can save you a lot of trouble." Miao Yi shook his head, got to his feet and said to the 2 handmaidens, "Follow me." When Shi Xiang saw the 2 handmaidens trailing behind him compliantly, he panicked, instantly shouting, "Brother Miao, don't!" The glare Madame Shi Xiang sent towards her husband immediately shut him up. To Madame Shi Xiang, when others had taken away their own handmaidens, they were simply looking down on them and belittling their position, and so she was unable to stomach it. But if there were seriously 2 beautiful handmaidens by her husband's side, she really wouldn't feel at ease. After Miao Yi left with the 2 handmaidens, Madame Shi Xiang pursed her lips and said, "He didn't want to have the 2 handmaidens by his side because it would humiliate us, so he sent them away. He's a good kid." Handmaidens who were sent to serve cultivators had to place their lives in the hands of those cultivators. Apart from doing menial chores, cultivators had the right to do what they wanted with their handmaidens, so naturally the more the better, with many hoping to have beautiful women gathered like clouds from all directions. When Miao Yi sent the 2 handmaidens to Chao Dingfeng's side, Chao Dingfeng naturally declined the offer, but seeing Miao Yi sincerely insisting on it, he kindly accepted them. His perception towards Miao Yi had increased for reasons other than being acquainted with Chen Fei. He personally went to see Miao Yi out, not forgetting to urge Miao Yi to find him directly if there was anything he needed. During his journey back to his cultivation residence, Miao Yi gradually realized that it might seriously be inconvenient in the future to be lacking 2 handmaidens, since he was left doing his own menial chores now. At least his cultivation had not advanced to the state that he could cast away the desire of good food. Now, it looked like he would need to deal with everything by himself, regardless of how trivial, just like when he cultivated on the island. After returning to his residence, Shi Xiang was still waiting for him and then cheerfully dragged Miao Yi to attend a banquet at their place. Madame Shi Xiang had personally prepared a table full of delicious delicacies to serve, for which Miao Yi naturally thanked her for. But as the words Madame Xiang left his mouth, he immediately noticed that Madame Xiang's expression had darkened considerably.
Miao Yi naturally wanted to find out the reason why. Madame doesn't seem to like being addressed as Madame Xiang. Could it be that I have offended you by mistake? You don't know the inner story, so you cannot be blamed for it.
Madame Xiang didn't hide the truth from him, because Miao Yi would know about it sooner or later. Rather than letting him find out afterwards and being looked down upon by him, she would be better off coming clean of her own accord and reveal the truth to him now.
Apparently, Xiang was a completely humiliating and satirizing form of address. Xiang's real name was Yin Xiu and Madame Xiang's real name was Luozhen.
They were both the most senior members in Transient Light Cave. The cave master and the members of Transient Light Cave had all changed, one after another, yet only these two had always remained.
When the enemy attacked Transient Light Cave, husband and wife turned up but did not exert themselves.
Afterwards, when the cave's forces suffered a defeat at the hands of the enemy, both husband and wife surrendered. And the current cave master, Yuan Jingquan, had only just conquered the Transient Light Cave about a month ago, taking up all of its territory. For the sake of saving their own skin, both husband and wife once again surrendered to Yuan Jingquan, and already it counted as their 10th surrender. They had made a name for themselves for surrendering countless times.
No one in Transient Light Cave thought highly of them anymore.
Hence, they were ridiculed and humiliatingly were called Xiang and Madame Xiang.
Translator note: Xiang, a derogatory nickname which means 10th surrender.
When heard in passing, it sounds like an actual name, so Miao Yi thought nothing of it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 25, 4 Realms of Arts. Chapter 25, 4 Realms of Arts. After listening, Miao Yi's sweat dropped tremendously. He discovered that both husband and wife were really something else, but then he also realized that he himself had been extremely disrespectful. He wasn't even aware of the situation, and yet he still blindly called them by those names. It was no wonder Madame Xiang didn't look pleased. If you're humiliating others, it would be strange for them to be pleased with you.
Miao Yi quickly stood up to apologize. You didn't know, so you're not at fault. Luozhen waved her hands. After venting out the frustrations in her heart, she felt more relieved. But after seeing the pathetic sight of the brooding Yin Xiu who was plied with drink, a raging fire emerged once more in her heart. Thus, she pointed and shouted angrily in a fit of rage. What interminably rotten luck to be married to you! I am a great cultivator at White Lotus 3rd grade, and yet, I am ordered around by a couple of White Lotus 2nd grade cultivators.
What kind of man are you? When can you be a man for once, so I can hold my head up high and be a person with dignity?
After berating him, she wiped her reddened eyes, flung her hand and left.
Speechless, Miao Yi could understand Luozhen's resentful feelings.
If he were in her shoes and being purposefully called Xiang with such frequency, he wouldn't be able to take it too. However, Yan Xiu apparently had his own way of thinking. Brother Miao, don't take offense at women.
The already tipsy Yan Xiu grabbed onto Miao Yi's wrist, cheerfully saying, "What does reputation count as? Reputation means nothing. Is reputation more important than our own lives? Just surrendering 10 times and she couldn't even take it? She couldn't even see the number of people who've been replaced or have died in Transient Light Cave throughout these years? Only the two of us survived. And being able to survive is stronger than anything else. This is our ability. The 6 sages of heaven and earth want to make the cultivators kill each other, but I won't ever fall for it." Miao Yi deeply felt that Yin Xiu's words had an ounce of truth to them, but was taken aback after listening to the end, and so he asked dubiously, "The 6 sages of heaven and earth want us to kill each other? What do you mean by that?"
Yin Xiu looked at him as if he were an idiot, waved a hand and said, "Every living being's power of will is only this much, but the number of cultivators keep increasing. Everyone wants to obtain the power of will to help with their cultivation.
Have you ever imagined what will happen if things keep going on like this? There's bound to be more cultivators acting recklessly in their desperation.
Once things become chaotic, the first to suffer from disaster would be the myriad number of living beings who have been devoting their power of will. When that time comes, it would definitely bring disorder to the 6 sages of heaven and earth until they'd no longer be able to lie in the comfort of the incense and power of will. Regardless of how powerful they are, can they kill off all the cultivators in the world? Hence, all 6 of them came up with the rules of the game. They close one eye and open the other, and even if they have the power they won't put a stop to it, allowing the overlords of each respective domain to snatch the domain of another, allowing cultivators to kill incessantly, and using this to exhaust and reduce the number of cultivators in the world. After all, no matter who claims the domain, they would never dare reduce the devotion of the power of will to the 6 sages. Those that should be turned over, should still be turned over as per the usual.
No matter how many cultivators have died, it had nothing to do with them.
It can also help them to eliminate those who are a threat to their status. Brother, it's precisely that I see it clearer than anyone else that makes me not an idiot like the others.
What's wrong with surrendering? It's better than losing your own life. Miao Yi became speechless.
If the situation was truly as what he'd said, he felt that he had been convinced by Yan Shou's words. The expression he gave when he looked at Yan Shou was slightly admiring, as though he were looking at a man of wisdom. He discovered that this drunkard was in fact a real wise man who pretended to be a fool in disguise.
Miao Yi modestly asked for guidance. Is there really no one who sees through the 6 sages' scheme and wishes to stop them from doing this? Stop them?
Yan Shou took a swallow of wine and chuckled. Their cultivation is the highest among all others in the entire cultivation world, a cultivation at the realm of Golden Lotus.
How many would dare to oppose them? Realm of Golden Lotus? Miao Yi asked puzzlingly. The 6 sages' cultivation is only at the realm of Golden Lotus?
Yan Shou let out a burp and replied, White Lotus, Blue Lotus, Red Lotus, Violet Lotus, Golden Lotus. The cultivation of these 6 has already reached the Golden Lotus realm. In this lifetime, we wouldn't even have the chance to be able to touch the Violet Lotus realm, and yet, you still find it too low, but... He patted Miao Yi's shoulders. Brother, cultivation is the same as being a human being. You'll need to be sure-footed and not bite off more than what you can chew. You can boast like that in front of me. Just don't do the same out there. Be careful not to make a laughingstock out of yourself. Miao Yi wasn't boasting without shame, he just felt that it was different from what Lao Bai had told him, so with a dubious look, he asked, Isn't there an iridescent lotus realm above the Golden Lotus? Iridescent lotus? Yan Shou exclaimed in bewilderment. I have never heard of anyone in the cultivation world to have attained the iridescent lotus realm. That realm you've mentioned only exists in the legends, which I think were rumored from the boundless secular world. In earlier years, someone found a few remnants of information. On it was recorded the hypothesis of the iridescent lotus, but no one has seen it before. Miao Yi mumbled secretly under his breath, while holding his cup of wine, because what Lao Bai had claimed wasn't the same at all. Regardless of whether it was White Lotus, Blue Lotus, or Golden Lotus, every realm had 9 grades, with 9 petals making up the 9 grades. And according to Lao Bai, he divided the cultivation realm into the 4 great realms, namely the first art of traversing, second art of levitation, third art of soaring the heavens and the fourth art of infinity. Cultivators with a cultivation of White Lotus and Blue Lotus could only traverse freely on land and weren't able to soar through the skies, therefore, Lao Bai declared it as the first art of traversing. Cultivators with a cultivation of Red Lotus and Violet Lotus have the power to control objects and levitate through the sky, similar to the incident he saw at ancient city where Fairy Hongchen was levitating and flying, and so he designated it as the second art of levitation. As for cultivators with a cultivation of Golden Lotus and Iridescent Lotus, they were able to transcend beyond the stars and soar across the universe. Thus, Lao Bai defined it as the third art of soaring the heavens. It's worth mentioning that for the realm of iridescent lotus, every grade could bloom into 9 different colored petals. Hence, attaining the highest 9th grade would mean having a total of 9,980 colored petals. Previously, Lao Bai had mentioned that the 4th art of infinity was actually the highest realm. He said that if one were to cultivate up to this stage, then it meant that person had reached the realm of boundless transcendence energy, and he would be able to change the pattern on his spiritual point to a design of his choice. Within the highest level in this realm, the phantom between one's brows further allowed one to turn what was abstract into something real, eventually forming a pattern which belonged to the person himself. For example, for some people, it would be a vermilion dot between their brows. Of course, Lao Bai said those words were exactly as what had been told to him by the great immortal he had once served.
Now Miao Yi couldn't help but be skeptical about it. Since no one in the cultivation world had achieved the realm of iridescent lotus or the realm of boundless transcendence energy, how would the great immortal even know of this? Could it be that the great immortal had also based it on a legend he'd heard of? From today onwards, Miao Yi was afraid to call both husband and wife as Shi Xiang or Madame Shi Xiang anymore. Honestly, his cultivation level didn't give him the rights to follow what others called them anyway. Hence, he respectfully addressed them as Senior Yan and Senior Luo, respectively. In this place, where everyone looked down upon the married couple, they were extremely happy to know that there was someone who, unexpectedly, respected them. After spending time in each other's company, they began to wholeheartedly treat Miao Yi as their own. As a result, Miao Yi didn't need to take care of his own meals anymore, since whenever it was time to eat, Luozhen would urge Yan Shou to invite Miao Yi to join them, improving their relationship even more. Today, Miao Yi needed to head over to Hidden Dragon Valley to let the dragon steeds out. Luozhen then personally came over to carefully point out important matters that required attention. She then said she wanted to give a dragon steed to Miao Yi as a gift, but was afraid Miao Yi would detest it. I won't. Miao Yi continuously waved his hands. He had drooled after a dragon steed for a long time, so why would he detest it? After arriving at Hidden Dragon Valley, Miao Yi finally understood what she meant by detest. Luozhen pointed towards a dragon steed whose entire body was as black as charcoal. Thus, it was named Charcoal, which was a name given by Luozhen herself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26, Charcoal. Chapter 26, Charcoal.
There was nothing wrong with being darker in color, but the crucial point was that this dragon steed was also as fat as a pig. When the dragon steed slept, they would sleep while in a standing position, which was no different than ordinary horses. However, only Charcoal had its own original idea and was the only one to sleep while lying down. And what made people even more speechless was the fact that Charcoal was incredibly lazy. When the other dragon steeds ran, they were as fast as lightning. But only Charcoal would slowly and lazily gallop forever without a sense of urgency. Its speed was not much different compared to that of an ordinary horse, and it was also useless trying to hit it to move faster. Charcoal was one of the dragon steeds that were gathered by the Transient Light Cave's cave master 10 years ago. All its kin were chosen and taken away by cultivators, with the exception of this one, since it was simply too outrageous, as one would be better off riding an ordinary horse than riding this dragon steed.
Could this even be considered a dragon steed at all? None of the cultivators were fond of it.
They all avoided it like the plague, afraid that it would be forced onto them without room for refusal. The lazy has its own luck, and a lazy dragon steed was also blessed with its own lazy luck. With its surrounding kin coming and going, and with countless others dying alongside their owners in battle, it managed to survive one disaster after another and was able to live till this day because nobody deemed it worthy. As they said, birds of a feather flock together. In spite of everything, Luozhen had taken care of Charcoal, perhaps because its personality was similar to Yan Shou's. Otherwise, she would have abandoned it to save on rations, or to save herself from the trouble. Which was why Charcoal and Luozhen had a very close relationship with each other. After noticing Luozhen entering the Hidden Dragon Valley, it immediately let out a long neigh before getting up from the ground, its plump body staggering towards Luoxin, before nuzzling its head against hers. Miao Yi glanced at the other high-spirited, lofty and valiant dragon steeds before facing Charcoal's majestic physique. If he hadn't known better, he would have mistaken it for an enormously huge wild boar, so he couldn't help but remark with a rigid smile on his face, "It really is something special." He really didn't know what else to say, as this dragon steed had thoroughly toppled his impression of dragon steeds. It really was a bit fat, but then again, he reckoned it wouldn't have fallen into his own hands if it weren't comparatively unusual in some way. Luoxin felt a little unsure, so she tested the waters, asking, "Nobody wants it?" "Either way, it's an extra, so if you want it, you can have it without the cave master's permission, but I don't have a mount of my own, anyway. This is better than nothing." Miao Yi laughed. "He has a flaw." Luoxin seemed to feel embarrassed for Charcoal. "I'm sure you know that dragon steeds are omnivorous." Miao Yi nodded his head and said, "This, I know." Luoxin said a little diffidently, "Charcoal only eats meat and not vegetables." "That's easy." Miao Yi laughed. "If I recall correctly, the feed for the dragon steeds are all sent here by someone from Transient Light City?" "Yes." Luoxin herself couldn't resist the urge to shake her head. She decided not to beat around the bush anymore and said directly, "Charcoal only eats seafood, such as fish and prawns. It won't eat chicken or ducks, so basically no livestock. And the fresher the seafood, the happier it is, Miao Yi stared speechlessly at Charcoal. The dragon steed already looked like this, so what right did it have to be so picky with its food? There's no need to force yourself if you're not fond of it. You have a good relationship with Chao Dingfeng, so if there's a chance, he would definitely help you find a better dragon steed. It's just that I've had to take care of this one for many years, so I'm quite attached to it. Now that you're the new horse deputy, I hope you can assist in taking care of it in passing." "No problem, just leave it to me. Can I try it out?" Miao Yi pointed at Charcoal, wanting to ride it to get a feel of it. This was naturally approved because if Miao Yi weren't allowed to ride it, then gifting Charcoal to him would just make a fool out of him. "Charcoal." Luoxin patted its body. Generally, a dragon steed would never acknowledge another person as their master, unless their current master had passed on. This was due to the fact that this kind of spiritual beast had the ability to perceive the life and death of their master through telepathy. Hence, they wouldn't normally allow anyone else, other than their own master, to control them. However, Charcoal was very gentle and compliant. It seemed to only have a slight reluctance towards Miao Yi, but since Luoxin had commanded it to do so, it could only turn its body around to allow Miao Yi to get on without any difficulty. Without saying another word, Miao Yi mounted the horse. A pair of fleshy feelers emerged from within Charcoal's glossy, jet-black mane. They slid along Charcoal's body and towards Miao Yi's thigh, eventually latching onto him. Miao Yi immediately felt Charcoal's lazy mood, which was transmitted through the fleshy feelers. It appeared to be asking where to go next. Miao Yi instantly sensed that it would be very interesting to communicate with his dragon steed in this manner. He didn't even need to use reins, which saved him a lot of trouble. He lifted his head, looking towards the hidden Dragon Valley's exit. Charcoal understood, and at that moment moved its four limbs, stomping the ground with hooves as large as an earthenware pot, displaying a somewhat decent amount of vigor. The only setback was that its speed wasn't something to speak highly of, as it moved at a slightly lazy pace. It wasn't even as fast as an ordinary horse. Thus, Miao Yi quickly used his mind to urge it to gallop faster. But apparently, it was futile to try pushing it to go faster because its speed stayed as it was whether it was being ridden or not. After half a day of torture, Miao Yi's face had turned gloomy, especially after realizing that Luoxin had put in a few good words for Charcoal. With this speed, she dared to say it was no different than an ordinary horse? It even slipped when going up the mountain slope. Miao Yi finally understood why nobody wanted this beast. It truly was a bastard. Other than the fact that it didn't have a tiny ounce of awareness as a dragon steed at all, it was practically a freeloader too. And not only was it a freeloader, but it was also a god*Ned picky eater as well. After circling for one round, Miao Yi got off the horse and said to Luozhen with a mirthless grin on his face, "Not bad, it does have some good qualities. Its plump body shakes as it runs, so my bottom doesn't press painfully while I ride." He forced himself to try coming up with a good trait for charcoal, as an act of giving face to Luozhen.
Brother Miao was simply too kind.
Luozhen's face reddened in embarrassment at the scene, throwing a few kicks at charcoal.
What a lousy thing.
As a result, charcoal indistinctly revealed a very innocent look before nestling against Luozhen's side, neighing. Unable to resist the temptation, Miao Yi rolled his eyes at the fact that this beast could even understand human emotions. He could tell that both Luozhen and charcoal had a very deep relationship and felt very familiar with each other. After going back, Luozhen prepared a sumptuous meal of good wine and dishes, once again requesting Miao Yi to bear with charcoal.
Pfff. Yan Xiu spurted out a mouthful of wine on the spot, glaring at his wife as he asked, "You gave charcoal, the one you didn't want to ride, to brother Miao?" Luozhen then replied with a sour look on her face, "Drinking wine can't even shut you up?"
Ha! Unable to restrain himself anymore, Yan Xiu hugged his tummy and doubled up into fits of laughter.
He could practically imagine Miao Yi's reaction when he rode charcoal.
Luozhen immediately marched up to seize her own husband and began to pinch him violently. "You good for nothing, you're still more useless compared to it."
The days gradually went by. Miao Yi led a quiet life in Transient Light Cave.
All he needed to do was to cultivate and watch over the dragon steeds. With Chao Dingfeng covering him, no one dared to do anything to him. However, Yan Xiu and his wife were still being bossed around to do menial chores. After being subjected to anger, Luozhen would return and immediately blast Yan Xiu directly, throwing insults along the lines of being a spineless coward to his face. Occasionally Chao Dingfeng would drop by to visit him. Including Yan Xiu and his wife, apart from the three of them, practically everyone in Transient Light Cave had forgotten there was still such a person among them. Miao Yi had yet to see the cave master, Yuan Jinkuan, not since the day they met when he first arrived at the Transient Light Cave.
He did, however, hear that he'd entered closed-door seclusion training. In addition to the others, who were also training in seclusion, Miao Yi didn't even know all of the associates in the cave. Sometimes, he would come into contact with some of them when he brought the dragon steeds out, but usually, he would not get called if there were any serious affairs to attend to. They probably minded that his cultivation was too low, so he wouldn't be of much help. They even wanted to order him to do menial jobs, but since Chao Dingfeng was around to protect him, none of them dared to be disrespectful towards his status. Miao Yi had the impression that he'd been forgotten and left behind, so he went on cultivating, continuing to look after the dragon steeds, as well as riding charcoal, who was as plump as a pig. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27, Orb of Will. Chapter 27, Orb of Will. Snowflakes fluttered about, turning everything to white. During his first winter since arriving at the Transient Light Cave, Miao Yi finally entered the Transient Light Grand Hall again. This time around, everyone was in attendance and he could finally get to know all the members of the Transient Light Cave in one sitting. The reason for their attendance was because the power of will gathered from Transient Light City had been handed over to them. They came here to collect their own share of provisions. Those who were in closed-door seclusion training also came out and rushed here because of this. The reason why everyone agreed to be ruled over was all for this day, which only happened once a year. Cave Master Yuan Jinkuan reported to everyone regarding this year's harvest. It consisted of about 100 orbs of wool which were gathered from an estimated 100,000 people. Among 80% of the collected orbs were required to be turned over to the higher levels, and the cave could only retain the remaining 20%, which left about 20 orbs of will. Miao Yi had heard about it from Yan Xiu earlier on that among the orbs of will harvested every year, with the exception of the 20% which would be kept for the cave, the other 80% would be broken down further, 10% were to be turned over to the mountain chieftain, 10% to the manor head, 10% to the hall liege, 10% to the palace lord, and another 10% to the overlord. The remaining 30% would be entirely handed over to the immortal sage, Mu Fan Jian. The other domains of the 5 sages operated in a similar manner. Anyone who dared to break the rules or get caught attempting to pocket it for themselves would be immediately sentenced to an unsightly death as an example to others, basically killing one to warn 100. All in all, no matter who tried to claim whoever's domain, the orbs of will to be handed over must not have a reduction in amount. The 20% share kept by the cave were about 20 in total. Chao Dingfeng and the 3 cultivators who were at White Lotus 3rd grade were Cave Master Yuan Jingquan's capable right-hand men, so each of them received 2 orbs. The remaining 7, inclusive of Miao Yi, were only given 1 each. The others with a cultivation base at White Lotus 2nd grade couldn't say anything about it. Miao Yi didn't have anything to say, too. However, both Yan Xiu and Luozhen still felt slightly wrong since both of them also had a cultivation base at White Lotus 3rd grade. But alas, nobody cared about the injustice they received, so they could only hold it in. The remaining 10 orbs belonged to Cave Master Yuan Jingquan, but according to Yan Xiu, the Cave Master would normally not keep everything to himself, and would leave a few orbs to be given as rewards to others, such as those who made great achievements. It's important for those who perform a meritorious service to be rewarded. Otherwise, nobody would be willing to work hard in handling their assigned affairs. The majority were happy to receive the provisions, except for Luozhen, who couldn't bring herself to smile. One could tell by looking at her that she was trying to stifle her anger, apparently finding the amount received to be too little. After returning to his cultivation residence, Miao Yi sat properly in a lotus position while staring intently at the orb of will between his fingers, which was roughly about the same size as a granule. It was sparkling and translucent, emitting an indistinct white glow. This was his first time seeing what an orb of will looked like. According to Yan Xiu, this granule-sized orb of will was a crystallized form of the power of will gathered from 1,000 followers in 1 year. An orb of will gathered from 10,000 people in a year would be around the size of a pearl, while an orb of will gathered from 100,000 people in a year would be around the size of a quail egg. Under normal circumstances, a harvested orb of will's maximum size would only be around the size of a quail egg, and it wouldn't get any bigger than that. Miao Yi was anxious to try out the effects of the orb of will he'd spent ages longing for. He opened his mouth and placed it inside, performing his arts to catalyze it. Once refined, Miao Yi immediately experienced the power of the 7 emotions and 6 desires contained within the orb of will. These were the distracting thoughts belonging to more than thousands of people: joy, anger, grief, fear, love, hate, desire, along with other negative feelings. Their impact on him almost shocked him till he lost his guard on his mind. Earlier, he had already asked Yan Xiu regarding the refining method, so he immediately applied his arts to disperse the onslaught of distracting thoughts, stripping out the most cordial power of will before refining it for his own use. This was so he could utilize the gathered power of will united from the forces to call upon the spiritual qi among the heavens and earth. At that instant, he immediately sensed the required spiritual qi being gradually filtered from the air into his body. The spiritual qi began to collectively gather towards him, eventually absorbed like a trickle of water, making the entire process considerably faster than usual. Being able to feel the prowess of the orb of will filled Miao Yi with utter excitement. It was no wonder why cultivators in the world would want to get their hands on these. It really was too miraculous. Ha! To Miao Yi's surprise, during the process of refining the orb of will, he discovered a strange phenomenon. The fiery star technique cultivation method he was cultivating actually had the ability to directly burn away the distracting thoughts of the 7 emotions and 6 desires possessed by tens of thousands of living beings. It was far more efficient when compared to Yan Xiu's teachings to gradually strip and expel them out. Afraid that it was only a figment of his imagination, he exploited the 2 methods to compare them, once again confirming the fiery star technique's effectiveness. Speedily putting a stop to his arts, Miao Yi spat out the orb of will he kept in his mouth onto the palm of his hand. He wanted to ask Yan Shou about it so he could get to the bottom of things, exactly what was going on here. At that exact moment, the dark green bead he wore around his neck flashed a faint glow. Miao Yi halted in his steps, suddenly remembering his time back at the island, when Lao Bai had specially explained to him over and over again. First, that his cultivation method must not be leaked. Second, if he were to discover that the fiery star technique had some strange effect on the power of will, then he must not ever let the cat out of the bag. Lao Bai mentioned that the great immortal he once served had mistakenly leaked out the information, and was forced to live the remainder of his days on an island. It was as though someone wanted to force the great immortal to hand over the cultivation method he was cultivating. As for their reasons to do so, Lao Bai wasn't sure of the answer. Miao Yi's heart beat wildly for a moment, faintly coming to the realization as to why there were people who wanted to force the great immortal to hand over his cultivation method. According to Yan Shou's theory, on the basis of Miao Yi's cultivation base, if he wanted to refine this granule-sized orb, a year was required. But if it were calculated based on the speed he used to directly burn away the 7 emotions and 6 desires, he wouldn't need that long of a time. Which also meant that as long as Miao Yi had enough orbs of will to refine, then with his own cultivation method and technique, he could increase his cultivation base much faster and further than anyone else. Overwhelming feelings of excitement were mixed with the taint of uncertainty. He would need to move one step closer to test and confirm it. 3 months later, the snow in the mountain forest had already melted away, while the orb of will in Miao Yi's mouth had also been completely consumed until nothing remained. It didn't require a year like what Yan Shou had informed him, as it only took him 3 months. Not only that, he had done it while caring for the dragon steeds every few days. His own cultivation base had swiftly enhanced to a considerable degree. A granule-sized orb of will had unexpectedly saved him 5 years of normal cultivation. Back then Lao Bai told Miao Yi that he would require 20 years to advance to White Lotus 2nd grade. Up until now, he'd been cultivating for about 5 or 6 years. His time had now been cut short by 5 years, which meant that he would need at most 10 years to break through to the 2nd grade of White Lotus. In terms of orbs of will, he only required 2 more. Miao Yi's blood boiled with indignation. If he possessed 2 more orbs, then he would only need 6 more months to advance to a cultivation base at White Lotus 2nd grade. After the initial excitement, he calmed himself down as he realized that he'd been thinking too much. 1 year would only grant him 1 orb of will, and a mere 2 years were needed for him to obtain the desired 2. The time spent waiting for the orbs would have offset the wonders of his cultivation method, causing it to be no different than the 2 years needed to cultivate according to Yan Shou. At that instant, when Miao Yi was at a loss on how to get more orbs of will, Li Xian and Sun Jiaojiao, the other 2 cultivators from Transient Light Cave with a cultivation at White Lotus 3rd grade, barged into the gates on their dragon steeds. They charged towards the Transient Light Grand Hall and came to a halt, before leaping off the steeds and vanishing into the Grand Hall. Move! Sun Jiaojiao dispersed the 2 handmaidens who came up to welcome her. Both of them looked as though there was some kind of emergency, as they barely gave face to the cave master Yuan Jingquan's handmaidens. This type of situation wouldn't normally happen. Yuan Jingquan, who was meditating and cultivating at the back of the hall, was alarmed by their arrival, stopped his cultivation and rose from his seat. Seeing the 2 people who barged in, he had a faint feeling that something unfortunate must have happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28, Li Xian's Scheme. Chapter 28, Li Xian's Scheme. Transient Light Cave currently belonged to one of the 10 caves under the rule of Du Zhangxing, Mount Comingxi's mountain chieftain. A few days ago, Mount Comingxi sent out news to each domain's cave master saying that the mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai, Yang Qing, had broken through to Blue Lotus 5th grade. There was a possibility that Du Zhangxing had asked about Manor Head Ding's ambition, thus requiring each respective cave masters to strictly keep a close watch on Yang Qing's movements. Hence, Yuan Jingquan dispatched 2 of his best subordinates, Li Xian and Sun Jiaojia, to go. Now, seeing the both of them urgently barging in without ceremony,
he deduced that they had news of a radical nature to report.
His heart sank as he asked, "How is the current situation? Did Yang Qing listen to the summons?"
Regardless of Du Jiangxing, mountain chieftain of Mount Comingxi, or Yang Qing, mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai, they were all under Lu Yu, the manor head of South Edict Manor. The moment Yang Qing's cultivation had broken through to the 5th grade of Blue Lotus, manor head Lu Yu had felt threatened, and so he issued a law decree to transfer and appoint Yang Qing to his side. His motive was none other than to separate Yang Qing from his troops, effectively stripping him of power. All the mountain chieftains under South Edict Manor were waiting to see whether Yang Qing would accept the law decree or not. If he did, then it would prove Yang Qing did not harbor any wicked ambitions, and so everyone could feel at ease. Liang Fan cupped his fists submissively and explained in a hurried tone, "Cave Master, when the manor head's law decree reached Mount Shaotai, Yang Qing was in a thundering rage. He exclaimed that manor head Lu Yu had gone too far and his behavior could not be tolerated any longer. In front of everyone watching, he beheaded the doctrine envoy, and then immediately banded together his force of 10 caves to launch an attack into the territory of Mount Comingxi. Both 10,000 Spirits Cave and Sun Believer Cave have been breached.
Yang Qing's troops are charging towards Transient Light Cave at top speed right now." Yuan Zhengkuan gasped in shock. "Is Yang Qing mad?
He only commands the forces of 1 mountain, and now dares to challenge the manor head's forces of 9 mountains. Sun Jiaojiao cupped her fists with both hands and exclaimed, "Yang Qing has already obtained School of Blue Jade's support."
School of Blue Jade dispatched a band of their sect's disciples to accompany Yang Qing's army. This is definitely not a coincidence.
Yang Qing has obviously been colluding with School of Blue Jade and made plans to attack long before this.
Liang Fan requested earnestly, "Cave Master, Transient Light Cave can no longer be defended, let's retreat." "Scoundrel!" thundered Yuan Jingkuan abruptly, in a fit of rage.
"The mountain chieftain has always been good to me, and I have been entrusted the protection of Transient Light Cave because of his confidence in my abilities.
How can I flee without putting up a fight? Who serves as the vanguard under Yan Qing's command? Once I have straightened out Transient Light Cave, I will crush that scum Yang Qing's spirit." Sun Jiaojiao replied, "The cave master of 100 Blossoms Cave, Qin Weiwei, is the vanguard."
Yuan Jingkuan coldly sneered, "Qin Weiwei, that woman has guts to launch an attack against our Transient Light Cave. Watch how I'll deal with her." Sun Jiaojiao immediately continued, "Yang Qing's own forces, personally led by himself, are following right behind Qin Weiwei. The moment we found out, we rushed back as quickly as we could, hoping Cave Master will make an immediate decision."
Yuan Jingkuan's expression froze, speechless. He wasn't afraid of Qin Weiwei, but if he were to engage in a battle against Qin Weiwei and then Yang Qing followed suit, then the joke would be on him. Putting aside Yang Qing's large number of forces, there was also the matter of Yang Qing's cultivation being at Blue Lotus 5th grade. He wouldn't be able to defend against his attacks at all. Liang Fan earnestly requested again, "Cave Master, we will not be able to defend against Yang Qing with our might alone. Where there is life, there is still hope. Now the most important thing to do is make haste to the mountain chieftain's side at once to help him conserve his strength. Once the manor head rounds up his forces to launch a counterattack, it will not be too late for us to fight back." Yuan Zhengkuan hesitated. After great difficulty, he had finally become the cave master of Transient Light Cave, taking pleasure in its benefits for merely a year. With his position, he enjoyed the incense and power of will of 10,000 followers from Transient Light City. He really wasn't willing to give up the meat he had in his mouth. Sun Jiaojiao warned in a hastened tone, "Cave Master, Qin Weiwei is leading her forces here at great speed. At most, she'll arrive in 2 hours, so if we don't retreat soon, then it will be impossible to leave once she has us in her sights." "It's not as if I don't know that." Yuan Jingkuan lifted his head towards the sky and gave a long sigh. "The mountain chieftain has always been good to me. If I leave without engaging in battle, he would not easily forgive me. And even if he kept our old friendship in mind, there is also the manor head to consider. He should be bristling with indignation over this whole affair,
and I fear he will make an example out of me to serve as a warning to others."
Li Xian and Sun Jiajiu stared at each other speechlessly.
There was no doubt that the manor head was furious over Yang Qing's revolt. If he found out his subordinates had fled without going into battle, the manor head would definitely not let them get away with it. All of a sudden, Sun Jiajiu began to speak, hesitated for a long while, before gently parting her lips to say in a low voice, "Surrender." Yuan Jingquan and Li Xian turned to look at her with great trepidation and fear. Only trusted aides would dare to speak of such words between each other. But Yuan Jingquan rapidly denied the idea of surrendering by shaking his head. Yang Qing must have promised some benefits to School of Blue Jade for him to agree to support him. Once South Edict Manor has been captured, not only will Yang Qing have to settle positions on his men for their great service, he also has to appease the disciples of School of Blue Jade as well.
There really will be too little to go around. There won't be any advantages for us even if we surrender to them.
We would be left standing by the sidelines, our reputations ruined all because we surrendered.
So why torture ourselves? Li Xian and Sun Jiajiu went silent. They knew Yuan Jingquan was speaking the truth. The couple, Yan Xiu and Luozhen, were the perfect example. Have they ever had any status in Transient Light Cave?
Although their cultivation was at White Lotus 3rd grade, they were still inferior to a horse deputy. I have a strategy that can help Cave Master escape this situation. But, Cave Master is a man of deep compassion and of unwavering loyalty, so I fear Cave Master will not accept this proposal.
Li Xian sighed insincerely.
We're already in this mess, so there's no need to mince your words anymore. Yuan Jingquan stretched out his hand and said, "Speak out what's on your mind."
Li Xian immediately moved closer and muttered in his ear. Clang, clang, clang.
The alarm in Transient Light Cave rang, causing all the cultivators to scuttle out of their cultivation residences when they heard it. They rushed to Hidden Dragon Valley, mounted their dragon steeds before rushing swiftly to gather outside of Transient Light Grand Hall. Until now, Miao Yi did not have his own mount since his cultivation base was too low. The cave master wouldn't concern himself with helping Miao Yi resolve his life difficulties, so he could only make do with riding the plump charcoal. He still had no clue of the events that transpired. He saw that everyone had taken their weapons with them. Yan Xiu, riding a dragon steed, held a pair of broad axes in his hands, and even Luozhen wielded a long and large saber single-handedly, displaying her prowess. What happened? Riding charcoal, Miao Yi slowly caught up behind Yan Xiu. He used his art to transmit his voice in a quiet inquiry.
It's nothing good. The alarm rang for a long time, which meant we're going into battle soon. Yan Xiu made a quiet reminder. Brother, do you remember what I said to you before? The rumored struggle between cultivators had finally arrived? Heart tightening, Miao Yi nodded his head, understanding the meaning behind Yan Xiu's words. If he could not win, then he should just surrender. There was no need to throw your life away. Everyone in Transient Light Cave gathered beneath the Grand Hall. A number of people simmered with laughter upon noticing the conspicuous fat pig underneath Miao Yi. When Xiao Dingfeng realized the cause, he muttered to himself that it was due to his carelessness, noting that he would seek a better dragon steed for Miao Yi once he had the chance. Abruptly, Cave Master Yuan Jingquan rode his dragon steed out in a violent rush, directly charging towards the top of the flight of stairs leading to the Grand Hall. He raised a long halberd in the air and angrily shouted in a commanding voice, "Mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai, Yang Qing, is a wolf with wild ambitions. He holds aspirations for the manor head seat of South Edict Manor. Already, he has started his rebellion." The crowd was in an uproar. Miao Yi instantly transmitted his voice to ask Yan Xiu about the situation. The affairs this time are a bit major than normal. Yang Qing has the highest cultivation base in South Edict Manor, apart from Manor Head Lu Yu. Since he dared to declare war against Lu Yu, he must be confident in his victory. Yan Xiu surreptitiously explained the stakes between them to Miao Yi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29, Luozhen rides a horse. Chapter 29, Luozhen rides a horse.
Yuan Jingquan gazed about the crowd, boosting their morale in a loud voice. Manor Head is furious and has already assembled the entire South Edict's forces of 9 mountains. Yang Qing's doom is sealed. Within the next few days we will tear him apart. Earlier, I found out that Qin Weiwei, the cave master of 100 Blossoms Cave, is now serving Yang Qing, and has split her forces into 2 flanks to surround and raid our transient light cave. I desire the head of that B*TCH, Qin Weiwei. Who is courageous enough to follow me in facing the enemies of transient light cave? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Before they could grasp the situation, Li Xian and Sun Jiajiu had already stepped forward on their dragon steeds, one after the other, both of them shouting loudly in unison, were willing to follow Cave Master to face the enemy up front and take Qin Weiwei's head. Startled, Chao Dingfeng rapidly went forward with his dragon steed and cupped his fists. I am willing to go, too. Since Li Xian and Sun Jiajiu had already responded, then as one of Yuan Jingquan's zealous subordinates, how could he not firmly state his position? Whether or not the others were equally as willing, everyone stepped forward and assented. Even Yan Xiu and Miao Yi went along with the crowd and loudly voiced their support. Good. In an instant, Yuan Jingquan waved his long halberd at the crowd, and began to appoint tasks to all. Li Xian, Sun Jiajiu, both of you will accompany me to drive back Qin Weiwei. Chao Dingfeng, you lead the others behind the western mountain range to stop the attacks. You must stall Qin Weiwei's followers. Once I claim Qin Weiwei's head, I will immediately return to meet up with everyone. Li Xian, Sun Jiajiu and Chao Dingfeng accepted the order together. Everyone in Transient Light Cave must make a combined effort to deal heavy blows to the enemy invading our territory. Those who have served their duty well will be handsomely rewarded. Forward! Yuan Jingquan did not waste any time. Riding his dragon steed, he leapt down the stairs as he brandished his long halberd and shouted. Li Xian and Sun Jiajiu immediately followed suit on their dragon steeds, charging out of the gates and riding away swiftly. Follow my lead. We will head to the back of the western mountain range to obstruct the enemy. With his treasured sword on his back and a spear in his hand, Chao Dingfeng turned around and shouted instructions at the crowd following him. Under his lead, 8 cultivators with their dragon steeds rode as fast as lightning, crossing mountains after mountains as though treading on plains. Miao Yi, who trailed behind in last place, hated that he couldn't just stab charcoal to death with his spear. At least if he were to run on his own 2 legs, then he might be better off. Charcoal really gave him too much honor, making it seem like he was of a more craven and cowardly mold than Yan Xiu. How would everyone in Transient Light Cave see him now? Yan Xiu had said that if you can't win a fight then just surrender, but right now, what does it imply if the war hasn't even begun and you're already running away? Taking a look at Yan Xiu, although in his heart he has already made full preparations to surrender, at least to anyone watching, he was now riding quickly to battle, so no one could make a comment. He was downright embarrassed to be in this place, but little did he know he had already become Yuan Jingquan's scapegoat. Li Xian's stratagem was very simple. Basically it was to make Yuan Jingquan instigate the others to meet the enemy head-on, while the 3 of them made their escape. Afterwards, when the higher echelons investigated the matter, Yuan Jingquan would have an excuse ready at hand that would extricate himself from the responsibility of escaping without fighting. He could then say that only 3 of them were lucky enough to survive the attack, and even Chao Dingfeng, his trusted aide, had fallen in battle. It wasn't due to a lack of effort on his part to fight as if his life depended on it. On the contrary, Yang Qing personally led his forces into the fray, and tried his best to fight. In the end he couldn't hold back the opposing forces at all. This was something everyone could understand. Not only would he escape the responsibility of fleeing without going into battle, he would use Chao Dingfeng to lead his men to cover his own retreat, and also help stall for enough time for him to make his own escape. The most important thing was, after knowing Yang Qing would personally lead his forces forward, Yuan Jingquan still dared to command his forces to meet the enemy in battle. There was a strong possibility that his display of loyalty and bravery might be able to gain the higher echelon's praise and possibly turn a loss into a gain. Since there were so many benefits to it, Yuan Zhenkuan did not hesitate and went along with Li Xian's scheme. 7 dragon steeds crossed over to the top of the western mountain range. Xiao Dingfeng saw that the base of the mountain revealed a wide open area alternating with the mountains opposite of them. It was an appropriate location to face and deal heavy blows to the enemy. He instantly waved the spear in his hand, pressing the troops to move forward. Eventually he ordered everyone to hide amidst the dense forest halfway up the mountain. Everyone had been lying in wait for quite a period of time before Miao Yi finally arrived on charcoal, last to the scene and with a long look on his face. Xiao Dingfeng turned his head behind to cast a look at charcoal underneath Miao Yi, however he made no remarks. Exactly at that moment, from within the mountain forest a dragon steed appeared, swooping down from the mountain at great speed. A 2-petaled white lotus appeared and glowed faintly between the brows of the cultivator on top of the dragon steed. He glanced left and right with his spear raised, keeping a close watch as he moved ahead throughout the whole ride down. The moment Xiao Dingfeng saw him, he knew instantly that the man had come to open up a path. It looked like the other party was being incredibly careful. Therefore it didn't matter if they planned an ambush, it was already futile. Upon reaching this conclusion, he looked around and asked left and right, kill one and there will be one less. Who will go first to render a first-class merit? I'll go. Luo Zhen answered without any form of hesitation. Wielding a long blade in her hand, she rode the dragon steed and charged towards the bottom of the mountain. You? Yan Xiu's entire body froze, as he extended his hand to stop her, but to no avail. Everyone was astounded, because they never expected that Madame Shi Xiang would be the first one to set out. Miao Yi was also surprised. He had listened to the things that Yan Xiu had incessantly taught him, but apparently his wife had chosen to shut her ears instead. Little did he know that Luo Zhen was sick and tired of people humiliating her by addressing her as Madame Shi Xiang. All this time she had been suppressing her pent-up anger. Ever since the beginning, when Yuan Zhenkuan had instigated everyone, Luo Zhen had already hardened her heart. She really did feel weary of people humiliating her. The dragon steed who was swooping down at a great speed gave an invigorating leap with Luo Zhen in tow, both emerging from the mountain forest. It leapt up to a height of 100 meters in the air, with Luo Zhen screaming as she slanted towards the rushing dragon steed still in the middle of opening a path. The man was taken completely by surprise. Unable to turn back in time, he rapidly soared upwards, 20 meters high from the dragon steed. Usually cultivators would use 2 types of long and short weapons. The short weapon was normally used for self-protection while the longer weapon would be used to face the enemy when riding on a dragon steed. He was also using a long blade. He soared into the air, delivering a strike with his blade to the dragon steed descending from the sky. But after leaping into the air and witnessing clearly the 3-petaled white lotus between Luo Zhen's brows, he instantly became frantic. The screaming and approaching Luo Zhen had already lunged over with her blade to deliver a strike in one rapid movement, parrying the blade which was coming straight at her. Simultaneously, she locked the man in his spot with her transcendence energy. His reaction speed slowed down significantly after being entangled by a higher level of transcendence energy, his face already displaying a look of panic and horror. Bang! The hard bones of Luo Zhen's dragon steed collided head-on onto the man's chest. Puke! Fresh blood violently spurted from the man's mouth, his chest already collapsed inwards from the impact of the collision. Why do cultivators love to mount dragon steeds? It was because this spiritual beast was of extraordinary strength, could carry immense loads and had a terrifying impact force, so huge, that even cultivators at the stage of Blue Lotus were afraid of getting rammed hard by a matured dragon steed. Particularly the dragon steed's speed, when it galloped about wildly without any restraint, even a cultivator at the stage of Blue Lotus would have difficulty in catching up to one. Even if they did, they would only be able to do it within short distances. If the chase were to last a longer time, they would definitely not be able to catch up to the dragon steed's speed and endurance.
Imagine under this degree of speed and strength, in addition to the cultivator's transcendence energy, the cultivator's attack force would achieve almost double the effect. With all these factors, the dragon steed naturally became the majority of cultivators' favorite mount. Die! While the man spurted blood and collapsed, Luoxian violently shouted once more, brandishing her blade high up to the sky, and slashed down through the rain of blood. Luoxian leaped from her dragon steed and descended onto the ground. With the blade in hand, she looked back at the mountainside where Chao Dingfeng and the others were at. In one encounter, she had beheaded a White Lotus second-grade cultivator. Gusts of wind rose up suddenly through the mountain, the dark green grass undulating in waves, all the more demonstrating Luoxian's grandeur. The dead cultivator's dragon steed let out a mournful whine, galloping to its own master's corpses, unwilling to leave his side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30, 11th Surrender. Chapter 30, 11th Surrender. Miao Yi was rendered speechless as he glanced at Luoxian's imposing presence, trembling slightly at her overwhelming power. He couldn't help but be suspicious that a mere cultivator with a cultivation at White Lotus 2nd grade couldn't even withstand an attack from a cultivator at White Lotus 3rd grade. On that basis, since his cultivation was only White Lotus 1st grade, wouldn't he just be throwing his life away if he ran out now? Yan Xiu's Adam's apple quivered a few times. It seemed he too didn't know what else to say. At the mountainside, Chao Dingfeng revealed a smile, nodded his head and praised, "Good. Next time anyone who dares to address her as Madame Xiang will be the same as picking on me, Chao Dingfeng." He glanced around and threw a warning at those behind him. At that exact moment, a strange sound was suddenly heard from the opposite mountain. The crowd quickly looked in the direction of the sound, only to see 5 dragon steeds and their riders. Similar to Luoxian, they leaped 100 meters high with a whoosh, and then galloped towards the open field where Luoxian fought with only a blade and her steed. Yan Xiu's grip tightened on his broad axes as Luoxian, in a state of shock, quickly urged her steed to hastily dodge them. "Attack!" Chao Dingfeng coldly shouted, lifting his spear and charged ahead. The crowd immediately followed suit behind him, racing downwards to rescue Luoxian. 5 out of 7 mounts dashed out from the mountain forest, riding through the air and into the battle. In an instant, both parties' dragon steeds were sprinting to and fro, the madly rushing transcendence energy stirring between them at the scene, killing everyone in a life and death struggle. This sort of transcendence energy was filled with violence, capable of suffocating ordinary people should they venture close. Charcoal did not leap out in a flashy way, and instead kept slipping on its hooves numerous times. It seemed to be slightly frightened as it slowly galloped to the foot of the mountain. Miao Yi could faintly feel the emotions transmitted from Charcoal. It appeared to be saying it was scared, so how about finding a place to hide? Miao Yi really wanted to lift his spear and stab this bastard to death. The most he was thinking of was to surrender after the battle, and this guy was actually thinking of wanting to flee before they even battled it out? Similarly, Yan Xiu also held back from leaping out to join in the fight. Instead, he rode next to Miao Yi. This was his usual style, safety always came first. At the same time, he also pulled back Miao Yi, who seemed to him as slightly impulsive, shaking his head at Charcoal beneath him. Amidst this lifestyle of ceaseless slaughter, without the advantageous power of a dragon steed, it would be impossible for one to defeat his opponents. The enemy would just ride off with their dragon steed, coming and going like the wind. With Charcoal's leg power and speed? He would be sending himself to an early grave if he tried to pursue them. An unusual movement was faintly seen coming from the distance, causing Yan Xiu to quickly raise his head and look in the direction of the mountain peak opposite him. He caught sight of a cold and elegant woman clad in a snowy white robe with a bow on her back. She sat on top of a majestic dragon steed, its coat the color of a deep red date fruit. Her hand held a serpent lance, a symbol of a 5-petaled white lotus bloomed between her brows. Behind her, standing side by side, were 4 cultivators mounted on dragon steeds. All of them had a cultivation at White Lotus 3rd grade. Xin Weiwei.
Yan Xiu's pupils abruptly shrunk, all of a sudden crying out involuntarily, **T.
We've been used by Yuan Jingkuan.
Being a man who was adept at surrendering, he was naturally skilled in this field and instantly came to the realization that everyone had fallen into Yuan Jingkuan's trap.
Wasn't that Xin Weiwei? Wasn't she going to split her forces into two flanks, and then prepare to attack from the other side?
Why is she here? Miao Yi also lifted his head and gazed at the mountain peak across him. He hadn't yet arrived at the same conclusion, not realizing that they had been tricked by Yuan Jingkuan. Yan Xiu did not have the time to explain further. He quickly transmitted his voice through the usage of arts to Luozhen. But since she was at a scene of carnage, surrounded by people being endlessly strangled to death by transcendence energy, using arts to transmit his voice had no effect at all.
Meanwhile, at the opposite mountain peak, the snowy white-robed Xin Weiwei gently lifted her finger, pointing towards the bottom of the mountain.
The four mounted men swiftly charged and leaped forwards in a flash, descending onto the midst of the battlefield. Chao Dingfeng and 6 others were surrounded on all sides, standing their ground against 9 foes. 4 of them were at White Lotus 3rd grade, the other 5 at White Lotus 2nd grade. Unfortunately for them, only Chao Dingfeng and Luozhen had a cultivation at White Lotus 3rd grade. The other 4 men, who were at the 2nd grade, were instantly beat down, leaving them all in a disadvantageous position. They were all entangled in the battle, each of them wanting to break free but to no avail.
The enemy adopted an ingenious battle strategy.
A cultivator at White Lotus 3rd grade withstood Chao Dingfeng. 3 cultivators also at the 3rd grade surrounded Luozhen, suppressing her with violent attacks until her complexion turned deadly pale. She had practically run out of strength, barely able to hold her ground anymore. Yan Xiu's chest heaved up and down with urgency, finally lifting the pair of broad axes in his hands. Although he usually kept himself discreetly out of harm, now he had no other choice but to throw himself forward and risk his life to rescue her. The dragon steed underneath him barely went forward a step before abruptly coming to a halt. Yan Xiu's eyes widened at the scene happening before him. Miao Yi's eyes also widened. Charcoal's 4 hooves stamped about in confusion, turning extremely restless. A spear was thrust into Luozhen's back. She was in the middle of brandishing her blade with both hands, fending off the spears stabbing towards her by a row of people. Before she could even lower her gaze at the bloody spear tip piercing through her chest, a cultivator at White Lotus 3rd grade chased after and in one quick movement, slashed off her head with one strike of his blade. Blood sprayed everywhere from the headless corpse still sitting atop the speedily galloping dragon steed. The spear piercing through her chest was removed from her corpse. After the 3 White Lotus 3rd grade cultivators combined their forces to slaughter Luozhen, they quickly turned their horses back and besieged Chao Dingfeng together. Miao Yi's eyes were cold as his gaze locked onto the cultivator who beheaded Luozhen, gradually lifting the silver spear he gripped in his hand.
Nay!
Charcoal let out a long neigh as it faced the sky, both eyes staring at the fallen corpse of Luozhen.
It constantly snorted in agitation, its 4 hooves unceasingly plowing the ground. It looked like it wanted to storm forward and breach the enemy ranks, its behavior becoming incredibly violent and restless. Miao Yi could feel the wild emotions transmitted from Charcoal.
However, Yan Xiu extended his hand, grabbing onto the fleshy feelers which connected Charcoal and Miao Yi together. The fleshy feelers were a dragon steed's most vulnerable weakness. He stopped Miao Yi from risking his life.
Why?
Miao Yi turned back to stare at Yan Xiu and said with coldness, "They killed your wife, don't you wish to seek revenge?" Yan Xiu shouted with a look of grief and indignation on his face, "They are too strong, we won't be able to avenge her. We will only be running headlong into our deaths if we charge out like this. Only by saving ourselves will we have hope for revenge." What he said was right, but, all of a sudden, Chao Dingfeng let out a furious roar, "Yuan Jingkuan, what?" He had apparently also come to the realization that he had been set up by his leader, but it was already too late. Besieged by 4 cultivators at White Lotus 3rd grade, he realized that he was unable to endure it any longer, but before he could shout surrender, with one slash through the waist, he was cut in half, the upper half of his body flying into the air, still bellowing with rage. Seeing that it was a losing battle, the two cultivators at White Lotus 2nd grade, who were lucky to survive this long, shouted surrender at once. They gave up resisting and leaped off their dragon steeds, and were eventually captured, blades pressing against their necks. The victor had been decided. Xin Weiwei's few subordinates glanced back at Yan Xiu and Miao Yi shrunken at the sidelines, both not daring to move.
Right at that instant, on the opposite mountain peak, a wave of rustling sounds reverberated through the air. With an astonishing air of grandeur, hundreds of cultivators mounting dragon steeds appeared behind Xin Weiwei, swiftly lining up in a row.
Xin Weiwei turned around in a swift movement, facing towards a cultivator clad in silver armor standing in the middle, who cupped his hands in greeting and bowed. The silver-armored cultivator was none other than Yang Qing, the mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai. With thick brows and large eyes, as well as an extraordinary might, he faintly exuded an air of domination. He gazed attentively at the battlefield beneath him. In actuality, Yang Chang and Miao Yi had once seen each other before, during the time when Fairy Hongchen had arrived at Ancient City. As a host, Yang Qing welcomed her arrival, except at that time, Miao Yi was hiding in the old willow tree, and Yang Qing was standing on top of the city walls. Both of them were only a short distance away from each other, but sadly, they never met in person. As soon as he saw the spectacle unfold, Yan Xiu hurriedly gave Miao Yi a push. He immediately threw away his pair of broad axes, jumped from his horse with his hands raised up high as he exclaimed, "I surrender." This was his 11th time surrendering.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, A Valiant Warrior Indeed, 1. Chapter 31, A Valiant Warrior Indeed, 1.
Miao Yi did not bother about the number of men in the mountain peak across them. He only stared at the torn upper body of Chao Dingfeng with a blank expression on his face, still wriggling even after death, which had fallen onto the ground. Ever since he left the mountain he'd cultivated in, he had made 4 friends, namely, Chen Fei, Chao Dingfeng, Luo Jin and Yan Xiu. And now 2 of them had actually died in front of his eyes, and all he did was stand from afar looking on passively. As he watched the deaths of the others, his emotions had barely stirred, but after seeing the terrible deaths of his friends, who had always been looking after him, he was suddenly struck with the extreme cruelty of the cultivation world. Inside his heart, he furiously blamed himself for what he'd done. His younger siblings had a great life going on for them, yet, he had sent them into such a dangerous place. How could he now face both his foster parents' spirits in heaven? He had caused harm to his brother and sister. He had watched on helplessly as his friends, who had taken such good care of him, suffer a horrible death, and still, he did nothing. He deserved to die. Miao Yi sentenced himself to death in his heart, lifting the silver spear he gripped in his hand. He pointed it at the murderers in front of him.
"What the hell are you doing? Quick, surrender!" Yan Xiu kept shouting at him but didn't get a reaction from Miao Yi.
Instead, he saw the expression on Miao Yi's face becoming more and more malevolent, a one-petaled white lotus emerging between his brows, glowing faintly. He immediately dashed over with the intention of dragging Miao Yi down. But Miao Yi pointed with his spear, its sharp spear tip pushing against Yan Xiu's chest, as he said in a low voice, "Move." The people high above and at the base of the mountain were staring at this interesting move Miao Yi was making.
"Kill!" Miao Yi stuck out the spear and thundered, "Nay!"
All of a sudden, charcoal emitted a plaintive cry, rearing its forelegs up in the air. Once its forelegs landed back on the ground, it immediately bolted forwards in a flash, its speed as quick as lightning. Yan Xiu was stunned beyond measure. He had never seen charcoal burst out into such a fast speed before. On the mountaintop, the silver-armored Yang Qing was slightly amazed, not because of Miao Yi's display of bravery, but of charcoal whom Miao Yi was mounting.
"He's riding a dragon steed?" Someone laughed.
"I thought it was a huge wild boar." Everyone exploded into laughter. Never in their lives had they seen such a fat dragon steed. How could a dragon steed, that was supposed to be adept at running, become fat to this extent? At the bottom of the mountain, the few cultivators still in the battlefield locked their gazes onto the quickly approaching Miao Yi with expressions filled with disdain. A cultivator at White Lotus first grade dared to charge up here, where anyone pulled at random from their group would be, at the very least, at White Lotus second grade. Everyone looked as if they were watching a dying man. Naturally, those who refused to surrender would only be killed. Cultivators at White Lotus third grade felt they were above fighting Miao Yi. One amongst them made a signal, and a cultivator at White Lotus second grade was forced to rush out, reluctantly carrying his spear. Both of them charged towards each other at great speed. When Charcoal saw the man who murdered Luozhen charging out, traces of blood appeared in its eyes as its speed increased once more, becoming faster than ever before. Yan Xiu stared at the sight, his eyes widened into circles. The sound of a clang. Both of them collided together. The eyes of the cultivator at White Lotus second grade grew wide and large. The transcendence energy he exerted had apparently not stopped Miao Yi's movements. At that instant they collided. Miao Yi did not waste any unnecessary movements when extending his spear out. With a slight flick, he deflected the tip of the enemy's incoming weapon, then seized the chance to thrust his spear forwards. This was a spear trained in the rough waves heaving to the skies. This was a spear trained for years under a waterfall. This was a spear which was often brandished. It had been thoroughly mastered and understood as a result of destroying countless mountain stones, people, arts, and even more spears. Lao Bai said his training was only so-so, thus exchanging his wooden spear with the real deal should have some overpowering force. With a swift attack, the spear tip drilled into the chest of the second-grade cultivator, his eyes flashing with disbelief. As the two dragon steeds passed each other, he sent the other cultivator flying with his spear. He brandished the spear, dragging the corpse along the ground with a single strike. Blood burst from the body as it tumbled backward beneath them. Miao Yi held the spear again, as he rushed towards the enemy's camp. Everyone in the mountain went silent. A cultivator with only a cultivation at White Lotus first grade had quickly killed a cultivator at White Lotus second grade? Xin Weiwei's brows creased slightly. It was blatantly obvious that her subordinate was incredibly useless. The silver-armored young Qing had a gleam in his eyes. He was beginning to focus his attention on Miao Yi in a serious manner. Two cultivators at White Lotus second grade rushed out of the camp, directly charging towards Miao Yi to intercept and kill him. The two cultivators' faces twisted in anger at the thought of their comrade being killed in a humiliating manner. They rushed over to trap and attack Miao Yi from both sides, unable to gauge how powerful he was. He lifted the spear. In one sudden movement, Miao Yi thrust the spear tip towards the ground, using it to lift up a boulder, before charging towards the two men with the boulder resting on the spear tip. When the two sides collided with each other, Miao Yi retracted the spear and sent it piercing out again. With a bang, the boulder was smashed into a lump of dust, the crushed stones shooting out towards the two men who were approaching. This kind of attack would have easily killed a mortal, but it was useless when used against the two men as the stones couldn't even break through their shields manifested from transcendence energy. The two men waved their spears and an unseen force immediately cleared away the annoying incoming crushed stones. But once the crushed stones disappeared from their sight, they discovered that Miao Yi was nowhere to be found on the quickly approaching dragon steed. However, they could hear the sounds of something in the air, flying over them with a whoosh. "He's above us." Both of them lifted their heads and looked towards the sky at almost the same time, only to be greeted by the sight of a slightly larger crushed stone flying across their heads. As they were looking upwards, Charcoal charged in between the two mounts, and suddenly two spears thrust out from its sides, angled upwards from below. The spears pierced into the two cultivators' chest, right through their armpits, sending both of them flying off their mounts. The two spears dragged the two figures against the ground, instantly causing two patches of blood to spurt out. The figure holding the two spears flipped over quickly from under Charcoal's abdomen. It was Miao Yi. The extra spear was picked up from the ground. It didn't matter who it belonged to. During such a brief assault, a cultivator at White Lotus first grade had already slaughtered 3 White Lotus second grade cultivators, leaving everyone stupefied. If he had killed one, that could be passed off as sheer luck. But, killing 3 of them consecutively, that wouldn't be considered as pure luck anymore.
It could be said he was well endowed with both bravery and wisdom. Swish!
Miao Yi suddenly waved his arm, hurling out a spear directly into the enemy's camp towards the man who killed Luozhen, challenging the man by name. A White Lotus 3rd grade cultivator captured the incoming spear tip with his hand and casually threw it away. The dragon steed he was riding violently bolted out, as he raised his long saber and pointed it at Miao Yi.
Bang!
A trembling sound rang out, the spear and saber crossed swords in a flash. Blood spurted out from Miao Yi's mouth, the webbing between his thumb and forefinger broke, and his body shook violently.
He was almost sent flying out by the impact of the tremor.
The difference between his cultivation base and the White Lotus 3rd grade cultivator was too far apart. It wasn't something that he could withstand. An entire body of transcendence energy had easily dealt a blow on him, and he was nearly defeated by the tremors alone. But a strange thing happened. When the 2 mounts passed by each other, Charcoal suddenly tilted its head, revealing a mouth filled with rows of sharp, jagged white teeth. It bit onto the cultivator's leg, and before the cultivator could react, it pulled the cultivator, who was busy fighting with Miao Yi, down from the saddle. Not for anything else, but because this guy had used his saber to cut down Luozhen's head.
Charcoal remembered this very well. Miao Yi would never waste such an opportunity.
He exerted his entire strength and broke through the enemy's transcendence energy shield with his spear, the raging spear tip penetrating into the other man's heart.
Luckily, Miao Yi's reaction was quick, otherwise Charcoal would have been crippled.
In his attempt to quickly save himself, the cultivator who was suddenly attacked by Charcoal tried to slash down his saber towards the dragon steed's rear buttocks. If Miao Yi had not thrust his spear in the nick of time, that would have been the end of it. Half of its buttocks and hind leg were for sure going to be cut down together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 32, A Valiant Warrior Indeed, 2. Chapter 32, A Valiant Warrior Indeed, 2.
Still, it did leave a bloody scar on Charcoal's rear. Charcoal, in pain, abruptly went astray from his course of direction, but after circling for a round, it soon came to a stop under Miao Yi's urging.
Currently, they were facing in the direction of the enemy's camp.
With blood hanging from his lips, Miao Yi gripped the spear and lifted up the White Lotus 3rd grade cultivator, displaying his prowess to the people in the mountains. Anyone could tell Miao Yi was absolutely no match for the White Lotus 3rd grade cultivator, but who would have thought that the fat dragon steed would actually assist in the fight? It happened too quickly, and in the process caused everyone's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets onto the ground. The person who had earlier ridiculed Charcoal as a huge wild boar also couldn't help but stare at the fat dragon steed, revealing a covetous look on his face. It didn't matter if the steed was ugly, as long as it was useful, it would be valued. Quite a number of people appeared to be setting their sights on Charcoal, only waiting for Miao Yi's death. Yan Xiu was shocked as he stood there blankly, but nobody was paying any attention to him right now.
Their attention was all focused on Miao Yi and Charcoal.
Qin Weiwei scowled, her expression unsightly. Her subordinates consisted of 4 White Lotus 3rd grade cultivators and 6 White Lotus 2nd grade cultivators, and already 4 of them had been completely wiped out by a kid only at White Lotus 1st grade.
One could imagine what her current mood was like now. Get me his dragon steed.
Qin Weiwei let out a cold humph. She was plainly asking her subordinates what were they still waiting for? 3 White Lotus 3rd grade cultivators and 2 White Lotus 2nd grade cultivators immediately charged out, urging their dragon steeds forwards. It could even be said that each and every single one of them felt furious from the embarrassment they suffered. And not only had they been greatly humiliated, they suffered it in front of Yang Chang. Each and every single one of them were dying to swallow Miao Yi alive. With a shake of his spear, the pierced corpse split in half and sprayed out a rain of blood, revitalizing Miao Yi as he was bathed in the corpse's blood. Charcoal, who was underneath him, turned around and fled. 5 cultivators gave chase on their dragon steed, with the ensuing hunt consisting of him running at the front and 5 chasing from the back. Charcoal's rear wound did not seem to affect it. Instead, it ran faster and faster with shocking speed. Despite its oversized body, it ran faster than the dragon steeds of the other 5 cultivators, widening the distance between them. Yan Xiu was in a state of disbelief. Was this still the same Charcoal he had known for years? Miao Yi did not run away, instead he led the 5 cultivators circling behind him on a merry chase around the open field. They wanted to catch up but couldn't, and the distance between them kept getting further and further apart. They became worried of the slight chance that Miao Yi would get away, and in an abrupt move, one of them rushed out and attacked, hoping to intercept Miao Yi midway. Another cultivator changed course in order to obstruct his path, running in the other direction to face Miao Yi as he circled around once more. However, this was the result Miao Yi had wanted all along. If the 5 of them combined forces against him, he absolutely wouldn't have a hope of winning. His only resort was to separate them. If he ended up dying, then he would take a few sacrificial lambs down with him. If he could kill one more, then that would be good too. Facing a White Lotus 3rd grade cultivator that rushed towards him straight on, Miao Yi raised his spear and charged, his face a mask of ferocity. With his previous experience against a White Lotus 3rd grade cultivator, he did not attempt to fight fire with fire, instead he fought with his life on the line. Immediately after they faced each other in combat, Miao Yi's opponent understood right away the reason behind a White Lotus 1st grade's ability to kill 4 people in a row. He definitely hadn't managed it out of sheer luck. Relying on his strengthened cultivation alone to pressure his opponent, he discovered that he was unable to suppress the opponent's reaction speed. It was simply inconceivable. Wouldn't people normally rely on their profound cultivation base to suppress and beat down their opponent? But the opponent resembled a fish in the sea. He seemed able to swim in the ocean of transcendence energy. Not only that, he could still perform a counterattack under the enormous pressure inflicted on him. Miao Yi faced the stronger enemy's deadly strike head-on, and did not attempt to dodge or defend. He knew he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack just on his cultivation base alone. They might as well stab each other and then die together, but no one was willing to play a dangerous game like this with him. Instead, the opponent was forced to quickly defend himself. In addition, the moment they brushed past each other, the opponent would still need to be vigilant against Charcoal's personal ambush. On the open land, 6 dragon steeds chased each other in an endless circle, repetitively going to and fro, assaulting each other at close quarters. At this point, everyone was a little unclear as to who was hunting down who. In any case, no one was able to block Miao Yi. The people who were obviously trying to intercept him, instead became flustered the moment they ran into him. This made it seem like Miao Yi was the one who was brutally attacking the 5 higher-leveled cultivators. The scene was spectacular to look at, but was something practically unheard of before this. There were 5 White Lotus cultivators, 3 at 3rd grade and 2 at 2nd grade. An hour passed, and the chase was still ongoing, with the 5 cultivators unable to catch this guy at a mere White Lotus 1st grade level. The crowd on the mountain were unable to restrain themselves from looking at each other in dismay. Yang Qing, clad in full silver armor, let his gaze follow the desperately fighting Miao Yi, revealing a look of admiration that he couldn't quite mask. He then exclaimed in approval, "A valiant warrior indeed. Given time, when his cultivation base grows higher, he will definitely be an excellent choice as one of the protectors for the domain. What has that Yuan Jingquan, too afraid to show his face, done to merit such a subordinate to fight his battles for him?" The instant he said that, the already disgraced Qin Weiwei gritted her teeth, swiftly grabbing the bow she carried on her back. Simultaneously knocking 3 feathered arrows on the bowstring, she drew back her bow, fed her transcendence energy into them, and set her target at Miao Yi. Yang Qing shot a glance at her, abruptly shouting, "Stop." With the exertion of his transcendence energy, his voice rumbled and reverberated between the ravines. When he began to speak, Qin Weiwei turned back to look at him. She slowly lowered the bow in her hands. Even the 5 cultivators, who were locked in their chase, were too afraid to disobey his orders. they immediately turned their steeds around and returned. Miao Yi pulled Charcoal to a stop, raising his eyes to look in the direction of the mountaintop.
Yang Qing kept his eyes locked on the Miao Yi, producing a rumbling and reverberating voice. "Who goes there? What is your name?"
Miao Yi hoisted his spear at the mountaintop towards Yang Qing, similarly invoking his arts and bellowing furiously, "Miao Yi is here, who dares to fight me?" The voice shook the entire range of mountains, filling the sky with his wrath, an ordinary man without fear. His fearless, resolute words only served to fill Yang Qing's eyes with barely concealed respect.
Lifting his hand, he pointed two joined fingers at Miao Yi at the foot of the mountain and replied, "Miao Yi, if you surrender to me, I will give you the cave master's seat of Transient Light Cave."
A storm of protest broke out amongst the crowd when he finished, letting a White Lotus first-grade cultivator become a cave master? The guide who had called Charcoal a wild boar immediately reminded him in a low voice, "Mountain Chieftain, he only has a cultivation at White Lotus first grade. It will be all right as long as he can convince the masses."
Yang Qing lightly dismissed his protest and everyone else immediately went silent.
Who knew Miao Yi would show ingratitude towards the offer, continuing to point his spear at Yang Qing as he shouted in anger, "Who dares to fight me?" Everyone realized that this kid was either a lunatic or was seriously trying to court death, even refusing the marbled meat position of cave master that was presented to him.
Yang Qing glanced at Qin Weiwei below and said calmly, "Capture him alive."
Qin Weiwei, dressed in robes as white as snow, immediately charged downwards, gripping the serpent lance as she soared high up into the sky on her dragon steed, before descending down into the open field. She pointed the lance at Miao Yi with a blank expression on her face, evidently she was too lazy to say a word to him.
"Die!"
Miao Yi straightened his spear, hurriedly rushing out towards her. But Qin Weiwei's cultivation was on an entirely different level of power compared to her underlings. She proceeded to point with her straightened lance and an unseen force, equivalent to that of a sledgehammer, hammered against Miao Yi's chest.
It was an attack that had been materialized purely out of transcendence energy.
Amidst the White Lotus cultivation realm, the cultivation at White Lotus 5th grade was the line of distinction. Only cultivators with a cultivation base that had broken through to White Lotus 5th grade or higher would be able to congeal their arts into a tangible form. It couldn't be compared to the few fireball tricks Miao Yi invoked at the seaside. In the end, they were just mere tricks, which had little to no effect when used against cultivators who were guarded by their transcendence energy. Indeed, the attack that Qin Weiwei delivered was a genuine transcendence energy attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 33, Surrender. Chapter 33, Surrender.
Splurt. Miao Yi violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards, tumbling a few times as he landed. Charcoal, who bolted to his side, was stabbed deeply on its rear, with Qin Weiwei rotating the head of the spear around. In pain, Charcoal let out a weird, loud yelp and fled. With blood trickling out of the corner of his mouth, Miao Yi leaned on his spear for support, staggering as he slowly stood up from the ground. Qin Weiwei leisurely trotted her dragon steed to the front of Miao Yi, the tip of the serpent lance in her hand pressing onto his chest.
In an indifferent tone, she then said, "Surrender or no?"
In the face of defeat, Miao Yi's eyes were filled with fury as he glared at her. He had the look of someone who would rather die than submit. A cold smile appeared on Qin Weiwei's face, about to teach him another lesson.
"Surrender!" "He surrenders!"
Yan Xiu screamed as he ran to their side, supporting Miao Yi with his hands while nodding his head repetitively as he said, "He surrenders." He was unaware that Yang Qing had commanded that Miao Yi be captured alive.
In fact, Yan Xiu was worried Miao Yi would be killed by her. Qin Weiwei did not pay any attention to him at all. She only stared at Miao Yi as she asked expressionlessly, "Surrender, yes or no?"
Although Yang Qing had told her to capture him alive, he never said she couldn't give this brat a hard time. A few of her subordinates had died at the hands of Miao Yi, so she wanted to take this chance to exact her revenge.
Yan Xiu was beginning to panic.
At once, he invoked his arts and transmitted his voice to Miao Yi. Brother, your parents gave birth to you and raised you not for the sake of throwing your life away. Just surrender. Where there is life, there is still hope. Miao Yi's gaze was still locked onto Qin Weiwei. The corner of his mouth twitched furiously as blood trickled down. The mention of parents from Yan Xiu's mouth made him remember his foster parents who had treated him with kindness, as well as his younger siblings. He still had no idea how his little brother and sister were faring right now. I surrender. Miao Yi abruptly gripped the spear and stabbed it ruthlessly into the ground, letting out a mournful roar as he looked up into the sky. He hadn't managed to avenge Luozhen and Chao Dingfeng, and yet he surrendered. A remorseful feeling of grief and indignation filled him wholeheartedly. He had never before thirsted to raise his own strength like he had today. If he did not improve his strength, what could he even do if he found his younger siblings? As an older brother, would he have the ability to protect them? The heartfelt cry contained in the word surrender made Qin Weiwei's heartstrings quiver indescribably, her icy cold gaze hesitant. After she cautiously eyed Miao Yi up and down, she slowly moved the head of the serpent lance away from Miao Yi's chest. Yang Qing, on the mountaintop, led a crowd of people charging down the mountain, rushing swiftly towards the direction of the transient light cave. Miao Yi had forcefully held up a lot of people for a considerable period of time. But Yan Xiu, on the other hand, still trembled slightly with fear. He was called by someone to accompany Yang Qing's side. Not for any other reason, but because anyone with a pair of eyes could tell that Miao Yi had initially preferred to die rather than surrender, but he was then persuaded by Yan Xiu to submit in the end. Yang Qing felt it was a little strange, since he and Miao Yi were total strangers and did not have a past blood feud between them. Yet, he showed no hesitation in putting up a fight to such a degree. Unless Miao Yi had a special relationship with Yuan Jingquan, and therefore was this loyal and devoted to him? He figured they had no such special relationship, since there wasn't a high possibility that Yuan Jingquan would accept a White Lotus first-grade cultivator to join Transient Light Cave. After some questioning, he found out that Miao Yi and Yuan Jingquan weren't especially close and had only seen Yuan Jingquan twice after arriving to Transient Light Cave for more than a year. Not only that, Yuan Jingquan had been hard on him, giving him the mere role of a horse deputy to do menial jobs. And Yuan Jingquan also had nothing to do with Miao Yi joining Transient Light Cave. It was merely because of a referral from another and the fact that he had gotten in through Chao Dingfeng. The man had taken care of Miao Yi and therefore he had fought without restraint when Chao Dingfeng was slaughtered. Truth be told, Yan Xiu believed that the murder of his wife, Luozhen, was one of the most important factors. Although Miao Yi had been at Transient Light Cave for more than a year, he wasn't as close to Chao Dingfeng when compared to both him and his wife. The reason why he rushed over to help Miao Yi surrender was because he felt deeply moved by him. However, from the beginning to the end, Yan Xiu neglected to inform Yang Qing about the husband and wife relationship between him and Luozhen, as 10th surrender and 11th surrender wasn't something that was nice to listen to. Yang Qing slightly nodded his head, this time asking about Charcoal, who was as fat as a pig. After becoming aware of Charcoal's nature from before, it was hard for Yang Qing to keep a straight face and he indeed erupted into laughter. Back then, Charcoal was purely as lazy as a pig, which was why it turned out to be as fat as one. This time around, the reason why the steed had charged out was because its previous horse deputy, who had treated it well, had fallen in battle. Indeed, it was truly a special dragon steed. But with this, Yang Qing then understood a certain truth, that Miao Yi hadn't exactly been welcome at Transient Light Cave before this. Obviously, that Chao Dingfeng didn't think much of Miao Yi either, otherwise why didn't he help Miao Yi choose a more proper dragon steed? Miao Yi had risked his life to this extent only because of a mere debt he owed to Chao Dingfeng for being treated well. Yang Qing gave a slight wave of his hand, dismissing Yan Xiu. At the same time, he cast a calculating glance at the devastated Miao Yi, who trailed behind Qin Weiwei's squadron. Since Miao Yi was now grouped as a prisoner who suffered a defeat under Qin Weiwei's formation, naturally he would be placed under Qin Weiwei's watch for the time being. Since a mere debt was enough to make him act like this, could it be that he, Yang Qing, would not be able to surpass what Chao Dingfeng gave? The corner of Yang Qing's lips curled into a knowing grin, as he mumbled under his breath, "Things money can't buy." He very much admired and liked Miao Yi. The more ambitious and ruthless a character was, the more he loved to subdue loyal and brave warriors, as this kind of subordinate would make him feel at ease when put to use. Since he was able to subdue that person, then that person would give his life up for him in the future, the same as he did today. Even though Yuan Jingquan's cultivation was quite high, he only knew how to flee when matters arose. He, Yang Qing, would rather exchange 2 Yuan Zenkins to obtain a subordinate like Miao Yi. It was alright that his cultivation base was slightly lacking, as he would be able to improve it after ample time was given. Not only that, Miao Yi had already displayed an impressive side of him which was worthy to be nurtured. Even if he couldn't become Yang Qing's own trusted general, he could still be kept at his side as a reliable aid for his own use. The crowd of people rushing over to Transient Light Cave brought to mind a dove occupying a magpie's nest. Yang Chang and his men did not plan to stay there, and only lingered about for a while. Since the land was recently claimed by them, it was impossible for them to not give it a look at least. But a squadron of vanguard forces had already been dispatched earlier on to attack the bordering East Arrival Cave, the place where Miao Yi had disembarked previously after traveling by sea. It was also the place where Chen Fei currently lived. Outside the Transient Light Grand Hall, the respective cave masters of Mount Shaotai, along with School of Blue Jade's disciples, leapt off their dragon steeds one after another upon arrival. After they entrusted their mounts to their attendants, they ran towards the Transient Light Grand Hall straight away. Afterwards, the cave master of Changfeng Cave, Xiong Xiao, led his men to inspect the surroundings of Transient Light Cave. Soon he also arrived outside the Transient Light Grand Hall, leaping off his dragon steed.
Changfeng City fell under Changfeng Cave's protection. It was also the location of Miao Yi's old home.
When he entrusted his mount to his handmaiden, Dong Shui's care, Xiong Xiao discovered that one of the 2 personal handmaidens was nowhere to be found, so he spoke thoughtlessly, "This isn't the time to be wandering around."
"Where did Chen Shui go?"
Handmaiden Dong Shui pointed towards a lithe figure within the waterside pavilion. She was about to speak and then faltered. His personal handmaidens had followed him for a long time, so Xiong Xiao was able to tell with a glance that there must be a hidden reason. He strode over to the arch bridge and went straight into the waterside pavilion. There, he was greeted by the sight of the handmaiden Chen Shui sobbing, while leaning on the parapet with her back facing him. He couldn't help but crease his brows and said, "Chen Shui." Hearing the voice, handmaiden Chen Shui quickly wiped her tears away before turning around, revealing her beautiful, tear-stained and tender face. Forcing herself to smile, she made a bow and salute as she said, "Cave Master."
Xiong Xiao surveyed the surrounding area and asked, "What happened?"
Chen Shui tried her best to force a grin, shaking her head as she replied, "There's nothing."
Sand got in my eyes.
What a joke. Normally, the handmaidens selected to be by the cave master's side were women who had the aptitude for cultivation. They were meant to be stationed by their side, acting as a personal confidant to be nurtured in the long term. Naturally, Xiong Zhao's handmaidens were no exception. Currently, the 2 handmaidens by his side were already with a cultivation at White Lotus 1st grade, so how was it even possible for ordinary sand to get into her eyes? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 34, An Old Friend from Changfeng. Chapter 34, An Old Friend from Changfeng.
However, they weren't merely handmaidens, or even just trusted aides, they were often partners in bed as well. There weren't many masters in existence who could restrain themselves from putting their hands on the delicate beauties at their side. A person who was both personal and intimate, how could he not see that she had worries on her mind? Xiong Xiao extended his hand and lifted her chin, his eyes looking at her lovely and pitiful face, and asked in a deep voice, "Did someone bully you? Tell me, I will give you justice." He, Xiong Xiao, had a cultivation at White Lotus 9th grade. If he weren't a subordinate serving under the mighty, powerful Yang Qing, he already had the qualifications to be a mountain chieftain himself. Once all matters concerning this war were resolved, he would inevitably be given the position of a mountain chieftain.
Not only that, he was also one of Yang Qing's most trusted subordinates, so he had the qualifications to make such a statement.
Chen Shui shook her head and replied, "No." Xiong Xiao pinched her chin, using a tone which did not allow any room for evasion as he forcefully demanded, "Tell me." A heartbroken look broke out on Chen Shui's face. She bit her lips for a moment, before beginning to say, "Mountain chieftain."
Mountain chieftain?
Xiong Xiao was alarmed by her words. If Yang Qing, the mountain chieftain, had truly laid a hand on his woman, then he himself had no choice but to swallow his protests for now. But immediately after, he sensed something was amiss, since mountain chieftain Yang Qing was not a lascivious man. He had long heard that Yang Qing already had someone he held an unrequited love for, except that there was a vast difference in status and background, so he could not fulfill his longings. The majority of Yang Qing's great accomplishments were done for the sake of that beautiful woman, so he absolutely took no notice of other women.
This made it impossible for him to lay a hand on his trusted subordinate's woman, unless there was another reason for it? Loosening his grip on Chen Shui's chin, he tested the waters and asked, "What did you do wrong? Were you reprimanded by mountain chieftain?"
Chen Shui knew that he was misunderstanding the situation, so she promptly waved her hand and said, "Mountain chieftain would never bother with a small handmaiden like me." Xiong Xiao also thought as such.
Curious, he asked, "Then what is the reason?"
Chen Shui revealed a bittered look and replied, "Cave master, please do not ask anymore. The man is already highly favored by mountain chieftain, so I do not want to pursue the matter any longer. Also, I don't wish to bring trouble to Cave Master by being blamed by mountain chieftain."
So it was a different person after all. Xiong Zhao's facial expression darkened.
Serving under Yang Qing, he had never truly been scared of anyone apart from Yang Qing himself.
He coldly asked, "I would like to know who had the audacity to touch my woman, tell me."
Seeing that he was set on pursuing it to the end, Chen Shui knew the truth could not be hidden anymore. Her cave master's imposing presence also did not allow her to hide the truth. So with her face covered, she broke out into weeping sobs and exclaimed, "Miao Yi."
Miao Yi?
Xiong Xiao froze, unable to recall a person with that name within the ranked groups controlled by mountain chieftain Yang Qing.
But he swiftly came to a sudden realization and exclaimed, "It's that Miao Yi who recently surrendered? As a man who yielded, he dared to anger you?" He was a little unconvinced.
That Miao Yi had suffered a defeat under the battle formation of Qin Weiwei, so he should be restricted by Qin Weiwei right now.
Where would he get the chance to bully his own handmaiden? He reckoned they did not even have the chance to meet face to face, unless there was another man with the same name? Tears streamed down Chen Shui's face as she explained, "Has Cave Master forgotten the terrible death my brother suffered? In that year, we couldn't find any trace of the killer in Changfeng City, but who could have thought that 10 years after the incident, I finally get to meet him here?" It turned out that this Chen Shui wasn't just anyone, she was none other than Huang Yu, the daughter of head guard Huang, who he'd gifted to the Immortal to act as a handmaiden. She was also Huang Cheng's sister. In the beginning, when she first saw Miao Yi and the other captured men fighting to the death, she had yet to recognize him. Although in her earlier years, due to the fact that they were neighbors, she had seen Miao Yi before, it had already been many years since then, and Miao Yi was no longer the juvenile youth he was at that time. His appearance had gone through a huge transformation, so she couldn't remember him at first sight. It wasn't until the name Miao Yi personally flowed out of his mouth, a name which was imprinted into her very bones, and only then was she struck by terror. It roused the past events, and she was able to distinguish vaguely from between Miao Yi's brows that he was the neighbor at Changfeng City at that time. The same killer who had murdered her own little brother. Xiong Xiao was stunned beyond measure. Of course he knew about the incident.
At that time, Chen Shui was heartbroken because of it for a long time. He himself personally urged the city lord of Changfeng City to do everything in his power to arrest the killer, all in order to comfort Chen Shui. Except at that time, the kid ran away too quick, so they couldn't seize him on time. He was more or less bewildered and doubtful as he asked, "You are certain that this Miao Yi is the same killer who murdered your brother?" Chen Shui choked with sobs as she nodded her head in reply.
Yes, that's him. Even if he turned to ashes, I would still recognize him.
It's been so long since the incident has passed, Chen Shui does not wish to bother about it anymore. Simply when I remember my poor brother, Chen Shui still finds it difficult to bear the great sorrow in my heart. As she continued to grieve, she quietly eyed the cave master's reaction.
Xiong Xiao went silent.
If this was a normal situation, he could just attack directly and murder a White Lotus first-grade cultivator since it wasn't too much of a big deal. The issue now was that Miao Yi had already entered the mountain chieftain Yang Qing's transcendence vision, and was obviously highly favored by him. So it would not be easy for him to act recklessly. If due to this, he made Yang Qing lose face, it would not bring any good to him either.
For this matter, I have my own plans. I will definitely give you justice.
Xiong Xiao patted her back comfortingly, both of them soon leaving the waterside pavilion together. But as luck would have it, just as they arrived outside the grand hall, the expressionless Qin Weiwei happened to approach them with Miao Yi in tow.
Xiong Xiao took the initiative and folded his hands at Qin Weiwei.
Although his cultivation was much higher than Qin Weiwei's, she was the adopted daughter of Yang Qing. She was an orphan, picked up by Yang Qing in his earlier years by the roadside. Since infancy, she was kept and raised by Yang Qing's side, so Qin Weiwei was considered to be Yang Qing's most trusted amongst all his trusted aides. He, Xiong Xiao, was better off not disrespecting her. Qin Weiwei returned the salutation, and led Miao Yi up the stairs of Transient Light Hall.
Yang Qing wanted to meet Miao Yi.
Xiong Zhao's flickering and doubtful eyes circled around Miao Yi's face, eventually dropping his gaze onto Chen Shui's face, who was silently biting her lips.
Miao Yi had also seen Chen Shui.
Although the two used to be neighbors and he had known the Chen Shui from earlier years, Chen Shui had only been 15 years of age when she was sent away to become an immortal's handmaiden.
The Chen Shui now was close to 30 years of age.
As the saying goes, a woman changes 18 times before reaching adulthood. The changes were greater when compared to men. Miao Yi didn't recognize her, and the thought of her being head guard Huang's daughter would have never crossed his mind.
Xiong Xiao did not say anything, and left Chen Shui behind as he ran straight towards the Transient Light Grand Hall.
Chen Shui was not qualified enough to enter when the mountain chieftain was discussing official business, so she could only go to the place where attendants stayed in. Inside the grand hall, Yang Qing was seated above all. Every respective cave master of Mount Shaodai, along with School of Blue Jade's disciples, stood divided on two sides. After Xiong Xiao saluted and bowed to Yang Qing, he threw a glance at Miao Yi, who stood alone in the middle of the grand hall, before returning to stand at his own designated position.
Are the wounds on your body serious?
Yang Qing, seated high and wearing armor and a helmet, looked down at Miao Yi who stood below, wearing a grin on his face as he asked warmly. Miao Yi cupped his blood-stained hands, where the webbing between his thumb and forefinger had split open, revealing a raw wound, and replied, "Not at all." The superior Yang Qing dismissed his words with a laugh, and flipped his palm over. The storage ring on his middle finger flashed with a glimmer. A 9 red stone branch and 9 gem leaves levitated in his palm, with specks of starlight floating around it, looking extremely beautiful.
Miao Yi was not foreign to the item. It was the glorious star immortal herb.
He saw Yang Qing open his mouth to blow at the specks of starlight on top of the red stone branches and gem leaves. They immediately turned into 2 wisps of starry clouds, floating towards Miao Yi's hands. Stunned, the blown specks of starlight had adhered to the wound where the flesh could be seen in the webbing. A pleasant feeling, with a slight chill, swiftly spread from the wounds on both of his hands. As the specks of starlight gradually permeated into the wounds, the split webbings on both hands could be seen making a speedy recovery. With no more than a moment of effort, the wounds had already recovered to its original unharmed state, causing a great shock to Miao Yi. Everyone had said the glorious star immortal herb was revered as a priceless treasure, a divine healing medicine by the cultivation world. Yet, he hadn't expected the effects to be this unimaginable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 35, Charcoal Wreaks Havoc, 1. Chapter 35, Charcoal Wreaks Havoc, 1.
When the specks of starlight on the red stone branches and gem leaves finally reappeared again, Yang Qing opened his mouth to blow another mouthful of air. A wisp of starry clouds floated from the red stone branches and gem leaves, directly entering Miao Yi's nostrils. As the specks of starlight permeated into his heart, Miao Yi could feel the internal injuries from within his body being healed at a quickened pace. The instant Yang Qing flipped his hand over, the storage ring gave a soft glimmer, and the glorious star immortal herb went back into it. Inside the grand hall, everyone kept throwing glances at each other, discovering that Yang Qing really looked up to the kid.
Not everyone possessed a glorious star immortal herb.
When the seal was lifted from the boundless secular world, the amount gathered was also very limited. Moreover, every time the immortal herb was used, it would be reduced in quantity, so it was extremely valuable. Those who wanted more would need to wait for the boundless secular world to lift its seal once again. The trivial injuries this kid suffered would have healed with time. Yang Qing must have truly been willing to use the immortal herb, which could have saved lives in the midst of an emergency. The most important thing was that Yang Qing had gone as far as to personally help the kid to mend his wounds. Everyone could see now that Yang Qing was doing this to win his support. But everyone could only keep the thought in their hearts, no one would voice it out just to bring misfortune onto themselves. Xiong Xiao lightly creased his brows. The degree of admiration Yang Qing harbored towards Miao Yi had slightly exceeded his expectations. He feared that it would not be an easy feat to give justice to Chen Shui.
Miao Yi, previously I promised you, ...
Once Yang Qing began to speak, everyone immediately strained their ears, guessing that he was going to announce that Miao Yi would become the next cave master of Transient Light Cave.
This made everyone feel very upset.
One of the reasons as to why Yang Qing dared to revolt was because his troops were well trained and powerful. The cave masters under him were stationed elsewhere, and there were quite a number of people who possessed the qualifications to be a mountain chieftain, but regrettably, they had a Yang Qing presiding over them. Yang Qing himself had the ability to be a manor head. It was the reason that manor head of South Edict Manor, Lu Yu, dreaded. Besides Qin Weiwei, the other respective cave masters of Mount Shaotai present on the scene had cultivations at White Lotus 8th grade and above. They had endured much to make it this far, and yet they still remained as cave masters. This Miao Yi was only a mere White Lotus 1st grade cultivator, had recently surrendered and now actually wanted to become a cave master himself.
Naturally, everyone was a bit unhappy with it.
Yang Qing had not yet finished speaking when all of a sudden, a loud bang sounded from outside, in addition to a neighing, blood-curdling screech, mixed in with a flurry of chaotic-sounding noises. Everyone was bewildered. Could it be that South Edict Manor's manor head, Lu Yu, had gathered his forces together and were attacking this place? With Yang Qing in the lead, everyone instantly whipped out the weapons from their storage ring, the whole lot of them bolting out in an instant.
Within seconds, the entire grand hall was empty, with only Miao Yi remaining behind. Miao Yi was a bit speechless. The battle this time had ignited an impatient desire to raise his cultivation, so he really wanted to obtain the position of cave master of Transient Light Cave. The reason was simple: to obtain more orbs of will. With such a sudden turn of events just as Yang Qing was about to say something, Miao Yi didn't even know who was it that had gotten in his way. Miao Yi. Get the F***ck out of there.
Qin Weiwei's shrill shout suddenly came from outside, startling Miao Yi, who was about to get to the bottom of what was going on. That woman was too strong, and from the start he himself had never been a match for her at all.
So, he was clueless as to what he did to piss her off again.
For the sake of the cave master seat, he would stomach this for now. He would wait until he had built up enough strength, then he would take care of her.
Miao Yi quickly ran out obediently.
He discovered that there was a large group of people crowded together in the open plaza outside the grand hall.
Quite a number of them turned their heads in the direction of the quickly arriving Miao Yi.
Some had a look of astonishment on their faces, while some of them had their lips curled in ridicule. Everyone started to make way for him to pass. He was greeted by the sight of Qin Weiwei standing with her hand grasping the serpent lance, glaring at him with a frosty expression. And at the base of her feet, a dragon steed had collapsed and was twitching in a pool of blood. In one glance, Miao Yi recognized that it was Qin Weiwei's mount, and figured that it would not survive. Yan Xiu was nodding his head and bowing, offering apologies and ways to make amends to Qin Weiwei with all his might.
Miao Yi scratched his head, feeling rather baffled.
He'd been inside the Grand Hall just now, so it was a stretch to say he had killed her mount. Yan Xiu wouldn't have the guts to do so, as well.
Why is Cave Master Qin losing her temper at me? Miao Yi's expression also sank.
Even though his cultivation base was low, his personality was not weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the streets, dragging his younger brother and sister around to avoid being bullied by others.
Qin Weiwei brandished her spear and pointed it at Yan Xiu, shouting furiously, "Ask your bastard." The tip of the spear almost stabbed into his chest.
Yan Xiu meekly moved his body out of harm, revealing a pleased and proud charcoal behind him.
Miao Yi still did not understand what she meant by this, so he asked Yan Xiu, "What's going on?"
I also didn't expect that. Yan Xiu stood sideways, pointing at charcoal as he explained. After Miao Yi listened to everything, he broke out in a cold sweat. He was no longer able to steel himself to face Qin Weiwei, who was boiling in anger. Ever since he and Qin Weiwei had arrived, both of their mounts were placed together. Yan Xiu was helping to keep an eye on charcoal. However, Yan Xiu also hadn't a clue as to what happened.
Charcoal just abruptly ambushed Qin Weiwei's mount from the side, colliding into its weak spot with all its might.
Charcoal was usually terribly lazy, but its explosive power was evident to all. The usual dragon steeds were truly incomparable to it, so when it directly crashed into Qin Weiwei's mount, it managed to send it flying.
That wasn't the end of it.
With the ambush succeeding, it immediately rushed out and bit into Qin Weiwei's mount's crucial spot, its neck, then gave in to a burst of wild hysterical stomping.
Charcoal kept stepping onto the steed, tormenting Qin Weiwei's mount into this tragic state.
Miao Yi was considered to have officially fought side by side with Charcoal before, and vaguely understood Charcoal's d*med temperament.
Its sense of vengefulness was very strong.
Luozhen had been killed, and Charcoal thoroughly erupted. Miao Yi understood it wanted to avenge Luozhen. He didn't know whether the reason for its act of revenge was partly due to the fact that he'd been beaten and injured by Qin Weiwei. He figured his relationship with Charcoal had not reached that stage yet. But Miao Yi was very certain that it definitely had something to do with Qin Weiwei stabbing Charcoal's rear with her lance. The steed knew it wouldn't be able to defeat Qin Weiwei in a fight, so instead seized its chance the moment Qin Weiwei was not around, to inflict a deadly blow towards her mount. He dared not speak highly of this dragon steed's character. As it happened, Charcoal was still unaware that it had gotten into trouble and was still in joy to see Miao Yi appearing before it. It huddled up to Miao Yi, arching its head, and even snorted at the dragon steed lying in the pool of blood, as though it was proudly showing off.
It seemed to be saying, "Look. What do you think?" Miao Yi so badly wanted to strangle it to death.
If the cave master position he had risked his life to obtain was thrown away because of this, just wait and see how he would deal with this dragon steed later.
"What do you plan to do now?"
Qin Weiwei furiously shouted with the lance hoisted. "I'll apologize and make amends on my steed's behalf."
Miao Yi sighed. Who asked him to be in the wrong? Unable to contain her anger, Qin Weiwei shouted, "A simple apology and that's it?" Miao Yi cupped his fists and said, "I will definitely punish it later."
Qin Weiwei let out an "oh," casting a glance at her mount who was about to breathe its last at her feet. She then half-heartedly said, "How are you planning to punish it?" Miao Yi turned back and slapped Charcoal on its head, pointing at it as he scolded, "Your punishment is to go 1 month without eating any fish and prawns." After he finished, he turned back to gaze at Qin Weiwei.
Qin Weiwei waited for quite a while.
Seeing that he had nothing else to say after that, her facial expression instantly darkened as she deadpanned word by word, "This is your
punishment?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 36, Charcoal Wreaks Havoc, 2. Chapter 36, Charcoal Wreaks Havoc, 2.
Miao Yi nodded and said, for this dragon steed, this form of punishment is more painful than killing it, but... At the edge, someone on the scene was trying to stifle his laughter, having the impression that Miao Yi was making a fool out of Qin Weiwei.
However, Qin Weiwei was the adopted daughter of Yang Cheng.
Normally, nobody would dare to cross her, not to mention that Qin Weiwei was never a meddlesome person to begin with, so no one would take the initiative to anger her. This time things had gotten more interesting. Someone was unexpectedly making fun of Qin Weiwei in public. Luckily, Yang Qing only swept his gaze around coldly. His meaningful glance was filled with the message, "Who dares to stir up trouble," which made everyone restrain their laughter.
Miao Yi looked at everyone's reaction and then eventually caught on.
But he didn't lie about the fact that Charcoal and the other dragon steeds were different. The other dragon steeds were omnivorous. They ate meat and vegetables such as fruits, greens, chickens, ducks and fishes, but Charcoal ate nothing but seafood like fish and prawns. Not letting it eat fish and prawns was no different than starving it for a month. Particularly for Charcoal, who had such a huge stomach, so forcing it to starve for that long was definitely a very severe punishment indeed. Unable to contain her anger anymore, Qin Weiwei furiously shouted, "I'm going to make it pay me back with its life." She lifted her lance and was about to stab Charcoal, but was stopped by Yang Qing gripping her serpent lance with one hand. With creased brows, he said, "Weiwei, this is not a big deal. Don't let this affect your good relationship. Just change to a new one." He was trying to win someone's support, specifically Miao Yi's. At the same time, he wanted all his subordinates to see the generous treatment he bestowed onto a loyal warrior, hoping that everyone understood that he would never mistreat people who were loyal to him. How could he let his daughter ruin this plan for him? Qin Weiwei's full chest was heaving quickly, her clear eyes glaring at Miao Yi as though they were about to shoot out flames. But since Yang Cheng had already said as much, what else could she do? Privately, maybe she could depend on their father and daughter relationship to throw a tantrum at Yang Cheng, but for appearance's sake, she had to protect her father's face in front of his subordinates no matter what. After throwing Miao Yi a glance that said wait and see, she took back the lance from Yang Qing's hand, turned her head and left. "Watch your," Yang Qing pointed at the pleased and proud Charcoal and didn't know what else to say. Was it worthwhile for him to bother about a mere beast? He waved his hand, speechless, and also moved to depart. Miao Yi pointed at Charcoal as well, as though warning in advance how he would deal with it later. Turning himself around, he followed everyone back into Transient Light Hall. He fully anticipated that Yang Qing would bestow the position of cave master to him. Little did they know that as soon as everyone began to walk up the steps of the Grand Hall, they would be instantly alarmed by a commotion coming from behind, making them turn their heads back one more time. They were greeted by the sight of Charcoal once again charging towards Qin Weiwei's mount, who wasn't completely dead yet. It bit the steed's neck, gripping it tightly while it shook its head like a lunatic, smashing it violently left and right. Very quickly, a hole was formed on the bluestone pavement, and was filled with flesh and blood by all the repetitive smashing. After it completely ended Qin Weiwei's mount, the steed opened its bloodied mouth and lifted its head to the sky, revealing rows of sharp, eerie teeth as it let out a long neigh. Everyone standing on the steps looked at each other. Good heavens, this bastard was full of character, not even permitting one last breath to the steed. It only stopped when the steed was completely dead. Yan Xiu, who had run to the sidelines intending to stop Charcoal, looked at Qin Weiwei's dead mount. He weakly turned his head to look in their direction, showing signs of wanting to cry yet remained tearless. He had never imagined Charcoal would pull an eradication trick like this. Qin Weiwei, dressed in snowy white robes akin to a pear flower, her full chest once again began to heave up and down in a hurried state. That bastard had gone too far, to the extent of practically not giving her any face at all. Yang Qing's face faintly twitched for a while. Miao Yi's face thoroughly crumpled from shame. That steed kept stirring up trouble during his most important moments. He bolted towards Charcoal in a flash, taking his spear from Yan Xiu's hand, then smashed it with the spear as he charged.
Charcoal broke into a mad run and Miao Yi couldn't catch up. Even a Blue Lotus stage cultivator was unable to keep up with a dragon steed's speed, let alone him.
Don't run!
Stop this instant!
Miao Yi's voice, bursting with anger and shame, sounded in the distance. After a while, when the whole crowd had returned to the grand hall, they saw Miao Yi dragging his spear back inside.
Yang Qing didn't want to bother with an animal, but he couldn't restrain himself from asking, "What did you to your mount?"
Miao Yi held back for a while, feeling rather ashamed, but eventually he still replied honestly, "Couldn't catch up to it."
He. Again, somebody couldn't control a snort of amusement. Somebody sighed, "That's right, you can't catch up. If you could, then there'd be no need to use it as a mount." Someone bantered, "You can't be blamed for this. Just about anyone with a disobedient mount like this would get a migraine too." The entire hall roared with laughter on the spot. Now, nobody was envious that Miao Yi's mount knew how to ambush. What was the use of a mount who won't even listen to its master's orders?
Even Yang Qing couldn't resist smiling. He realized that this man and dragon steed practically deserved each other.
Even Qin Weiwei didn't know whether to rage or laugh.
In short, she rolled her eyes, raising her head to gaze towards the domed roof of the grand hall.
Yang Qing lightly lifted his hand, halting everyone continuing to make fun of Miao Yi.
Before getting back to the subject at hand, he said, "Miao Yi, I previously promised you transient light cave."
Before he could finish, he was interrupted again.
A flurry of the hurried sounds of galloping dragon steeds resounded from outside.
Everyone's gaze instinctively went back to Miao Yi again, guessing that his rascal mount was at it again. Miao Yi thought so too, his expression thoroughly darkened.
"That bastard always comes and causes trouble at important times. Watch how I'm going to deal with you."
Without informing anyone, Miao Yi gripped his spear and proceeded to run out. In the end, somebody shouted, "Report!" Somebody swiftly dismounted from the dragon steed that had stopped outside of the hall and nearly ran into Miao Yi. The person sidestepped and threw a glance at Miao Yi, then immediately delivered a report to Yang Qing with his fists cupped. "Mountain chieftain, the men that have managed to attack East Arrival Cave were annihilated."
Everyone in the grand hall was alarmed. Yang Qing stood up from his seat and shouted in a deep tone, "The cave master of Colossal Ram Cave has a cultivation of White Lotus 8th grade.
They can take down East Arrival Cave without any problems, so how could they have been annihilated?"
The man explained urgently. "Liu banded together with South Edict's forces of 9 mountains and coincidentally ran into Colossal Ram Cave's forces. Liu personally beheaded the cave master of Colossal Ram Cave. Now Liu is leading his forces towards Transient Light Cave with great speed and urgency."
Yang Qing scoffed, "Liu scum, how quick his response is. All right, might as well.
We can avoid the trouble of hitting them hard one by one, and eliminate the effort required to settle him."
But he looked around and asked, "Does everyone dare to face him with me?"
With a swish, everyone folded their hands in support of the order.
"Good. Once we have taken Liu's scum life, I will grant rewards based on your merits. We're willing to give our lives."
Everyone called out loudly together. They already seemed to be very excited. The people, a number of them already had the strength to become a mountain chieftain, so they had been restless beforehand, looking forward to quickly expanding their own domain, and to take pleasure in more power of will. Yang Qing was bound to lead a revolt with the support from these people. To be exact, they had already been instigated by Yang Qing earlier on.
Yang Qing waved a hand, taking the lead at a quick step, swiftly guiding everyone in leaving the grand hall.
Miao Yi stepped to the side inside the hall to let the others pass through. He was stunned.
Yang Qing laughed, "Just like that? What about my affairs?"
Qin Weiwei, the last to leisurely walk past his side, halted in her steps.
She tilted her head to glance at him and coldly said, "You prisoner, what are you up to, staying here unmoving instead of following Mountain Chieftain into battle? Are you waiting for your master to kill his way back here?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 37, The Slumbering Dragon Awakens. Chapter 37, The Slumbering Dragon Awakens.
No, Miao Yi frantically shook his hands in denial. He was a bit embarrassed to begin in this way, but this was a matter of great importance to him, so he had no other choice but to clarify. Then what about Transient Light Cave?
Do I need to stay and defend it? Why, do you seriously think you're the cave master of Transient Light Cave? Qin Weiwei ridiculed.
The tone of Miao Yi's voice was grave as he asked, could it be that mountain chieftain will go back on his words?
His directness made Qin Weiwei choke back her reply.
Turning to stride towards the outside of the grand hall, she deadpanned, naturally, mountain chieftain won't break his promise. But for matters concerning the granting of domains, these are rewarded based on the merits after the battle.
It's not the time for you to indulge in your fantasies just yet. If you still aren't going to make a move, then that means you're deserting us. I can stab you to death with my spear.
If her father hadn't set his eyes on him, she really would have followed her impulse to stab him to death. Because she felt like she had been lied to and tricked. She'd been utterly shocked when Miao Yi let out that helpless roar in the valley, and had assumed he was brave-hearted, a rare characteristic to find in a man. But who knew he was also a guy who could easily be swayed when faced with benefits? If she had known earlier, she would have made him suffer more at that time.
B*TCH.
Miao was secretly scolded in his heart, thinking that once he had the strength, just wait and see how he'd take care of her. Having the strength was a matter of the future, after he'd actually acquired it. At least for now, it was still necessary for him to remain well-behaved. He ran out after Qin Weiwei, and discovered that Yin Chang had already set off with vigor, leading a large number of his forces. Qin Weiwei's subordinates had already mounted their dragon steeds, awaiting further orders, with Yin Xiu and the two other prisoners from the former Transient Light Cave among them.
Qin Weiwei climbed up onto her new dragon steed, with bow and arrows draped around her and the serpent lance in her hand. She hoisted the lance, and was about to yell for everyone to set out, only to discover Miao Yi at the side in solitude, looking about. How very arrogant he was, he practically took no notice of those around him. More importantly, he disrespected her, the cave master of Hundred Blossoms Cave. Pointing her serpent lance at Miao Yi, Qin Weiwei said in a deep voice, displaying cowardice just before a battle, "Do you seriously think I'm too afraid to kill you?" Miao Yi, unsure of whether to laugh or cry, replied, "My mount hasn't returned." Qin Weiwei went speechless, finally recalling that the guy's mount had been frightened away by him and his spear. She realized that she was so pissed by him that she was losing her wits. But Qin Weiwei would never go easy on him. And she also found delight in taking revenge. She laughed coldly, "You're the one who caused trouble in the first place, so think of the solution yourself. If you can't keep up with the group, then you'll be punished as a deserter and executed without mercy." She turned to point her hoisted spear in the direction of where the main force disappeared, set out. With her at the front, she led the cavalry away as fast as lightning. Luckily Yan Xiu assisted him on the side. As Yan Xiu sped past him, he abruptly extended his hand, hauling Miao Yi up onto the steed, the two of them riding together on one dragon steed, trailing behind the group. Yan Xiu also had some questions to ask him, so he invoked his art to send a message discreetly to Miao Yi and asked, "Yang Qing is really going to appoint you as the cave master of Transient Light Cave? You saw how I was just treated, do I look like I'm a cave master?" Yang Xiu cried out in surprise, "Are you sure? Yang Cheng made that promise in front of everyone, how could he back out now? How would his subordinates see him in the future? He didn't break his promise." He was about to mention this, but was interrupted by Charcoal. "It's more likely the title will be determined after battle, when we'll be rewarded based on our merits." Miao Yi vigilantly peered about his surroundings, before wandering off from the subject. "Charcoal, that bastard, he wouldn't seriously get frightened off and not come back anymore, will he?" "No. For sure he's back in Hidden Dragon Valley. That's his old nest." Yan Xiu was very certain, since he'd known Charcoal for many years already, so he still had some understanding of his attitude. "Brother, your wounds are already healed this quickly?" Miao Yi looked at both of his hands.
Yang Qing used the glorious star immortal herb to heal them.
Yan Xiu asked in bewilderment, Yang Qing personally healed you?
Miao Yi explained roughly about the events that happened at that time. After keeping silence for a while, he sighed, I'm not speaking well of him just because I surrendered to him. I also don't care whether Yang Qing was putting on false pretenses or not. All in all, I feel Yang Qing seems like a pretty decent guy, better than Yuan Jingquan at least. Maybe we made the right decision to surrender.
What does it mean to win the people's support?
This would be a great example.
Obviously, Yang Qing's actions had earned Miao Yi's good opinion. Yan Xiu too fell into a deep silence.
Of course he understood that Yang Qing wouldn't be doing this for nothing, and also wouldn't be doing the same thing for everyone else. Rather, it was because of Miao Yi's fight to the death that it earned him Yang Qing's admiration and subsequent special treatment. Yang Qing aside, even Yan Xiu was shocked to the core by Miao Yi's ferocious display of fearlessness when he lifted the 4 cultivators using his spear and straight after, battled against 5 cultivators on his own. Moreover, he was shocked by what Miao Yi had just told him. The result of Miao Yi's fight to the death had not only resulted in him becoming the cave master of Transient Light Cave at only White Lotus 1st grade, but his wounds were also specially treated by Yin Cheng.
And him?
So what if he had a cultivation at White Lotus 3rd grade?
He would rather be a live coward than a dead hero.
He had completely faltered under the notion of safety first. Picturing his wife, Luozhen, unreconciled to humiliation and fighting with all her might, made him slowly shut his eyes, his heart full of desolation and sorrow. Yan Xiu took down a wine bottle gourd he had tied to his waist, then flung it far away.
Brother, if you really do become the cave master of Transient Light Cave, you mustn't forget me, your old brother.
Don't worry. I won't let Senior lose out.
Brother, I have a question that I'm not sure I should ask.
Go ahead. You only have a cultivation at White Lotus 1st grade, yet how did you manage to endure the pressure of transcendence energy exerted by those with a cultivation at 2nd and 3rd grade, and even go as far as counterattacking under pressure,
Miao Yi asked puzzlingly, under the same conditions, others cannot endure this kind of pressure?
Maybe it's possible to endure the pressure exerted by a 2nd grade but never with your skill. Not only did you endure the pressure exerted by a 3rd grade, you could still fight back with ease. Judging by your condition at the time, I reckon even a cultivation at White Lotus 4th grade would have had a hard time invoking their arts to suppress you. Unless they were at White Lotus 5th grade, with a high enough disparity between their level and yours, then maybe they'd have a chance. Just like how Qin Weiwei had wounded you by congealing her transcendence energy into a solid form and using it to attack.
Is this normally the case?
Under normal circumstances, it would be.
You're the first exception to the rule, though.
At his words, Lao Bai's teachings flashed through his mind, recalling when he'd faced the waterfall's onslaught over the years, the very same words mentioned when Lao Bai made him dive deep into the sea to cultivate, treat the pressure in the deep sea as a strong enemy who is using transcendence energy to oppress you. You need to get accustomed to this feeling and learn how to adapt under such oppressive conditions caused by an enemy's formidable transcendence energy to launch your attack.
In an instant, Miao Yi's eyes brightened.
He had found the reason.
Obviously, no matter how much theory Lao Bai had taught him at the time, he would never be able to deeply comprehend it if he hadn't experienced it beforehand. However, after going through actual combat this time, he finally understood. In actuality, Lao Bai had already opened a door for him earlier on.
As to what hidden treasures were behind the door, Lao Bai didn't say.
Maybe Lao Bai himself had no idea since he wasn't a cultivator.
Miao Yi would have to comprehend it himself, to find the treasures hidden beyond that door.
Nay. The familiar sound of whinnying and the trampling of horse hooves traveled from behind him, dragging Miao Yi from his thoughts to reality.
Turning his head back to look, he saw the fat charcoal's 4 hooves galloping forth, approaching with a speed akin to a bolt of lightning.
Yan Xiu hadn't guessed wrong.
Charcoal really was hiding at its old nest, the hidden Dragon Valley, and had been frisking and rolling about on the spot. But once the rumbling sound of hooves had faded in the distance, and after the entirety of Transient Light Cave had fallen into a dead silence, Charcoal got back on its feet again. Trotting back to Transient Light Cave and neighing for a few times did not garner it any response, as the whole grounds were empty with no one around.
Luozhen died, and now Miao Yi and Yan Xiu no longer want me as well? Are they abandoning me because they don't care about me anymore?
Thus, it immediately chased after them, madly galloping towards the direction of where the sounds of the other sprinting steeds had disappeared. Once again it exploded with an alarming speed. Although it was under disadvantageous circumstances, where the other dragon steeds had a longer head start, it still managed to quickly catch up.
Akin to its performance on the battlefield, it could surpass the speed of other dragon steeds despite its fat physique. It was capable of catching up to the enemy, but the enemy was unable to do the same. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 38, Decisive Battle of South Edict, 1.
Chapter 38, Decisive Battle of South Edict, 1.
The sound of a galloping steed made everyone turn their heads to look behind them. Its mane swished as it rushed forward, flying through the dust as though it were a wanderer in the wind. Even though it was a fat wanderer, it was still swift enough to catch up to Yan Xiu's mount.
Letting out a neigh, it even ran neck to neck with Yan Xiu's mount.
Miao Yi had assumed that his steed would have been too pissed to join them, so he couldn't help feeling pleasantly surprised by its appearance. Carrying the silver spear in his hand, he leaped from behind Yan Xiu and landed onto Charcoal's back. Two fleshy feelers quickly emerged from Charcoal's fluttering mane and latched onto Miao Yi's thigh. Miao Yi's gaze met with the backward glance Qin Weiwei cast him as she looked behind her.
The former let out a mischievous laugh, as though saying, "My mount has already returned on its own, you want to embarrass me? Well, that's not going to happen."
Qin Weiwei scoffed coldly and turned to face the front, continuing to lead the troops to gallop through the mountains and high ranges at top speed.
Charge to the front. Make that be *tch eat our dust. Miao Yi transmitted his thoughts to Charcoal.
Although, with their current cultivation, they were nowhere near to making her really eat dust. Instead, the dust flying up ahead flew towards the back, hitting them in the face.
This made him immensely angry. Neigh. Charcoal's eyes gleamed as it produced a long neigh.
The steed appeared to be very interested in doing things like this, especially when it was directed towards Qin Weiwei, who had stabbed its rear with a strike of her lance. In an instant, its four legs flew like a phantom. The speed was akin to a black-colored spirit amidst the wind.
Even though it was a fat spirit, its swiftness was not for show. It sped through the high mountain ranges as if it were on flatlands, and even when crossing the mountain streams, it still raced through in a flash, swiftly leaving behind Yan Xiu, who had been riding alongside them. Ordinary people were unable to withstand the quick pace of a dragon steed. Besides the fact that they wouldn't be able to keep their eyes open, it was an entirely plausible thing for them to get blown away by the wind. Very quickly, Miao Yi soon reached the front, drawing level with the leading Qin Weiwei, who rode at breakneck speed. Both of them turned their heads to lock eyes with each other, their gazes emitting sparks. Miao Yi turned to look up ahead, his lips curling into a smirk. He leaned forward slightly, stretched out his hand and patted Charcoal's neck. Charcoal got the message and once again increased its speed, slowly exceeding that of Qin Weiwei's mount by more than half. Qin Weiwei seethed with rage and discreetly transmitted to her mount the thought of wanting to exceed Charcoal. The saddled dragon steed immediately exploded with speed, violently chasing after Miao Yi and his mount. Their race caused the cavalry behind them to also hasten their mounts in order to catch up to their leader. Yet, Qin Weiwei couldn't help but gnash her teeth with hatred. That dragon steed, it was as fat as a pig, yet still managed to gallop at a speed that could only be seen as extraordinary. Her own dragon steed had thrown caution to the wind and ran with all its might, yet the distance between the fatty and her own mount continued growing further and further apart. She wasn't able to catch up no matter how much she tried to. Not long after, the fat wriggling Charcoal had far surpassed Qin Weiwei, taking the lead by more than 100 meters.
This was done under conditions where it had 2 deep slashes on its rear. Most excessively, Charcoal seemed to feel that competing with speed alone wasn't enough for it to vent its anger. It actually began to slow down in order to shorten the distance between them. Then, using both of its hind legs, deliberately tossed back a pile of dust, sand, stones and weeds.
It was extremely mean-spirited.
A pile of debris came pelting from up ahead onto Qin Weiwei's face, although they were all eventually cleared away and then avoided by Qin Weiwei's arts. Miao Yi, riding in front, stifled his laughter, feeling extremely satisfied that he finally had his revenge. Yan Xiu at the back sweat dropped tremendously as he watched on.
Clearly this was to deliberately mess with Qin Weiwei.
He hurriedly transmitted his voiceover, exclaiming, "Brother, stop fooling around. I heard that the cave master for Hundred Blossoms Cave is supposedly Yang Qing's adopted daughter. Before your cave master position is definite, I feel it's better if you don't offend her." The smile on Miao Yi's face froze, instantly unable to laugh anymore. He madly scolded in his heart, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Unable to control her fury anymore, Qin Weiwei held out her lance and pointed it at Miao Yi. In a cold voice, she yelled threateningly, "Listen to my orders. Your position is behind me. Those who defy orders on the battlefield will be executed without mercy." Miao Yi meekly made Charcoal slow down, letting Qin Weiwei ride in front of him.
What did it mean to give someone a dose of his own medicine? It was exactly this circumstance. The things Charcoal had done before, Qin Weiwei's mount doled out in exactly the same manner. Her mount probably wasn't as smart as Charcoal. It would be weird if she weren't the one instructing it. A pile of rubble came pelting down towards Miao Yi and Charcoal, forcing Miao Yi to incessantly invoke his art to avoid them. When the usage time is prolonged, then the amount of transcendence energy exhausted wasn't a small amount. However, he didn't dare voice out any complaints. If others could do it, there was no reason why he couldn't. At times, Charcoal would cry out, feeling wronged, but Miao Yi wouldn't let it take revenge. Qin Weiwei kept her gaze towards the front, her face was expressionless, and only she knew in her heart whether she felt satisfied or not. To avoid being implicated, the others dispersed into 2 lines on the left and right as they followed behind, each of them wearing pitiful looks to gaze at the meekly following Miao Yi as he ate Qin Weiwei's dust. Not long after, the group saw that Yang Qing's main forces were lined up in a battle formation on the vast wasteland.
The moment Qin Weiwei saw the stance, she knew they were preparing to engage the enemy forces in a decisive battle right there. Thus, she quickly commanded her troops to take their positions in the formation.
Miao Yi. With her gaze up front, Qin Weiwei suddenly called out in a gentle voice. Miao Yi immediately led Charcoal to the front to listen to her orders.
Qin Weiwei held her lance and pointed in front of them, "Once we cross swords, you'll spearhead the attack." This was obviously a case of using one's position to get even with another person for a personal grudge.
Miao Yi put on a bold front and forced himself to cup his fists and said, "Understood." Hearing him, a wave of pitiful gazes were again cast at Miao Yi. Yan Xiu shook his head and sighed. What was a prisoner like him getting so arrogant for? Up ahead, a cultivator on a dragon steed urgently gave chase to another cultivator. Obviously, it was the enemy's outpost pursuing the scout with murderous intent. But upon seeing the battle formation ahead, the enemy's outpost became afraid to continue further, swiftly retreating. The scout then rapidly rushed to the front of Yang Qing before coming to a stop. He pointed behind him as he reported, "Mountain Chieftain Lu Yu's forces have arrived." Yang Qing gave a slight nod, then waved his hand to dismiss him. Soon, a burst of rumbling sounds rapidly closed in from somewhere straight ahead, and even the ground could feel its vibration. A herd of dragon steeds came speeding towards them, a black dense mass which consisted of thousands of cultivators were closing in, eventually halting at 400 or 500 meters away. Miao Yi looked at the forces on his side, and turned to look at the forces on the opposite side. He guessed that the opposing forces had roughly around thousands of cultivators, while those at Yang Qing's side barely reached 500. He could not help but feel dubious about their chances on whether they could win this battle or not.
As a matter of fact, the majority of the forces from Yang Qing's side came from School of Blue Jade, since a lone cultivator from the mountain wouldn't have the capability to gather this many people. The battle formation on the opposite side made a number of cultivators with low-level cultivation bases secretly timid, but when they were swept by the cold gazes of the respective cave masters holding the lines at the front, they immediately lifted up their spirits with determination.
Yang Qing, you scum, dot.
A loud roar akin to a sudden clap of thunder resounded in mid-air, reverberating over the wasteland. On the opposite side, among the 10 cultivators clad in silver armor, one of the men wielded a square sky-decorated halberd. He moved up front, stepping on horses from the group, wielding his halberd as he pointed and furiously shouted at Yang Qing. Not to be outdone, Yang Qing similarly went up front by stepping on horses, a silver spear wielded in his hand.
He pointed at the other and shouted, "Lu Yu, you old scum, you dare deceive me. In all these years, I have staked my life to fight for you, fought in wars all over and pushed you up to the manor head seat with our fellow brothers. I have worked hard, not just for merits, and this is how you treat me? You promote me in name but demote me in reality. You really are pushing it too far."
Yang Qing appeared to bristle with anger and compelled to act. He waved his spear at the people up front. This Lu Yu scum does not have the capacity to tolerate others. Let my current end serve as a warning to every brother. Brothers, why not join me to kill this scum together? When the deed is done, I will stand united with my fellow brothers in arms, sharing the world's power of will together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 39, Decisive Battle of South Edict, 2. Chapter 39, Decisive Battle of South Edict, 2.
This was practically a subordinate instigating against him in his presence. Naturally, Lu Yu would not let him continue his speech of treason any longer.
What sheer nonsense!
Lu Yu bellowed in rage. Cease flaunting your sharp tongue. Today will be your turn to die.
Good. Today, you and I will have a final showdown.
All of a sudden, Yang Qing steered the dragon steed to rush out, pressing on alone. He positioned himself between both sides in the center of the battlefield. A glowing 5-petaled blue lotus blossomed between his brows as he pointed his spear at Lu Yu. Scum, don't even think of bringing harm to the other brothers. Do you dare to fight single-handedly with me to determine which of us is stronger? Miao Yi discovered that this person Yang Qing was extremely courageous, to actually want a duel with Lu Yu, as though it were a mere feat to take him down. His actions immediately caused a great boost in the morale on this side. Bear in mind that for this kind of battle, under normal circumstances, the general wouldn't come out to fight in the front line. They would try their best to lessen the consumption of transcendence energy. Otherwise, they would be subject to betrayal, should someone decide to take advantage of one's depleted transcendence energy.
It would be no laughing matter.
Lu Yu had many powerful men amongst his ranks, numbering more than twofold, so he was at an advantage. Thus, it was natural that he wouldn't want to fight a duel with Yang Qing. The best, guaranteed method would be for his subordinates to rush forth in large groups, directly clipping Yang Qing's wings right before ending the battle with a full-on besiegement. But he never imagined that Yang Qing would actually challenge him to a fight in front of this many people, especially since Lu Yu's cultivation was one level above Yang Qing's. His own forces seemed to focus on him in an instant, seeing whether he dared to take up the challenge or not. At Mount Shaohai's side, Xiong Xiao and the rest were apparently already finished with their discussion. Each respective cave master immediately raised their arms and cheered. Mountain Chieftain is formidable, old scum Lu Yu, dare to accept the battle.
Mountain Chieftain is formidable, old scum Lu Yu, dare to accept the battle.
They led Miao Yi and the rest to rally loudly, as well. The sound of the repetitive chant shook across the 4 plains, their morale soaring greatly as a result. In contrast, Lu Yu's side fell into a deep silence, all eyes on Lu Yu, waiting to see whether he would dare to accept the battle or not. Lu Yu vaguely felt suspicious. Was there a ploy at play?
Yang Qing once again waved his spear at Lu Yu, angrily shouting, "Do you only know how to send your subordinates and brothers to death? You cowardly old scum! Do you dare to fight with me to the death?" Within a short while, he had forced Lu Yu into a corner. If he was afraid to fight against him today, he would later lose face in front of all his subordinates. If the person had a higher cultivation level than him, he could still avoid the fight, and it wouldn't be considered disgraceful. But now, he was facing a challenger with a lower cultivation level than him. In addition, it was also his own subordinate who had revolted against him, directly condemning Lu Yu while pointing at his nose. If he didn't at least give a proper response, then he'd end up a laughingstock. If his subordinates started thinking he was just a mere facade without any real substance, he feared that everyone would dare to act like Yang Qing. It could be said that his troubles would keep brewing unceasingly. Pay with your life. Lu Yu roared furiously, a glowing six-petaled blue lotus blossomed between his brows. His dragon steed shot forward like a gust of wind, with him in tow. With the swift speed of a dragon steed, a distance of a few hundred meters was crossed in an instant. Lu Yu swung his square sky-decorated halberd, striking out in a fury. The spear that Yang Qing brandished flashed a blue light, faintly transforming into a phantom that took the form of an ox. The ox crashed headlong at the halberd swinging towards it. Boom! A loud sound rang out and waves of transcendence energy shook the wastelands. Bits of sands, stones and weeds flew fiercely around in all directions, forcing the violently charging Lu Yu to a sudden halt. Both of their dragon steeds gave out long neighs as they could not withstand the aftershocks. Luckily, they were both protected under their master's transcendence energy. If ordinary horses had been faced with such pressure, it would have left them both with 4 broken limbs. But for dragon steeds that could run like a bolt of lightning, its leg power was its most strongest point. And it was because of this that they became the beloved steed of cultivators, treasured by all. So you possessed a second-grade Yao core, no wonder you dared to be so audacious. Lu Yu said shortly, his square sky-decorated halberd was similarly emitting a bright blue glow, with the form of a phantom bear faintly seen from it. Lu Yu casually swept his halberd across. Yang Qing's shoulders trembled, and all of a sudden, the beast heads welded on both sides of his shoulder armor came alive, instantly expanding in size as they morphed into 2 clouds of silver mist. The mist quickly turned into 2 specks of congealing silver, which then turned into 2 ferocious beasts. A tiger and a leopard, their upper bodies appearing large while their lower bodies were smaller in comparison. It was as if they had abruptly bore their way out from his armor to crouch on Yang Qing's shoulders, both suffused by a distinct bright blue glow. A tiger and a leopard, in addition to the phantom ox longspear in Yang Qing's hand. Boom! Together they withstood Lu Yu's aggressive attacks. Surprised, Lu Yu was forced to brandish the square sky-decorated halberd, continuously warding off attacks. Both of them returned to their horses and spun around, chasing one another in an endless loop. The fierce roundabout battle kicked up the sand and stones like a flying typhoon. Their vigor was extremely shocking. Should an ordinary human body try to move closer without the protection of transcendence energy, they would immediately be torn to pieces. And Yang Qing, as though he had grown 3 heads and 6 arms, seemed to fight with the force of 3. He delivered blows onto Lu Yu until the manor head only had the strength to hold back the attacks, and he was repetitively thrown backwards. To Miao Yi, it was the first time he had seen such a spectacle, so he instantly transmitted his voice over to Yan Xiu asking what was going on. After listening to Yan Xiu's explanation, he finally understood why. Yao grades were not subdivided further. The cultivation of a first-grade Yao was more or less equal to the cultivation of a White Lotus cultivator. The second grade is equivalent to a Blue Lotus cultivator, while the third grade is equivalent to a Red Lotus cultivator, and the like. But the Yao core contained a large amount of the Yao cultivator's cultivation, an item that was coveted by many since it could be refined into transcendent artifacts. Cultivators with a high cultivation base could use these transcendent artifacts from afar to slaughter enemies from remote distances. Without a doubt, the premise was to behead the Yao cultivator in order to obtain its inner core. But after beheading a Yao cultivator,
the inner core containing the cultivation base could certainly not be compared to when they were alive. The core's potency would be reduced by 1 grade. For example, if one killed a 3rd grade Yao cultivator, the inner core obtained would only be equivalent to a cultivation at 2nd grade, which is similar to the Blue Lotus realm of cultivators.
Once the core has been refined into a transcendence artifact, it will emit a blue light.
But if the one beheaded was a 1st grade Yao cultivator, then the inner core's grade would be non-existent. It would be of little use even against a White Lotus 1st grade cultivator.
In a flash, Miao Yi came to a sudden realization. No wonder Lu Yu said Yang Qing came to possess a 2nd grade Yao core. It was obvious that the spear in Yang Qing's hand was fused together with an ox demon's 2nd grade Yao core, while the beast heads on the left and right sides of his shoulder armor were fused with a tiger demon's 2nd grade Yao core and a leopard demon's 2nd grade Yao core respectively. Even Lu Yu's square sky-decorated halberd was infused with a bear demon's 2nd grade Yao core. However, Yang Chang and Lu Yu already had a Blue Lotus realm cultivation base to begin with. So the current situation was nothing more than Yang Qing having a cultivation power of Blue Lotus by a factor of 4, hitting Lu Yu's factor of 2. Too bad, if Yang Cheng had a 3rd grade Yao core, then he would definitely be able to defeat Lu Yu in 1 strike. Miao Yi sighed, feeling great pity.
Yan Shou couldn't resist the urge to roll his eyes. Brother, with Yang Qing's cultivation at Blue Lotus realm, it's already considered to be a difficult feat to get his hands on a 2nd grade Yao core, as he would need to behead a Red Lotus realm Yao.
I doubt he has the ability to do so. Let's not even mention that he already has 3 cores on him.
I seriously have no idea how he even came to possess that many.
No wonder he dared to challenge Lu Yu.
As for the 3rd grade Yao core, the implication is that one needs to behead a Yao of the Violet Lotus realm. The difference between those cultivations were worlds apart. 100 Yang Qings added together wouldn't be nearly enough to kill a Yao of a Violet Lotus grade.
Where would you expect him to find one?
While both of them were engaged in conversation, the other side was still locked in a vicious battle.
It became apparent that Lu Yu was about to lose ground, and it was heard that suddenly Lu Yu emitted a raging roar. Come on and join the fight, let's kill this rebel together.
With the exception of the rebel Yang Qing, all 9 mountain chieftains under South Edict Manor immediately charged over at great speeds to save the situation. Thousands of cultivators moved upon hearing his orders. Their screams of attack quaked the heavens as they violently charged forwards. On the other side, Xiong Xiao and all the rest, including Qin Weiwei, raised their arms and shouted loudly together, "Attack!" Over the wasteland, the feeling of death hung instantly in the air. The dragon steeds of both factions frantically charged against the opposing side like a tidal wave, and even the ground shook in their presence. Miao Yi went speechless when Qin Weiwei forcefully pointed her spear at him. Seeing that this woman's eyes were brimming with pent-up anger, he knew that she intended to carry out her earlier plan, making him spearhead the attack. Regardless of how ignorant Miao Yi was about the current situation, he still came to understand one thing. If he dared to disobey orders on the battlefield, Qin Weiwei would immediately have an excuse to execute him. In such a case, Yang Qing wouldn't be able to say anything in his defense. So in the end, he can only put on a bold front and force himself to take the lead, charging out from 100 Blossoms Cave's camp. Yet he was utterly shocked when the usually hidden at the back Yan Shou unexpectedly shouted attack, charging out with both broad axes in his hands.
Miao Yi couldn't help but do a double take. Translator note. Yao is a race that is made up of demons, demonic spirits, spiritual beasts, and the like.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 40, Decisive Battle of South Edict, 3. Chapter 40, Decisive Battle of South Edict, 3.
With a bow in her hand, Qin Weiwei led the troops of 100 Blossoms Cave, who were following closely behind. She drew back the bow with 5 arrows knocked on the string before instilling transcendence energy into them. Quickly charging forward, her slender jade fingers relaxed, and with a whoosh, 5 sharp arrows shot out rapidly. They whizzed right past Miao Yi and Yan Shou, causing them to jump in fright. In an instant, the 5 deadly sharp arrows, carrying a gentle glow, hit 3 cultivators in total, causing them to fall from their dragon steeds. The other 2 arrows were struck away by a higher-ranked cultivator brandishing his spear.
Miao Yi quickly glanced behind him.
He had a faint feeling that if he didn't fight like his life depended on it, this woman would use her role of overseeing the battle to shoot him dead with an arrow. Nevertheless, the instant when both sides were about to vigorously close in on one another, a sudden change happened. Yang Qing was closing in to kill Lu Yu, and as a result he had ventured close to the opposing side's camp. At that moment, the 9 great mountain chieftains immediately joined forces with Lu Yu, starting to attack him from different sides. Yang Qing was in a perilous situation, and yet his eyes were brimming with joy, hinting that his plan had succeeded.
Great timing!
Yang Qing thundered at the 9 great mountain chieftains who came to corner him. Suddenly, the beast head on his helmet exploded into a vast cloud of silver mist, swiftly congealing into a gigantic ape suffused with a glowing red light.
3rd grade Yao Core.
Lu Yu cried out in surprise, giving off a faint feeling that he'd been frightened out of his wits. Even the 9 mountain chieftains surrounding him also jumped in shock. Before they could even turn to run, the gigantic ape, suffused with red light amidst silver, struck out with a punch, eliciting a terrible scream from Lu Yu, as a deep hole was hollowed out directly into the ground. Lu Yu and the other cavalries were instantly smashed into meat patty.
Surrender!
One of the mountain chieftains yelled loudly, but it appeared to be too late. Earlier they refused to surrender when they wanted Yang Qing's life, and now they themselves wanted to surrender? Where were they when the first offer of surrender was given? Why didn't they take it then? How could Yang Qing let them get away with it? Above him, the gigantic ape spread its arms and started to swing them around, violently sweeping everything in sight.
A series of bangs loudly resounded, and the 9 mountain chieftains who couldn't manage to dodge in time were flung backwards, spitting out blood as they went.
Even their mounts suffered a similar fate. The sudden change in situation stupefied the others. Lu Yu's underlings who had charged out recovered from the shock before immediately turning their heads and running madly away to make their escape. The men ranked highest in strength had all been beheaded by Yang Qing. After they lost all those who could have stood their ground against the enemies, Lu Yu's group simply couldn't engage in the fight anymore. What's more, the guy who had shouted surrender had also been killed regardless, so it would be weird if the others didn't run away.
Miao Yi, who was being forced to charge ahead by Qin Weiwei, stopped to stare at Yan Xiu, both of them speechless. Just now Miao Yi had said it would be great if Yang Qing had a 3rd grade Yao Core at his disposal, but Yan Xiu had replied that it was impossible, but who would have predicted that Yang Qing had really gotten a hold of a 3rd grade transcendence artifact? With one battle, the victor had been decided. Yang Qing is ruthless. He was afraid of Lu Yu and his trusted aides escaping, so he deliberately didn't reveal the 3rd grade transcendence artifact right at the beginning. Then he eliminated all their forces in one move, ridding himself of future trouble. Yan Xiu quietly transmitted his voice to explain. Once Yang Qing wiped out Lu Yu and his strongest forces, he immediately led his approaching troops to charge in the enemy's direction. More than 100 men rushed forward, until the cultivators who couldn't escape in time were all killed by the assaulting men of Mount Shanhai charging towards them. And those at the front who had already fallen in battle were all practically South Edict Manor's core cultivators, as the majority of them were cave masters or the like. For all the people who had charged down on this side, none of them would be shown mercy. The more empty seats there were, the higher chances one would get. It was a bloody clash all along the way. Miao Yi and Yan Xiu worked together to give chase and kill a White Lotus 4th grade cultivator. Abruptly, 3 sharp arrows came whooshing down on them. In the midst of being terrified, the man revolved his spear to knock the arrows away with great speed. But Yan Xiu let out a snarl. He swung the broad axe in his hand, hitting the man right in the middle of his back. The madly approaching Yan Xiu struck out with his broad axe, until blood splattered up high into the sky. The strike of his axe cut down his head, and as he brushed past the man, he speedily pulled out the other broad axe from the man's body into his hand, once again continuing to dash forward as he screamed attack.
Miao Yi was amazed, realization dawning on him that Yan Xiu was like a different man, looking as though he had become valiant and fearless of death.
Was this the same Shi Xiang who had told him the principle of surrendering?
After madly chasing their opponents for a long distance, Yang Qing saw that he could no longer catch up to the remaining forces. He put away the transcendence artifacts he wore on his head and shoulders. His voice resounded like a sudden clap of thunder as he waved his spear and shouted, "Victory has been decided. Distribute the forces. Clear and occupy the respective mountains." Judging by his complexion, it was clear that he had heavily depleted his transcendence energy. After all, he had simultaneously handled multiple transcendence artifacts, all while engaging in the fierce battle.
He needed to find a place to recover his transcendence energy.
Clearly, the crowd of Mount Shaotai had planned properly in advance before deciding to revolt. It was for this reason that they were now promptly dividing the forces into multiple lines without hesitation. Evidently, they all knew their roles and assigned destinations, and proceeded to charge ahead on their journey forth. Then Qin Weiwei led her troops from Hundred Blossoms Cave, following Yang Cheng all the way as they headed straight to the nearby East Arrival Cave. Inclusive of Yang Qing's personal men, the party was made up of around 20 people.
In less than half a day, they rushed upon East Arrival Cave and practically did not encounter any resistance. They were also unable to withstand any more attacks. The moment they occupied East Arrival Cave, Yang Qing immediately went to find a place to recover his transcendence energy.
At a time like this, the general must constantly be at his best condition to deal with any mishaps. Qin Weiwei again ordered 3 White Lotus 3rd grade cultivators to make haste to East Arrival City to keep watch. This was to ensure they could guard against the cultivators from the former East Arrival Cave who had fled in disarray, and to prevent them seizing the opportunity to take off with their belongings in the city.
During nightfall, one of Qin Weiwei's underlings came hurrying to Qin Weiwei, reporting, "The surviving members of East Arrival Cave have supposedly already made their escape. They have not disturbed the peace in the city. All the survivors' family members were sent into the Manor of Sincere Hope. We've placed our men inside to lie in wait, to see whether we can capture the survivors who might come forward to rescue them."
Very good.
Qin Weiwei nodded her head in praise.
On the side, Yan Xiu discreetly transmitted his voice to Miao Yi, "A change of sovereign brings a change of ministers. In the blink of an eye, South Edict Manor has switched skies. The cultivators who ran away will be safe, but their family members are doomed. I'm afraid in this lifetime, they will spend their last years inside the Manor of Sincere Hope. The Manor of Sincere Hope isn't exactly a proper place for people to live in."
Miao Yi abruptly froze in place.
It wasn't clear what he just recalled. He cupped his fists at Qin Weiwei to apologize before quickly darting out of East Arrival Grand Hall. He found charcoal and leapt onto it, directly rushing out of the main gate and wildly galloping away. Qin Weiwei strolled slowly to the doorway of the Grand Hall and stood with her hands clasped behind her back as she frowned. What is he planning to do? At present, she didn't believe that Miao Yi planned to escape. Since the whole of South Edict Manor had been conquered, if he ran now then he'd be an idiot. What's more, if he had wanted to run in the first place, he would have done it ages ago. That fatty dragon steed's speed was fast. Startled, Yan Xiu suddenly cried out unexpectedly, "Not good, Qin
Weiwei turned her head and asked, "What's wrong?"
Yan Xiu was also afraid Miao Yi would stir up trouble, so he reported at once, "Miao Yi has a good friend at East Arrival Cave.
He's the one who recommended Miao Yi to go to Transient Light Cave.
I'm afraid he's going to see whether his friend's family is still there or not." As he expected, Miao Yi went alone to charge straight into East Arrival City, arriving outside of the residence of Chen Fei's niece, Ji Xiufang, only to be greeted by the sight of a seal on the residence's main gate. Miao Yi, for the sake of verifying the conjecture in his heart, immediately returned to his house and asked a commoner by the roadside who held a look of admiration, "Where has the master of this residence gone to?" An old man boldly replied, reporting to Immortal, "I'm not sure what kind of crime the master of this residence committed. I heard they've already been carted off to the Manor of Sincere Hope by the officials."
It's a pity the workers were implicated. They were dutiful people from the east to rival city, and all of them came from good families. Miao Yi asked again, "Where is this city's manor of sincere hope located?" The old man replied, answering the immortal, "It's in the city central beside the temple. It's very easy to find." "Thank you very much, sir." Miao Yi thanked him, quickly turned and went off, making a beeline for the temple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41, A Small Favor. Chapter 41, A Small Favor. He was no stranger to temples. Every city had one, as it was a place used to gather the power of will from the followers. Arriving near the temple, in one glance he saw a residence with a courtyard, with an unbroken chain of roofs and towering fences. On the main gate was a suspended horizontal board inscribed with the words, "Manor of Sincere Hope." The main gate was tightly shut, and lanterns were already hung in the doorway. Guards holding onto their blades stood to both sides of the main gate. Charcoal carried Miao Yi straight ahead, who was disinclined to engage in further inanity. Because he knew what kind of place the Manor of Sincere Hope was, the people who were just sent in were very likely to suffer. Not to mention, Ji Xiufang was a young married woman with good looks, so God knows what the guards would do to her inside those walls. The longer she stayed, he dreaded the more dangerous it would become. With a rumbling sound, Charcoal came charging and collided head first onto the main gate, breaking it into pieces. And not just the main gate, Charcoal was capable of even collapsing a city wall. Carrying Miao Yi on its back, it charged into the courtyard inside, alarming the guards by the doorway to flee ignominiously. Meanwhile, two cultivators, both with a three-petaled white lotus glowing faintly between their brows, gripped spears as they went rushing out, pointing their weapons directly at Miao Yi. These two men were two of Qin Weiwei's subordinates, and had also previously fought Miao Yi hand-to-hand without a victor being declared. Glancing at the main gate, which was now in pieces, one of them frowned and said, "Miao Yi? It's you! What are you doing here?" Miao Yi cupped his fists and replied, "Can I trouble both of you to grant me a favor? Let me take a few people away." "Not a problem." The man extended his hand, saying, "Do you have the mountain chieftain's or the cave master's law edict?" "No." Miao Yi shook his head. "Which is why I asked both of you to grant me a favor, but..." The man refused. "Usually we would not mind to give you this face, but today is out of the question. As to why we're keeping watch here, I'm sure you know very well yourself." Miao Yi said, "I came in haste, so I didn't think of it at the time. Hand them over to me first. I'll report back to Cave Master Qin after this. If anything happens, I will bear the responsibility on my own." The other man shook his head and uttered, "I'm afraid that won't do." Miao Yi asked, "Can you let me have a look at them first?" The man again shook his head. "Bring us the law edict, then we'll talk." They wouldn't even allow him to see them. Miao Yi felt that the man, a wolf in sheep's clothing, was deliberately making things difficult for him. His face sank, and before their eyes, a glowing lotus flower appeared between his brow. With deliberation, he pointed the spear he held in his hand at the two men as he coldly spoke, "You're certain you won't give me this face?" Agitated, the other man raged on at once, "You seriously think we're afraid of you?" Back then, when a lot of people acted together to fight Miao Yi, they were unable to take him down for a long duration of time. This already made them seethe with rage. If not for the fact that Miao Yi had received high recognition from Yang Qin, both of them would never be this courteous to Miao Yi. Now Miao Yi was making trouble for no reason, so to them, it was tantamount to seizing the opportunity. Charcoal's four hooves were restless, as it felt Miao Yi's fury. When it seemed that they were about to be on the verge of battling it out, Qin Weiwei's voice came through from outside the courtyard walls, "Stop!" Startled, both of them quickly vanished the glowing lotus flowers between their brows, only to hear Qin Weiwei's voice call out once more, "Hand them over to him." The two cultivators quickly shared a glance,
and together they faced the direction of the voice coming from outside the courtyard walls, cupped their hands and replied, "Understood."
One of them turned to ask Miao Yi, "Who do you want?" Miao Yi enunciated, "Ji Xiufang."
"The person who was just sent here." The man looked towards the official, who was hiding under the roof trembling with fear. "Bring the person here." But
the official promptly nodded his head and bowed before leaving.
Not long after, he brought Ji Xiufang over, who had been weeping till her eyes were red and swollen.
Judging by the look of Ji Xiufang, she didn't appear to have endured any suffering. Originally, it wasn't supposed to be this fortunate. It was only because two immortals suddenly came to stand guard at the Manor of Sincere Hope. The guards inside didn't understand what was going on, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this fortunate indeed. At first, Ji Xiufang was stunned the moment she laid eyes on Miao Yi.
She soon broke into a run and plopped down kneeling in front of charcoal, looking a complete mess as she cried, "Sir Miao, please save my son.
Please, on my uncle's account, save my son. I'm begging you." Miao Yi jumped down from the dragon steed and helped her up with both hands, asking, "Did they make things hard for you?"
As he said that, the guards inside the courtyard were scared to the point they were shivering. They feared that Ji Xiufang would say things that would be unpleasant to hear. Ji Xiufang wept endlessly, shaking her head as she cried, "Sir Miao, please save my son.
He's still young."
Miao Yi immediately turned around and ordered, "Bring all the people you took from her home out right now." Needless to say, people young and old were brought out with haste, including the steward that Miao Yi was acquainted with. Ji Xiufang threw her arms around her son on the spot, sobbing with abandon, then knelt down in front of Miao Yi and immediately kowtowed.
Miao Yi helped her up. "Go. Everything is okay now. Go home."
Under the public eyes of many, he personally escorted the large crowd back to the Grand Manor's gate formerly belonging to Ji Xiufang. When he saw the seal on the main gate, he spun around and shouted, "Call the city lord over." Meanwhile, Yan Xiu was currently hiding at a certain dark corner in the street, watching the scene unfolding in front of his eyes with Qin Weiwei by his side. He didn't need to wait long. Soon, a fat and bulky official, accompanied by a number of his subordinates, hurried over urgently on their horses. Miao Yi refused to listen to a word of their nonsense, each sentence filled with fear and trepidation. He pointed at the main gate. "Dear City Lord, if any mishaps were to happen to this family in the future, you'll be the first person I'll take care of. Tear off the seal and open the gates." It was impossible for him to always be at Ji Xiufang's side looking over her. The fate of Chen Fei was also uncertain as to whether he was dead or alive. But if it weren't for Chen Fei's referral back then, he wasn't sure where he'd be wandering now. This was all done to repay back his debt of gratitude. The reason why he had gone rampant was to make his attitude known that he would protect their entire family, so as to prevent others from targeting them for being without support and protection.
Humph! What a high imposing manner!
Qin Weiwei curled her lips as she coldly scoffed. At the side, Yan Xiu forcefully laughed for a while, his eyes trailing Miao Yi as he sent Ji Xiufang and her family back into the manor. By the time Miao Yi came out, he again saw Miao Yi speak to the city lord, who was nodding his head and bowing.
"Immediately return anything that's missing from the residence.
I want your life if they're missing even one chopstick."
"Yes, yes, yes."
The city lord complied at once, while wiping away the sweat breaking out from his face.
He ordered his subordinates to do as he commanded without delay.
In another corner, Chen Fei, who was dressed up in disguise, witnessed the scene with his own eyes.
He let out a soft sigh of relief and murmured, "Brother Miao, I, Chen Fei, will remember this great kindness you bestowed on my family. I'll repay it once there's a chance in the future." Since Miao Yi had stepped forth to take responsibility, he could now leave feeling at ease.
He quietly turned around towards the streets, before disappearing into the darkness. Miao Yi rode charcoal in a swift gallop out the city, but then ran into both Qin Weiwei and Yan Xiu, who were waiting outside. He quickly came to a halt, cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Cave Master, for helping me, but Qin Weiwei had not specially come over to help out of good intentions. It was because Yang Qing, after he came out from recuperating his transcendence energy, had met Yan Xiu by chance and asked about Miao Yi. After he found out the reason, Yang Qing greatly praised Miao Yi, remarking that Miao Yi was a loyal and righteous man who, having received a small favor by others in times of need, he repaid it back with great deeds. Therefore, he had sent Qin Weiwei to personally come here, to avoid any potential mishaps from happening. All he saw was Qin Weiwei revealing a look of ridicule on her face. That little wife is quite a looker. I thought you'd spend the night over at her place.
She's not as pretty as you. Miao Yi immediately complimented.
After knowing this woman was Yang Qing's adopted daughter, his attitude had become more courteous towards her. But when the words came out of his mouth, he immediately realized they sounded wrong, as though what he said was filled with innuendos. Yan Xiu's cheeks immediately swelled, as he tried hard to stifle his laughter.
He noticed that Miao Yi's response was too superb. No matter how he listened to it, it still sounded like, she's not as pretty as you, so if I wanted to sleep, I'd rather sleep with you. At the same time, he was also scared and couldn't help but be on the edge for Miao Yi. Miao Yi himself was also feeling nervous, and wanted to slap himself for that remark. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42, Hidden Agenda, 1. Chapter 42, Hidden Agenda, 1.
Qin Weiwei's expression turned sour, giving off a feeling that she was about to fly into a rage, but she eventually restrained herself in the end.
It was because she could tell that Miao Yi didn't mean a word of what he'd said. If she treated it seriously, then she really would be letting Miao Yi take advantage of her. She scoffed coldly, her face tightened as she speedily rode away on her dragon steed, with a guilty expression. Miao Yi and Yan Xiu both cast a look at each other. The latter gave a thumbs-up sign to show a "you have the guts to be presumptuous" with Qin Weiwei hand gesture. The former drew back his neck, his face sweating profusely. Since when had he become this vile and despicable, and had what it took to utter such lewd words? Both of them hurriedly rode their dragon steeds, giving chase after that fluttering white skirt under the moonlight. Once they returned to East Arrival Cave, they immediately accompanied Yang Qing as he rushed throughout the night, charging straight towards South Edict Manor. That was the place which really required Yang Qing to keep watch over. South Edict City was a huge city filled with millions of followers. It was Miao Yi's first time to see such a massive city, and he was surprised at how everything was flourishing there. He had disguised himself as an ordinary person with Yan Xiu, and they loitered around the street observing the local conditions and customs, all the while feasting on fine delicacies. Of course, they weren't just here to have fun. They had been dispatched to patrol surreptitiously, to see if any of the surviving members of Lu Yu's faction would cause a ruckus. Guaranteeing that the followers in their domain lived in peace and could work happily was a major matter. Or else, if things became chaotic in this city filled with millions of people, it would have an extreme effect on gathering the orbs of will. One must bear in mind that just the number of followers in this city alone was almost equivalent to the number in Mount Shaotai overseen by Yang Qing back in the day. It had yet to include the other 10 mountains. Nowadays, this city had turned into the forbidden domain of Yang Qing, the manor head of South Edict Manor. The domains of the other 10 mountains would then be divided and awarded to the rest based on individual merit. However, those domains would still be considered his. It was only South Edict City that would be directly governed by Yang Qing. Consequently, Yang Qing naturally placed extreme importance on the administration of this capital. He not only dispatched a large number of cultivators to undergo investigations, both openly and in secret. At the same time, he had also summoned the local officials to declare Lu Yu's crimes, saying that he had offered his life to crusade against them, and had already beheaded the traitor Lu Yu as a result. Of course, after threats, offering platitudes was something they wouldn't disregard. After all, the cultivators under Yang Qing prioritized cultivation, so they wouldn't have much experience in meddling in local affairs, as they frequently spent their time entering closed-door seclusion training. As a result, if they were to involve themselves in dealing with such matters,
they would only make things worse. In the end, they would need to depend on the local officials when it came to administering local affairs. More than 10 days later, the cave masters who had seized control and cleared each of the mountains, as well as School of Blue Jade's disciples who had accompanied them in the expedition, hurried over one after another, assembling in South Edict Manor. Situated among the winding and undulating Grand Mountain ranges was a great palace, where the ancient trees rose up high to the sky, the exotic flowers and herbs resembled brocades, and all kinds of birds and animals lingered in one's sight. Within this vast palace, a pavilion towered above the waters, gathering the earth's riches and honors together with the immortal clan. The entirety of it all was faintly discernible. To Miao Yi, the transient light cave was like an inconspicuous earthen temple when compared with this South Edict Manor. Each and every one of the domain's respective cave masters were in high spirits and full of joy. They lined up, and one after another ascended the tall steps, entering the magnificent South Edict Manor Grand Hall. It was impossible not to be happy, because it was time for them to be rewarded based on their merits. The gains from this battle were very impressive. Yang Qing had taken possession of the entire South Edict Manor, which meant that their followers had expanded by at least tenfold. The leaders under him naturally rose with the tides. Those who were going to be promoted to mountain chieftains from cave masters, their followers had more or less increased tenfold too. This signified that henceforth the orbs of Wu gathered every year had also been raised tenfold. Witnessing those people entering, Miao Yi paced back and forth in the long hallway of the waterside pavilion, his heart itching. Unfortunately, since he hadn't been summoned, he was still not qualified enough to enter the Grand Hall. In his heart, he was impatient to know whether Yang Qing would still remember him, hoping that Yang Qing wouldn't destroy the bridge after crossing the river and completely forgetting about him. But Yang Qing obviously wasn't the kind of man he thought he was. Not long after the domain's respective cave masters entered the Grand Hall, he noticed a beautiful woman dressed in green robes exiting the hall. In a flash, she floated to the long corridor of the water pavilion at the side of the hall, the blooming seven-petaled white lotus between her brows concealing itself, as she leisurely strolled toward him. When Miao Yi saw her walking towards him, his heart stirred and happiness immediately flashed through his eyes. He quickly walked up to her, cupping his hands as he bowed in salute. Miao Yi greets little auntie. After staying here for a few days, he gradually figured out who Yang Qing's trusted aides were at his side. He had two personal handmaidens. One was named Qing Mei while the other was called Qing Ju. The two servant girls had been serving at Yang Qing's side ever since he was a cave master, and now they already had a cultivation base at White Lotus 7th grade. Everyone who served under Yang Qing treated the two handmaidens courteously, addressing Qing Mei as elder auntie, and Qing Ju as little auntie. And the little auntie in front of him was naturally Qing Ju. There's no need to be over-courteous. Qing Ju raised her hand to humbly help him up. She clearly knew that Yang Qing held Miao Yi in high regard. She gave a faint smile as she said, "Miao Yi, Manor Head has summoned you to enter the hall to have an audience." Now, everyone did not address Yang Qing as Mountain Chieftain anymore and were already officially calling him Manor Head. Miao Yi accepted the order solemnly, trailing behind her as he followed. Inside the Grand Hall, Yang Qing had already taken off his martial attire, and was instead donned in a brocade robe as he sat in the high seat, his presence extraordinary. All his subordinates were divided into two lines on both sides, akin to court officials attending an imperial court. As the both of them entered the Grand Hall, all eyes were suddenly on Miao Yi. Xin Weiwei, who stood at the very end, gritted her teeth the very moment she saw him. That bastard dared to sexually harass me. Neither too fast nor too slow, Qing Ju strolled to Yang Qing's right side and stood properly. The other elder auntie, Qing Mei, had then been standing at the left side of Yang Qing's seat. Walking to the empty space in the middle of the lines of court officials, Miao Yi stood there, cupped his hands and bowed. "I come to pay my respects to Manor Head." Yang Qing gave a frivolous laugh, raising his hand to indicate he could skip the formalities. He turned to the various people standing beneath and said, "I once promised him the cave master seat for Transient Light Cave, and I'll keep my word." Transient Light Cave belonged under Du Zhangxing of Mount Calming Sea. Now that Du Zhangxing has died,
Who would like to come forward and accept the position of Mount Kamingsi's mountain chieftain? And also take this kid along with you in passing? Miao Yi was overflowing with ecstasy. It's here. It's finally here. I'm going to be a cave master. But on the surface, he still acted calm. He had a request, but from the beginning he was unsure as to whether he should ask. For the most part, everyone also looked at each other, laughing heartily. The feeling of partitioning domains was truly satisfying. This was as it should be. Everyone would eventually get their own share, so there was no need for them to urgently jump out. Otherwise, they would look very unsightly. However, there seemed to be two people who didn't look happy. One of them was Qin Weiwei, and the other then stepped out. Xiong Xiao stepped forward and cupped his fists. Manor head, I have a remark which I'm uncertain whether it's right for me to say. Yang Qing was in a good mood. He nodded his head and obliged. Speak your mind. Xiong Xiao stared at Miao Yi and explained, Miao Yi is nothing more than a prisoner. He only has a mere, insignificant cultivation base at White Lotus first grade, and has not performed an ounce of an accomplishment. If you were to hastily reward him the seat of cave master, I'm afraid it will lead to dissatisfaction in the hearts of those old subordinates who have followed Manorhead for many years. Miao Yi was stunned. He quickly raised his head to look at Xiong Xiao, thinking to himself, spoiling my good thing, I don't think I have a feud with you? Yang Qing creased his brows, but after seeing the highly disapproving looks on everyone who were present, he dropped his gaze onto Xiong Xiao as he asked, could it be that you want me to go back on my word, Gut? No. Manorhead's promise is worth 1,000 in gold. Naturally, you will keep your word. Xiong Xiao once again cupped his fists and continued, I'm just considering this matter for Manorhead's sake. I feel, why not formulate a statement to let others know that no matter how big or small the accomplishment is, as long as they can spare no effort to handle affairs for Manorhead would be generous in conferring. Then they'll know it's because he has worked for Manorhead to obtain the seat of cave master and won't say as much. At least on the bright side, it will block the gossip on everyone's mouth. Yang Cheng nodded his head in agreement. Then what do you think we should make him do, If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43, Hidden Agenda, 2. Chapter 43, Hidden Agenda, 2. Xiong Xiao replied, within the region under my administration, there is a ghost cultivator causing mischief. He keeps attacking and disturbing the peace of the followers who come and go in passing. When I received word of his misdeeds, I immediately sent a White Lotus third-grade cultivator to go forth and exterminate the problem. When they fought, they were neck and neck in their level of strength, which ended with his escape. I wanted to send out more manpower to wipe him out. But by sheer luck, Manor had launched his army, so I didn't have the time to punish him. I was going to deal with that ghost afterwards anyway, but now that I think about it, why not send Miao Yi to perform this meritorious service? Miao Yi stared at him with widened eyes. That F** king dog, trying to make me go deal with a ghost cultivator who's on par with a White Lotus third-grade cultivator. Does he want me to distinguish myself or does he want to kill me? Everyone stared at Xiong Xiao. They were clearly having the same thoughts. Yang Qing was not an idiot. He said with an expressionless face. Before this, it was merely a fluke that Miao Yi managed to behead that White Lotus third-grade cultivator. Are you certain that on this journey, he will be able to successfully eliminate the ghost cultivator? Xiong Xiao laughed. This was inherently part of my duties within my realm. Naturally, I cannot ignore it. I will dispatch 2 White Lotus third-grade cultivators to accompany him to set forth together. In all likelihood, there shouldn't be any issues for him to perform this deed. A sudden realization dawned on everyone present. He really did find an excuse to give that kid Miao Yi credit. This Xiong Xiao sure knew how to kiss the manor head's ass. He was able to so even just by simply beating around the bush. Miao Yi let out a sigh of relief in his heart. This was much better.
Yang Qing laughed while nodding his head. He looked at Miao Yi and said, "Miao Yi, you heard what he said. If you agree to go perform this deed, you can go directly to Transient Light Cave and take up the Cave Master post after you come back."
"I'm willing to set forth," Miao Yi responded readily.
After going through so many ups and downs, he could finally voice out what he had a hard time saying earlier. He cupped his fists and continued, "I only have one bold request to make, and I hope Mannerhead can grant me this request." Xin Weiwei had a scornful look on her face. This guy had the cheek to negotiate with the Mannerhead. However, Yang Qing was not a petty man in that aspect. He dismissed it with a laugh, nodding his head as he replied, "Speak."
Miao Yi attempted to ask, "Mannerhead, can you change Transient Light Cave to East Arrival Cave? What I mean is, if I perform the deed and come back, can you let me become the Cave Master of East Arrival Cave?" Everyone stood gazing at each other. There was no difference in followers for Transient Light Cave and East Arrival Cave. There wasn't any special local product either within that realm, so what would he gain by switching? Yang Qing was taken aback by his question. Soon after, he believed he understood the reason why. He recalled Ji Xiufang, whom Miao Yi had previously gone to rescue from the Manor of Sincere Hope. He figured it was in order to make things easier for him to take care of her in passing. In fact, this was only part of the reason. If he really had intentions to take care of her, if worse comes to worse, he could have moved her to Transient Light City to settle down after becoming the cave master of Transient Light Cave. The most important thing was that Miao Yi had taken a fancy to the geographical location of East Arrival Cave, situated right by the seaside. After being reminded by Yan Xiao and coming to a realization as to why he could withstand the pressure of the higher-rank cultivator's transcendence energy, he felt he shouldn't abandon the cultivation method Lao Bai had taught him. He should continue on with it. "I will allow this." Yang Qing agreed. He then waved his hand to indicate him to step down, as the upcoming higher-tier appointments weren't something that Miao Yi with his current rank could participate in. Miao Yi naturally thanked him and stepped down, but the annoyed feeling he had towards Xiong Xiao still lingered in his heart. Seeing that he was about to eat the fatty meat which was so close in his grasp, in the end he swallowed a fly first, so he felt extremely awkward about it. Why was it so difficult to become a cave master? Inside the Grand Hall, Yang Qing's voice once again boomed, "Regardless of Transient Light Cave or East Arrival Cave, they all belong to Mount Comingxi. Who's willing to move forward to oversee Mount Comingxi? The reason why nobody fought for this seat was because the decision had already been made behind closed doors earlier on. Beforehand, Elder Auntie Qing Mei had specially stepped in to personally notify everyone to come forth, one by one, to discuss official business at the Grand Hall. At the time, she had appeared to have spoken something in a casual manner. It goes without saying that the manor head's wish is to promote all 9 cave masters under him to become mountain chieftains, with the exception of Qin Weiwei. As for the remaining mountain, that will be handed over to School of Blue Jade, because Qin Weiwei's cultivation base is slightly lower. Unfortunately, the cave master of Colossal Ram Cave died before gaining victory, and we absolutely can't give 2 mountains away to School of Blue Jade. It's better to hand it over to our own people, so that we can all be at ease, isn't that right? Everyone naturally nodded their heads in agreement. It was impossible for them to say it would be more suitable to hand it over to outsiders, because wouldn't that make them a person that bites the hand that feeds them? Although Elder Auntie Qing may seem to be asking casually, everyone understood well in their hearts. Qin Weiwei was mentioned twice and she then said our own people. One can well imagine the profound meaning hidden behind her words, so there was no need to state it clearly. Everyone also understood that there were some matters that young Chang would have difficulty in voicing out. He was only borrowing the mouth of Elder Auntie to convey his hint. Yang Qing wanted to support his own daughter to take up the post, he wanted to let his own daughter take in more incense and power of will, and he wanted very much to quickly raise his own daughter's cultivation base, so what kind of objection could they have? If it were them, once they had taken up their seats as mountain chieftains, they also wanted to promote their own men. Furthermore, they would enact it the moment they returned.
In the end, from the very beginning, Yang Qing had made use of Miao Yi to mention the seat of mountain chieftain for Mount Comingsi. Everyone had already guessed what kind of thoughts Yang Qing had in mind. Even Miao Yi, with a cultivation at White Lotus first grade, was deemed qualified to be a cave master, so that person, why couldn't she then become Mount Comingsi's mountain chieftain? Yang Qing had already prepared the opening statement for everyone else. All he needed to do now was to wait for everyone to take the bait. Therefore, Xiongxiao once again rushed before others and cupped his fists. Manor Head, I believe Cave Master Qin of the 100 Blossoms Cave can take up the post.
I second the motion. I agree.
His men, who had been with him since Mount Shaotai, all stepped forward, agreeing in succession, except for Qin Weiwei, who stood at the same place unmoving. This kind of matter obviously would not look good on her if she stepped forth to speak on her behalf. Yang Qing cast a glance at Qin Weiwei before saying hesitantly, she only has a cultivation base at White Lotus 5th grade.
Wouldn't it be inappropriate to appoint her as the mountain chieftain of Mount Comingsi?
Someone hurriedly replied, Miao Yi with a cultivation at White Lotus 1st grade can be a cave master, so why can't Cave Master Qin be the mountain chieftain?
I believe that we mustn't shun relatives when considering talent.
Xiongxiao continued again, I recalled Manor Head once said this about Miao Yi, as long as he can convince the masses, then it's alright.
He then turned to ask others in reply, Cave Master Qin to garrison the mountain chieftain's seat for Mount Comingsi, is everyone satisfied?
In any case, I, Xiongxiao, hold both hands up in approval.
I approve. I approve.
The respective cave masters who had yet to become mountain chieftains voiced out their support of the proposal. The feelings of the crowd were intense, as though they couldn't be convinced of anyone else being the mountain chieftain of Mount Comingsi, apart from Qin Weiwei. School of Blue Jade's men stared at each other, at a complete loss. The cave master of Colossal Ram Cave had fallen in battle, so the seat was unoccupied. They originally wanted to try and fight for it because the reason why they could win this war was due to the agreement between School of Blue Jade and Yang Qing. If it weren't for their support in the 3rd grade Yao Corps given to Yang Qing, it would have been impossible for the battle to end in victory. They intended to wait until the 2 mountain chieftain seats were left unoccupied, then take possession of them together.
Well now, a large number of people supported Qin Weiwei in taking up the post. The principle of majority rules, it left one with no control over matters.
Besides, Qin Weiwei was Yang Qing's adopted daughter. It wouldn't be proper for them to stubbornly object to it since after all, a large number of their men would be serving under Yang Qing in the future, and it wouldn't do them any good to clearly show themselves not giving face to Yang Qing. School of Blue Jade's men were simply stifled with no room to object. Seeing everyone insisting on it, Yang Qing revealed a look of reluctance, sighing as he said, all right.
Qin Weiwei, are you willing to take up the post of mountain chieftain of Mount Comingsi?
In an immediate action, Qin Weiwei stepped forward and cupped her fists, I'll do my utmost, and will not disappoint Manor Head and South Edict comrades' great expectations.
Then it is decided.
Yang Qing complied with the crowd's opinion and waved his hand, thus settling the mountain chieftain seat of Mount Comingsi.
In the following appointments, Xiongxiao took over Yang Qing's former seat, and became the mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai.
One by one, the other respective cave masters also became mountain chieftains. School of Blue Jade only managed to claim 1 mountain chieftain's seat, but they weren't at a loss either, as they had already made promises with Yang Qing beforehand. Once they conquered South Edict Manor, a large amount of empty seats under every mountain and cave were to be first given to School of Blue Jade's disciples. Which meant from now onwards, the majority of School of Blue Jade's disciples on the whole became people who could officially indulge themselves in incense and power of will. Not only that, they were also granted other allowances. They no longer had to go around painstakingly scavenging for various types of items to slowly increase their cultivation base.
This kind of opportunity wasn't something that every sect could chance upon.
Because regardless of a sect's strength, and even if your own strength was powerful, it would never be more powerful than the 6 sages of heaven and earth. The 6 sages of heaven and earth implemented such rules to suppress every sect, in order to keep them from becoming arrogant.
No matter which sect wanted to enter the system, they would need to obtain consent. Even if they managed to join, they would still need to uphold this system. Those who dared to force their way in can only attempt to do so. Even if School of Blue Jade had the guts of 10 men, they still wouldn't dare to go up against Mu Fan Jian, the immortal sage from realm beyond heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 44, Hidden Agenda, 3. Chapter 44, Hidden Agenda, 3. Lastly, Yang Qing stood up and warned, after everyone heads back, be sure to settle down your region. Anyone who disturbs the peaceful life of South Edict's followers will, therefore, affect the number of orbs of will being transferred at the end of the year. This will incur the wrath of the Hall Master, so if I am not able to deliver my duties, don't blame me for not considering old friendships.
We obey the law decree. The crowd promised in unison.
After discussing official business matters and everyone had received what they needed, they walked out of the grand hall in happiness, cupping their hands at each other as they bade their farewells. They were all preparing to ascend to the higher seats to live it up, each of them in a hurry to head home. Arriving at the grand hall's entrance, Qin Weiwei tilted her head, her gaze locked onto Miao Yi from afar, who was walking beside Yan Xiu. Her lips curled into a mocking smile as she looked on. It seemed like there were going to be more than enough opportunities for her to torture that guy in the future. If Miao Yi found out Qin Weiwei was going to become his own immediate superior, it's unclear what kind of thoughts would run through his mind.
Both of you are not enemies. And he's not necessarily targeting you.
Besides, with your cultivation base, you definitely need some kind of explanation to convince the masses.
Maybe he's really looking out for you.
Yan Xiu, who was walking with Miao Yi, muttered ambiguously in an attempt to persuade the other after listening to his prattle.
Looking out for me? I can't tell.
I was born a street butcher and sold pig meat for a living. Honestly, I've already seen all sorts of people, so when that guy looked at me, I felt as if there was something amiss with his eyes.
They seem to be hiding something. In short, I can't tell if he's looking out for me. I need to be more careful.
Miao Yi snorted twice, the unhappy feeling in his heart lingered on.
He came from the streets.
From a young age, he needed to protect his younger brother and sister. In order to guarantee their safety, he had this habit of not letting anyone get away with even a tiny fault.
He wasn't lacking in fortitude either.
Otherwise, when outsiders laid their eyes upon this family of 3 children, it would be easy for them to come up and bully them. During that time when he had to face the surrounding adults who'd come to take them away to the Manor of Merciful Hope, he had been carrying little sister on his back with his hand holding onto little brothers. In a moment of desperation and helplessness, he had stabbed his thigh with the strike of a blade. It was in that instant that he was forced to understand the commoner's principles of surviving. In a fit of rage, he hadn't been afraid to kill Huang Chang and Zhao Xingkui in the boundless secular world. For the sake of forming an alliance with Yan Beihong for his own protection, he had also dared to stab the other expert in the back surreptitiously. For the sake of his younger brother and sister's future, he was willing to give up all he had. Seeing Luozhen and Chao Dingfeng killed with his own eyes, he was able to risk his life while seething in anger. After being tormented and disgraced by Qin Weiwei, a mere prisoner like him dared to let charcoal go unrestrained, kicking with its hind legs to pelt debris at Qin Weiwei. Learning about Ji Xiufang being in trouble, once again he immediately rushed to her rescue to pay his debt of gratitude. Deep down, he knew he wasn't a good man, but he also knew he wasn't a bad one either. That distinctive nature found in ordinary people could also be found in him. In short, if anyone crossed him, don't give him a chance to fight back.
You're probably thinking too much.
With his cultivation base and status, he doesn't even need to target you, Yan Xiu said comfortingly, before coughing as he asked, brother, once you become a cave master later, remember to ask for me.
Miao Yi chuckled and once again gave his word.
Within the pavilions and kiosks, all built around a beautiful lake and mountain landscape, Chen Shui led 2 White Lotus third-grade cultivators from the long hallway outside. Xiong Zhao's back faced the 3, while he slowly tossed fish food into the pond in front of him, leading the red carps in the pond to fall over each other in their eagerness to fight over food. Chen Shui silently stood at his side while the two cultivators beamed with happiness, cupping their hands in unison and exclaiming, "Congratulations to Cave Master for being promoted in glory as Mountain Chieftain of Mount Shaotai." After Xiongxiao tossed away all the fish food he had, he clapped his hands before turning to laugh. "Zheng Shucheng, emotion 2, I have a task that requires the both of you to carry out." The duo hurriedly bent their heads to obey the order, willing to adhere to Mountain Chieftain's commands. Xiongxiao beckoned his hand at them, the both of them immediately moved in closer. Xiongxiao then whispered something into their ears. Both of them were surprised at what they'd heard. Emotion 2's facial expression changed as he said softly, "But that Miao Yi is someone who has found favor with Mannerhead." Xiongxiao scoffed heavily with his nostrils, seemingly asking, "Are you two Mannerhead's men or mine?" Emotion 2 corrected himself without delay, "Mountain Chieftain, I didn't mean anything else by it. It's just that the kid seems to be a bit abnormal. You've also seen that battle before. 5 people weren't capable enough to subdue him. We're afraid we'll let down Mountain Chieftain's great trust in us." Xiongxiao shot a glance at Chen Shui, slightly tilting his head to give a signal. Immediately, Chen Shui took out a small jade bottle from her sleeve, passing it towards the two men. Zhang Shucheng received it into his hand, saying hesitatingly, "This is drunk and immortal." After Xiongxiao prompted him, he said with understatement, "That ghost who dares to cause trouble in my territory needs to be wiped out. That kid, I also don't want to see him come back alive. And I don't want the Mannerhead to know his death is connected to me. Both of you know what to do, right?" Emotion 2 immediately coated his words with flattery, "We will push the blame of his death onto that ghost cultivator." Pleased with the answer, Xiongxiao nodded his head. "I have always thought highly of you both. Make it clean, don't leave room for any repercussions." After he finished, he left with his hands clasped behind his back, with Chen Shui following quietly behind him. Zhang Shucheng and Emotion 2 saw him off and got up, staring speechlessly at each other. Both of them couldn't figure out why the Mountain Chieftain wanted to pick on a nobody. And the main point was that this nobody was favored by the Mannerhead. If something unfortunate really were to happen, wouldn't it just make things difficult for himself? The same principle could apply to them. If the two of them screwed up, they could forget about living the good life. Their only path forwards was to succeed with no room for failure. Yan Xiu didn't know where he was going and nobody told him anything about it either. In short, he was still a subordinate of Qin Weiwei, following her as they left South Edict Manor. He set forth to take up his new post. On the other hand, Miao Yi left with Xiongxiao and his forces, rushing to Mount Shaotai to take up his new post. 2 days later, during the midday, a wave of swiftly galloping dragon steeds came to a stop at a fork in the road. With a smile, Xiongxiao called forth Miao Yi to give him an advisory talk, as well as encouragement. He wished Miao Yi success in his endeavor and asked him to visit Mount Shaotai more frequently in the future. His attitude was welcoming, appearing to give face to Mannerhead Yang Cheng. Soon after, Xiongxiao led his large body of forces to hurry to Mount Shaotai to take up his new post, leaving Emotion 2 and Zheng Shucheng behind, together with Miao Yi. At the fork in the road, the three of them made their introductions and familiarized themselves with each other. They then continued to speed off in the other direction, towards Changfeng City. Hearing the words Changfeng City made Miao Yi involuntarily tingle with excitement since that was his hometown. In spite of everything, he faintly had a feeling of eagerness to return back home. It had been more than 10 years. Ever since he escaped Changfeng City, over 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. This filled him with regret. He really wanted to return back to Changfeng City to see, wanting quite strongly to see, whether those two bastards who'd prevented him from seeing his younger sister one last time, had survived or not. "Brother Miao, this isn't the time to go sightseeing. No one will be able to face Mannerhead's wrath if we hold up the mission he personally assigned. Once we have completed the mission, we'll have all the time in the world to have fun. A day later, at a place where Changfeng City could be seen from afar, Zheng Shucheng stopped Miao Yi's intention to go into the city. He didn't know what kind of past Miao Yi had with Changfeng City.
Miao Yi himself would not say it either. Xiong Xiao would also definitely not reveal the reason behind it. Brother Zhang is right. I'm just being silly. Let's continue to hurry on.
Miao Yi, mounted on charcoal, apologized as he chuckled with his fists cupped.
Now, charcoal seemed to be much thinner.
He figured it had something to do with how they'd recently been on the move without ceasing, and this was going against his fatty life customs. The three of them changed directions, the dragon steeds beneath them once again swiftly galloping forward. After dashing up a mountain peak, Miao Yi spun his head to look into the distance of Changfeng City, thinking to himself that Zhang Shucheng was right. It wouldn't be appropriate to go back now to kill those two bastards. He had to at least wait until he'd gotten rid of Zhang Shucheng and Emotion to first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 45, Hidden Agenda, 4. Chapter 45, Hidden Agenda, 4.
Instead of entering Changfeng City, the trio arrived at Changfeng Cave to scout out the whereabouts of the ghost cultivator. The majority of Changfeng Cave's cultivators had followed Xiong Xiao to battle, and later were led by Xiong Xiao to Mount Shaotai. Supposedly, the cave masters of Mount Shaotai had yet to be confirmed for each respective cave, and so the men of Changfeng Cave would not be back for a while. At the moment, only one cultivator was left behind to stand guard and watch over the place. According to others, it was said that Xiong Xiao had already been assigned as the mountain chieftain of Mount Shaotai, and the cultivator who remained behind for garrison duty was incredibly ecstatic. Cave Master had risen in rank, and to the old subordinates below him, even if they all weren't able to follow suit and receive the same benefits, they would still be able to bask in the limelight. After the group surrounding the table enjoyed a delicious meal, the cultivator who stayed behind at Changfeng Cave brought over a document sent forth by someone sent over from Changfeng City. It reported of another case of a traveling merchant mysteriously disappearing around the area of Mount Thousand Buddha. Miao Yi was originally from Changfeng, so he was no stranger to the place called Mount Thousand Buddha. According to rumors, it was originally home to many Buddhist temples. Later, Buddhism was then banned and many temples were brought to the ground. In the past, he might not have known the reason, but after becoming a cultivator, Miao Yi knew that it was definitely related to the division of the six sages' domains. Immortal sage Wu Fan Jian did not want to see his own realm have two different religions.
If he was not treated with honor, would it still be considered his domain?
Thus, it had to be eradicated.
Emotion closed the document and said, "It looks like that ghost cultivator may most likely be hidden within Mount Thousand Buddha." Miao Yi chuckled. Mount Thousand Buddha is huge. It won't be easy to find someone, especially when we're looking for a ghost. How are we going to search for him? The cultivator who remained behind replied, "It's not too hard. The regular traveling merchants are so frightened that they don't dare travel through Mount Thousand Buddha, and since the ghost cultivator needs to hunt humans for his blood meal, without anyone passing through for a long period of time, he's bound to lose his endurance. The lot of you can disguise yourselves as regular traveling merchants and travel there back and forth. I bet there's a high chance he'll take the bait." "Then it's settled," nodded Zhang Shucheng as he slapped the board, before making it clear to the cultivator on garrison duty, "We've been hurrying for the past couple of days, so we'll be resting for the night here. Tonight, you help us get the disguises ready. We plan to take action tomorrow." In the middle of the night, the rustling insects cry. Early next morning, the sun rose from the east, tainting the clouds with a red hue. 4 ordinary horses were prepared just outside of Changfeng Grand Hall. Among them one horse was not saddled. Instead, it carried a pile of bundled goods, large and small. "What is this?" Miao Yi saw the cultivator on garrison duty take something that looked like a woman's makeup powder case and open it up, before assisting Emotion and Zhang Shucheng to apply it between their brows, right on their spiritual points. He couldn't help but ask what it was. Soul-concealing paste, the cultivator replied nonchalantly. Oh, replied Miao Yi.
He heard Yan Shou mention about this item before, but it was his first time seeing it. If one wished to hide one's cultivation base, all they had to do was apply this paste between the brows and it would then conceal the glowing lotus blooming from their spiritual point. The three of them helped one another apply the paste between their brows. Depending on the shade of their skin color, they varied the amount applied to maintain the same color as their skin. After preparations were done, the trio armed their weapons and mounted their horses. After being accustomed to riding dragon steeds, to suddenly ride a horse that required steering with the usage of reins felt a bit unnatural. However, there was no other choice. If they showed up riding the dragon steeds, people would instantly recognize them as cultivators. Drawing the ghost cultivator out after that would be wishful thinking. The cultivator took the reins of the horse bundled with goods, passed it to Zhang Shucheng, then folded his hands in salute to give his farewell. What he did not know was that during this journey, Zhang Shucheng and Emoshingtu were not only intending to take care of the ghost cultivator, but were also targeting Miao Yi as well. The task personally assigned by Xiong Xiao would be kept in utmost secrecy by Zhang Shucheng and Emoshingtu. If this matter was spread around, Xiong Xiao would never let them off the hook. The trio rode their horses out from Changfeng Cave and immediately set foot on the main route. After their horses started rushing headlong on their path, the three of them exchanged glances with one another, then shook their heads with a bitter laugh. After being accustomed to riding dragon steeds, not only did it feel awkward to ride these horses, there was a more significant difference in speed. They felt as slow as snails, and couldn't even match up to the speed of the three men using their legs to run, much less that of a dragon steed. One was entirely heavenly while the other was of the earth. Unfortunately, it was a prop used for the opera, so it couldn't be thrown away. At this rate, we'll need at least 6 hours to make it to Mount Thousand Buddha.
Emoshingtu laughed bitterly.
Zhang Shucheng looked at the weather and said, "No need to hurry, during the daytime the yang energy is too potent."
Even though the ghost cultivator isn't like ordinary spirits who are deathly afraid of sunlight, it still doesn't like to show up in broad daylight. Arriving at night is likely to be more appropriate.
Let's take it slow, or else if we continue like this, the horses won't be able to endure it.
Emoshingtu tilted his head to ask, "Brother Miao, what do you think?"
My thoughts?
Miao Yi chuckled, "I think having you two handle the ghost cultivator is enough.
If I go, I'll only be a burden to you both. Big brother Mo, big brother Zhang, you guys already know that your little brother's mount is fat like a pig, and riding a body of fat feels so comfortable. So, I'm really not used to riding such a lean horse.
Not only that, I'm too honest. I can't act as a merchant at all. It would be better if the two of you go instead. I will stay out of this exciting activity and go roaming around Changfeng City. Once the two of you eliminate the ghost cultivator, you can come find me at Changfeng City." How does that sound? He was seriously not joking around.
As he spoke, he had already reined in his mount to a halt, looking as though he was going to turn back.
No!
Emoshingtu and Zhang Shucheng pretty much shouted in unison to stop him, and also reined in their mounts to a halt. But once the words left their mouths, both of them were simultaneously taken aback. They cast a glance at each other, realizing that it was a little too excessively in sync.
Don't tell me there is actually something amiss? Miao Yi's eyes lit up in realization as he muttered discreetly in his heart. He'd only been testing them, but who would have thought he'd actually find something fishy? However, he really could not think of any grudge that existed between him and Xiong Xiao. Emoshingtu quickly replied with a sincere and earnest tone, "Brother Miao, this matter was originally meant to complement your promotion in glory as a cave master. The manor head will keep his promise. The main focus is you. If you don't go, and word about this gets out in future, others will assume that we cheated. Even if brother does not think for himself, you need to help think of us, right? Unlike brother, we did not find favor with manor head. Once manor head reprimands us, we really won't be able to take the blame. Ha, if you really can't, then we'll leave it at that. Pretend I didn't say anything. Miao Yi chuckled.
He shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. Anyway, as far as he was concerned, they could do as they saw fit. Even if they found the ghost cultivator, he wasn't planning to take part in the fight. Letting these two guys fight for their lives was good enough. Once the deed was done, he would just take credit for it and return to be a cave master. If any other mishaps broke out, he'd feel too sorry for himself.
In any case, he was somewhat vigilant around Xiong Xiao.
In other people's perspective, Xiong Xiao was helping him, but if they were in his shoes, they'd be able to realize the truth after giving it some thought.
King Xiong Xiao.
Making Daddy I, a White Lotus first-grade cultivator, handle a White Lotus third-grade ghost cultivator.
You call this helping your daddy me? CK your grandma.
The three of them continued along the road, without rushing themselves. Throughout the journey, Mo Xingtu and Zhang Shuqian became more humble, continuously talking about interesting stories of the cultivation world to please Miao Yi. Mostly, they were afraid this guy would once again quit halfway if he became upset, turning back to head towards Changfeng City to roam around. They even excused Miao Yi from the task of leading along the goods-carrying horse, which originally they'd planned to take turns doing. 2 White Lotus third-grade cultivators must appease a White Lotus first-grade cultivator.
This couldn't be tolerated. Both men had an intense urge to kill this little sh*t with a strike of their spears. But alas, Miao Yi wasn't someone to be trifled with. This guy's display of bravery and fierceness during the 1 versus 5 battle in Transient Light Cave wasn't a boast. Even if they wanted to strike, they didn't have the confidence to do so.
If by chance this brat ran away, then matters would become very troublesome. They must find an opportune moment. This plan must end in success and not failure.
Otherwise, Xiong Xiao would not forgive the two of them.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 46, Mystic Arts Temple, 1. Chapter 46, Mystic Arts Temple, 1.
When night fell, the three of them had already passed by Mount Thousand Buddha and were preparing to turn back to their original route, once again journeying towards the realm of Mount Thousand Buddha. They hoped they could draw out the ghost cultivator when the sky darkened. However, things didn't go as they wished. The sky changed abruptly. Dark clouds pushed towards them in the air from a far-off distance. A gale swirled, raising the dust on the ground to fly upwards.
The wind shook and swayed the mountain's forest.
The three of them reined in their steeds in the middle of the main route, stopping to take in the surrounding wilderness and shifting weather. Zhang Shuqian frowned and said, "Judging by the weather, it's going to rain heavily soon. There's no village ahead and no one behind. Looks like we'll be facing some trouble."
Mo Xingtu waved the horsewhip, pointing it towards the front.
"On the way here, I remember there's a fork on the main route up ahead, with a small grassy path that leads to the mountain.
There seem to be traces of a rut on the road.
Under normal circumstances, carriages don't normally travel into the mountains, so surely there must be a residence or a place to rest over there.
It would be better to go take a look." Zhang Shuqian looked at Miao Yi and smiled. "Brother Miao, what do you think?" Miao Yi nodded his head, replying, "Sure."
Together, the three men agreed on Mo Xingtu's suggestion and immediately galloped forward on their steeds. After galloping to the middle of a valley, they slowed down their speed and examined their surroundings. As expected, they discovered a small, deserted path on the right side of the main route. Even though it was already buried by weeds, they could still easily distinguish the traces of ruts. Seeing that the sky was already filled with dark clouds hanging overhead, the three of them didn't hesitate any longer.
They changed course, their galloping steeds increasing speed as they went. They followed the path, continuously galloping onwards. Not long after, the three of them then spotted a residence with a large courtyard up ahead among the foothills. It seemed to be a temple.
Moving closer to the foot of the hill, the three men found themselves in a flagstone plaza which occupied around a dozen mu. The top of the plaza was completely leveled flat, its outer rim decorated with stone-carved banisters. One could see on both sides, left and right, the indistinct traces of a collapsed building.
In the center of the plaza was a massive old-fashioned cauldron, full of stains and with traces of rust.
It was a censer. Although it was filled with desolation, overgrown with weeds that filled the small cracks in the flagstones beneath their feet, it was evident that this place had once seen a golden age of incense. Having suddenly found themselves placed in such a leveled plaza in a barren mountain, without rhyme or reason, the trio were overcome with feelings of insignificance. The temple built beside the mountain ahead also gave them a sense of oppression.
Dark clouds hung low in the sky, and an abrupt crack of thunder broke out with a bang.
The mounts beneath the three men fidgeted about, neighing in alarm, but their movements were eventually subdued by the three of them pulling in their reins. The muffled rumble of thunder rolled past above their heads, and a few cracks of lightning flashed in the sky on top of the temple in front. The weather was already very gloomy, yet the flashes of lightning as well as the rolls of thunder suddenly made the temple's appearance even more conspicuous. On an aged tree within the high walls of the temple, a flock of old ducks were frightened off by the sudden claps of thunder, quacking as they flew around in circles.
Everything proved that this entire place really was an uninhabited, desolated temple.
Zhang Shucheng cast a glance at the two men at his sides and said, "It'll be pouring rain soon, so for now we should first take shelter from the rain inside the temple." A small brook flowed in between the plaza and the temple built by the mountain, with three connecting stone arch bridges built side by side. Zhang Shucheng took the lead and ran towards it while Miao Yi and Immortality followed suit from behind, pulling along the goods-carrying horse. The sharp and clear sounds of clattering horse hooves resounded from the flagstone surface, causing the echoes to reverberate indistinctly. Arriving at the base of the mountain, Zhang Shucheng did not dismount from his steed. He immediately galloped the horse up the flight of stairs, and the two men behind him similarly followed suit. Within the temple surroundings, there grew an ancient pagoda tree, which looked to be thousands of years old. It was illuminated under the beam of lightning that flashed amidst the gloomy clouds in the sky, resembling a glaring Vajrapani staring straight at them. The three of them stood side by side, looking on at the three words "Mystic Arts Temple" hung over the temple's tall gates. It had become so mottled it was practically difficult to distinguish its details. As for the courtyard gate, no one had any idea as to where it ended up. Probably it had long rotted away from being exposed to the sun and blowing wind. The surrounding courtyard walls had become battered, and perhaps it was due to the ancient pagoda that blocked all sunlight from shining inside, but the walls were unexpectedly lacking in things such as vines and weeds. Zhang Shucheng dismounted from his horse, leading it inside the temple. The two men behind him also did the same. The moment they entered the temple, the three once again halted in their tracks. There were a few ancient pagoda trees inside, their old branches engorged and twisting grotesquely. Each tree was so ancient and immense in their size, even three people holding hands together wouldn't be unable to reach around and hug one. Each side of the temple had their own pond, roughly about the size of one mu. And towering above each pond was a stone statue of Arhat. The Arhat statue on the left was missing its head, its location unknown. Once they stepped through the courtyard gate, they could sense a cool breeze hit them right in the face, causing them to feel a little disquieted by the whole situation. Their horses were also beginning to become anxious and panicky. Looking at the shabby temple's entrance that was wide open for all to enter, Immortality drew in a long breath and commented, "The Yin energy here is too strong." These ancient pagoda trees grow along with old residences, which of course made it easier to amass Yin energy, Zhang Shucheng replied casually. Although he said that, the three of them still invoked their arts at their own discretion, using their transcendence vision to sweep the surroundings. Under normal circumstances, if there were any forms of spirits and ghosts truly in here, the ordinary human eye wouldn't be able to see them. But to the cultivators equipped with transcendence vision, such beings are unable to remain concealed. The truth proved that they had been thinking too much. After using their transcendence vision to sweep the surroundings, they did not discover any evil forces. Bang! Up in the sky, the crack of thunder once again resounded explosively. Under the illuminating beam of lightning, the contrast against the shadows added to the eerie and frightful feeling hanging over the desolate temple. At the same time, large droplets of rain began to fall, pelting onto the ground with a series of tap-tap-tap sounds, splashing the surface of both ponds into round ripples. Zhang Shucheng smiled humbly, saying, "Right now we indeed have no better place to go, so let's just put up with this." He went ahead, leading his steed along into the direction of the Grand Hall. Mo Xingtu and Miao Yi exchanged glances, and were forced to follow behind. The trio trampled the weeds growing from the small cracks in the floor tiles. A soft, rustling sound could be heard as they treaded on the dried leaves. After pulling the horse to the hallway of the Grand Hall and tying it to a stone pillar underneath, Zhang Shucheng walked over to the old pagoda tree in the courtyard, dragging a large dried-up branch into the temple. The branch was found lying on the base of the tree, most likely broken off by the blowing of a gale. A downpour had already started outside and the sky had completely darkened. A fire within the Grand Hall was stoked to a small blaze. Using the light source from the flames, they could see traces of a previous fire being made there before, and not just at one spot. Mo Xingtu laughed. "Looks like this really is a place where passing travelers will stop to rest." Miao Yi stood for a long time, carrying the silver spear in his hand. Using the light from the fire, he directed his gaze at the aloof and remote, magnificent Buddha statue right in the middle of the temple. Already, the golden body of the Buddha status had almost completely faded away. And so, that greatly merciful and compassionate deity, yet to deliver all living beings from suffering, had reversed to become more sinister in appearance. Mo Xingtu, who was huddling in front of the open fire, suddenly lightly touched Zhang Shucheng. Both of them glanced at Miao Yi before mutually exchanging a meaningful look, then nodding their heads in secret. It was at this exact moment that the three of them seemed to hear something. They turned their heads to look outside the gate. All of a sudden, a series of shouts traveled from outside the temple. "Quick, take shelter from the rain! Quick, take shelter from the rain!" They caught sight of a man using both hands to hold a large iron cooking pot over his head in order to block the incoming rain. On his body, he carried a large bundle of items. He hurriedly rushed into the temple, and in a single breath, ran into the shrine. Clanging sounds emitted from the man as he went. He had a complete gamut of all sorts of things, ranging from pots, bowls, ladles, basics and the like. After entering, he only briefly assessed the three men, before turning to face outside, shouting loudly, "It's all right. Come in, Dot." The three men followed after to look, only to see a middle-aged scholar running in as well, carrying a basket on his back. The downpour already made him look like a drowned rat, with the long robe on his body thoroughly drenched. Following closely behind were two sturdy laymen, lifting a soft palanquin as they ran in. On the soft palanquin were poles to support a light pink muslin shroud, through which the lithe figure of a woman half reclining could be faintly seen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47, Mystic Arts Temple, 2. Chapter 47, Mystic Arts Temple, 2. After the party entered the Grand Hall, the Confucian scholar beamed benevolently at the three men and said, "So there are friends who made it first. Do excuse us." He turned and shouted while he walked along to a dark corner at the other side of the Grand Hall, removing the basket he carried on his back. "Cook, quickly grow a fire for us." "All right." The man who came in first replied and began to take down the mess of items on his body. He held onto a butcher knife as he went off to find firewood. The soft palanquin shrouded by light muslin was also moved to a dark corner on that side. Although it could be said to be a soft palanquin, in actuality it was a lightweight and portable chair bed. From the light of the fire, the three of them could see a woman lying down on her side inside it, looking relaxed and at ease. However, they couldn't clearly see her appearance. Miao Yi and the other men cast a look of dismay at each other. Never would they have expected to encounter a group of weirdos at a worn temple within the barren mountain ranges. They looked like shop traders.
The cook quickly dragged 2 large pagoda tree branches into the shrine.
After chopping them into pieces in a corner, he rapidly grew the fire.
The middle-aged Confucian scholar shouted out again, "Cook, quickly make dinner."
He took out a few pieces of firewood from the bonfire and started up another fire on the side. He then removed the long robes he wore on his body, wringing it tightly to remove the water, before sitting on the side to heat it dry. The other 2 laymen who'd lifted the soft palanquin also huddled over, doing the same thing.
The cook, nimble-handed and fleet-footed, set up the pot, bowls, ladle and basin, including a chopping board.
He again took out the ingredients from the large bag he carried beforehand, complete with vegetables and meat, before chopping them with a clatter in the grand hall.
Miao Yi and the rest watched on, stunned. Soon after, they once again saw the cook untie his belt, tying it around a wooden bucket before running outside to brave the rain. He then fetched a bucket of water from the temple courtyard's aging well, before returning back. A layman went over to assist him, using the basin to catch some water. He poured rice in and proceeded to wash it. Soon after that, he again felt out a couple of fresh bamboo tubes from the cook's large bag, cut an opening in them, then poured the rice along with the clear water into the tubes. Afterwards, he took the tubes to the side bonfire, roasting them inside the flames. Miao Yi and the rest watched on till their teeth hurt.
They were unsure as to what else the cook still kept inside that massively full and bulging bag of his.
Why did they feel like it could hold more things than a storage ring? After the cook washed the iron pot and racked it over the fire, the sizzling sound of sesame oil entering the pot resounded. He threw in the dish and stirred the ladle around, stir-frying the ingredients. Not long after, the fragrant smell of a stir-fried meal spread out inside the grand hall. It need not be mentioned that their actions immediately dispersed the temple's eerie and frightening atmosphere.
Soon, 4 dishes, 2 of meat and 2 of vegetables were ready, along with a bowl of soup. Miao Yi and the rest could clearly see with their eyes and could confirm there were indeed 4 dishes, 2 of meat and 2 of vegetables, along with a bowl of soup. The dishes may have looked simple, but in this kind of place with this kind of environment, to be able to come up with a warm and steaming meal, it could only be described with the word blessed. The heavy downpour was still going on outside, along with the quaking sounds of thunder. Yet the cook inside the grand hall had covered the water bucket, placing the chopping board on top of it before arranging the 4 dishes and the soup over it.
A simple table was formed.
The Confucian scholar walked over to the front of the chairbed and said, "Lady boss, it's time to get up and eat." From the inside of the light muslin tent came the sound of an indolent yawn. One could faintly see the person lying inside was stretching herself before slowly getting up. The scholar stretched out his hands to unfasten the cloth knot on the muslin tent before parting it. A pair of yellow embroidered shoes extended out, both embroidered with a simple cloud pattern on top. Immediately following suit were a pair of exposed calves that stretched towards the ground. A woman, bright and beautiful, with an amorous appearance, walked out from inside the muslin tent, causing the entire gloomy grand hall to suddenly seem brighter. Jet black, thick hair was loosely pulled to the back of her head. A lock of the fine black hair drooped from the side of her ears onto her shoulders. She was without any additional form of accessories. Her face resembled a lotus, while her brows were like the willow. There was only a close-fitting corset on her upper body, which was red in color and very transparent. Her stiffly bound bosom could be distinctly seen, and her soft, smooth exposed shoulders were draped with a light green-colored muslin robe. The corset was very short. Below the ribs, the soft waistline had nothing covering it whatsoever, tempting people to touch what was barely hidden. On her abdomen, the hint of a curved, smooth belly button was intermittently visible from the green-colored muslin robe, making it difficult for people to tear away their gazes. Her rather perky derriere was wrapped in a green-colored folded muslin skirt. The fringe of the skirt corners were unevenly matched. Hanging from them was a stream of small golden beads that gleamed under the fire's light. That little bit of weight dragging the side of the skirt further accentuated the perkiness of her backside with each step she took. As she walked, the outline of her thighs was also discernible from the skirt.
The green-colored folded muslin skirt stopped at her smooth and full lustrous small calves. The skirt seemed to be half-transparent, yet when facing the light from the fire, the luscious view from within was barely visible. With the addition of reverie amidst the haziness, it was inevitably a little regretful. The shapely figure was one exceedingly worthy of pride. With an S-shaped curve line, without flab on the areas that should be thin, ample flesh on the areas that should be well-rounded, her overall appearance caused people's heart to palpitate unceasingly. Her skin was smooth and exquisite, yet wheat-colored. Her brazenly revealing clothes were painted in strongly distinctive colors. Her charming appearance seemed woven with a bold and unrestrained wildness, richly graced with the feeling of a foreign country. Within Miao Yi's heart, there was already a woman he deemed beautiful over all others, that red-clothed woman with her ethereal lightness he'd seen on top of the city walls of the ancient city. But now, if he were to compare her with this amorous-looking woman before his eyes, then the woman from before seemed too cold in appearance. For this creature called women, they were 30% appearance, 70% temperament. The differences in beauty was based on their different temperaments. Miao Yi and the rest were already dumbfounded just from staring at her, feeling that this woman was too eye-catching. The two laymen who lifted the palanquin removed the bamboo tubes from the bonfire and hacked them into halves, abruptly causing the sweet scent of cooked rice to permeate the whole place. They then quickly grabbed some bowls to hold the servings. But that Confucian scholar took the basket he carried on his back and placed it on the simplistic, small table in an inverted manner. He even draped a cloth on top, pointing to it as he smiled at the woman. "We're limited by the current circumstances, lady boss, so just put up with it." The woman lightly swept her delicate, sultry eyes, nodding her head. She moved towards the bamboo tube and was about to sit down, before her clear pupils caught sight of Miao Yi's group. She smiled slightly, and generously extended her hand in invitation as she beckoned. "If the three of you don't mind, you might as well come and join our meal." In unison, the group of people also looked towards their direction. Miao Yi and the rest exchanged looks with each other. The invitation appeared to be a bit alluring. Emoshingtu had already subconsciously licked his lips. He wasn't thinking of eating dinner per se. Instead, he wanted to eat the woman extending her invitation. Although it wasn't allowed for cultivators to act recklessly towards followers, but inside the realm of Changfeng Cave, playing with one or two women on their own territory would not cause much of a fuss. He was about to move closer to get intimate with her, but he then heard Zhang Shuqing's voice transmitting directly in his ears. "Old M.O., don't forget the mission. After this is done, you can do whatever you want with that woman. Now is a good time to borrow their pot and use the drunken immortal." He was reminding Emoshingtu to borrow the other's cookware to get hold of it himself, then conveniently slipped the drug in to poison Miao Yi. But who knew Miao Yi wouldn't give them this opportunity to do so? He cheerfully and laughingly stood up, walking over with his hands cupped before their astonished eyes. "Okay. If you insist." The two laymen, the cook, the Confucian scholar, and even the woman appeared to be somewhat startled as they looked on at the approaching Miao Yi. Actually, the woman had only given the invitation casually. By right, in this barren mountain and field where they did not know one another, the other party would definitely be at a disadvantage to rashly eat their food. This was a form of common sense whenever people are away from home. It was only because she was accustomed to being a lady boss, so the cordial habit of entertaining guests made her act in that manner, but who could have known this slip-up would cause the unexpected to happen? However, Miao Yi was not an old traveler. Thus, his knowledge and experience was limited. At this point he had not been corrupted yet, so he still held the commoner's rustic side. Such a fragrant meal, and being invited by such a beautiful woman, why act coy about it? This is what was known as having no worldly experience. Those who normally left home to travel would not behave this way. Miao Yi walked towards them, suddenly stopping midway in puzzlement. Why did it feel like the way they were eyeing him didn't seem right, no matter how he looked at it? He immediately read and understood the meaning they conveyed. Realization suddenly dawned on him that they were just being modest and he had actually believed their courteous words.
Then, he awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "My appetite is massive. Your food doesn't seem to be enough, so I won't bother." He turned and went off, inwardly thinking how embarrassing that was. Zhang Shucheng and Mo Xingtu looked at the awkwardly returning Miao Yi. They turned away, trying to control their faces, which were already a deep shade of red. In any case, they knew he had brought shame to himself, and they could barely contain their laughter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48, Mystic Arts Temple, 3. Chapter 48, Mystic Arts Temple, 3. Little brother, please don't be mistaken. The woman was taken aback, her entire demeanor giving off a feeling of wildness as she quickly let out a light laugh. She raised her hand in the direction of the Confucian scholar by her side. Immediately the Confucian scholar chuckled as he ran over to him. He heartily pulled Miao Yi's arm, politely inviting him back. One of the laymen moved the cook's large bag and laid it flat beside him, reaching out his hand to Miao Yi as he signaled him to sit. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Miao Yi waved his hand and said, "I'll just squat." The Confucian scholar half-forcingly pressed him down to sit. Miao Yi reluctantly consented and sat down, facing the group as he smiled awkwardly, "Excuse me." "It's all right. You're the guest." The woman generously waved her hands, taking the seat in front of Miao Yi. When her hands shook the skirt, a flash of her flesh-colored thigh could be seen from within the clothes folds. She again crossed one leg over the other, blocking the view, her actions full of uninhibitedness. "Your name is?" "Miao Yi." After he announced his name, Miao asked in reply, "I heard them calling you Lady Boss. May I ask for Lady Boss's name?" "I deal in a small business, so my name is out of the question. Calling me Lady Boss will do." The woman avoided the question. She looked at her underlings at both sides and said, "What are you all waiting for?" "Serve," they responded. One of the porters served a bowl of rice to Miao Yi, saying, "Enjoy the meal." He sounded like a true waiter and didn't seem to be feigning it. The Confucian scholar also served a bowl of rice to the woman. The latter crossed her extremely sexy legs, and proceeded to twirl the chopsticks through the rice. She then pointed at the piping hot 4 dishes and a bowl of soup before saying, "Brother Miao, don't be shy at that." On top of the simplistic dining table was a plate of green vegetables, a plate of bean sprouts, a plate of simmer-fried muntjac meat, a plate of steamed fish, and lastly a large bowl of mushroom soup. Lady Boss, seeing that Miao Yi still looked a bit embarrassed, couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile as she realized that this youngster was kind of interesting. She reached out her chopsticks and removed a tender piece of meat from the belly of the fish, placing it personally onto Miao Yi's rice bowl, said please, and then started to eat. The 2 porters crouched on the right side while the cook and the Confucian scholar crouched on the left. They also began to eat, with great enjoyment. None of them concerned themselves with Zhang Shucheng and Mo Xingtu. Miao Yi turned around, casting his gaze at the both of them. Seeing that the duo did not look like they had any intentions to come over, he also paid no mind to them, and raised his bowl to eat. Miao Yi had already been embarrassed once, so naturally, Mo Xingtu and Zhang Shucheng wouldn't go over to be embarrassed themselves. Thus, they sat by the fire in silence. Try this. The cook's skill is pretty good. Customers from the store praise him to high heaven after trying out his dishes. The lady boss would frequently offer more, enthusiastically helping Miao Yi to the food. Miao Yi promptly thanked her. Lady boss, there's no need to be so courteous. I'll help myself. I'll help myself. They sat around that simple dining table and ate with great enjoyment. After Miao Yi sampled the dishes, his eyes brightened, coming to the realization that they were indeed very tasty. He proceeded to rave about the cook's skill, who appeared gratified to receive his praise. He cast a silly smile at Miao Yi. Since he'd already eaten, Miao Yi let go of his reserve. And to top it all off, the taste was pretty good, so he quickly devoured his meal ravenously. The cook immediately snatched away his bowl and gave him another serving.
Miao Yi thanked him before continuing. He really was eating without restraint. In fact, the lady boss was secretly observing Miao Yi's expression.
She saw his face had a look of honesty to it that did not seem to be feigned, and he also didn't seem like he wanted to be intimate with her, unlike other men. A hint of admiration flashed through her clear pupils. Unintentionally, Miao Yi noticed that she was observing him. He swallowed the food in his mouth, smiling. "Lady boss, you're quite unlike the common folk, seeing as you all dared to stop at this desolate temple in the mountain.
May I know what it is that you do?"
He began to inquire about their origins.
Lady boss heartily let out a gentle laugh. "I'm only a mere innkeeper."
The sky gave signs of a heavy downpour coming soon.
Coincidentally, we knew there was a place for us to rest. If we weren't here, wouldn't I have to wait outside in the rain instead?
I see the three of you are armed with weapons. You're the ones who don't look ordinary at all.
I suppose if you're not a Jianghu errand hero, then you should be one of the government officials, right? An escort from an escort house, Miao Yi answered curtly. The lady boss chuckled. Then, that's a relief. We were afraid that we wouldn't be safe in the barren mountain ranges, so we feel more at ease at having your party protect us as armed escorts. The storm went on incessantly outside the grand hall, as lightning flashed and cracks of thunder rolled by. Miao Yi ate and drank to his heart's content, and after thanking the lady boss and her group, he returned to the other side. The cook tidied up the bowls, chopsticks and cookware before carrying them outside, keeping them under the roof. He then braved the rain to fetch water, and proceeded to clean the dishes outside. Meanwhile, the Confucian scholar took out a brush and some ink from his basket, scribbling in an account book by the fire. From time to time, he would make a report about something to the lady boss sitting beside him, and she would listen in a serious manner. The two porters were wiping the floors clean, looking as though they were planning to use it to spend the night. After the cook returned from washing the dishes, Zhang Shucheng suddenly grinned. "Brother Miao, don't you think it's boring just sitting around here? Why don't we borrow their cookware to brew a cup of hot tea? Might as well." Emotion indulged him and stood up, walking towards the other side.
Zhang Shucheng's expression darkened as he shot a glance at Emotion, realizing that his ailment of being lecherous could not be changed. He saw Emotion squat beside the lovely lady boss, who was listening to the Confucian scholar reporting their accounts, his gaze wandering over her beautiful figure without the slightest scruple. Evidently, he wasn't satisfied with just using his eyes, and actually went as far as to reach out and grasp the lady boss's jade hand on her thigh. Instantly, everyone's eyes were locked onto him. The lady boss's gaze lowered slightly, eventually dropping onto his hand. Emotion ignored the strange look the Confucian scholar and the rest were giving him. He stared at the lady boss as he laughed in glee. "Lady boss, I would like to borrow something from you."